But what's up, guys? Destiny, they did it.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Welcome.
Whoa. You sent me the same message like 8 hours ago, didn't you? Fuck, it's cold all the time. 33 degrees. Oh, but look, it's gonna be in the 40s soon. The dream. Sir Jack Frost. So, one of the problems is I don't know how to. I'm not sure how to communicate to somebody who I don't know how to say this. It's dude. I just woke up. So I'm gonna be very rude. Okay, I'm sorry. Um, I'm not sure how to talk to somebody when we're not on the same level of understanding about certain things that I know to be factually true. Um, I don't know how to. It's very difficult when I'm having an argument with somebody, and we're why because I approach all the arguments that we're starting at the same level, um, and they don't understand something like why anecdotes can't be used as representative samples of what widespread belief is amongst a certain type of people. I don't know how to communicate those kinds of ideas without becoming like, without like, I want to devolve into snarkiness like very quickly. Like that really, really, really bothers me. I especially when they're laughing at me while I'm trying to explain it. Like, oh man, I don't know how to. I don't because at that point it feels like I need to like I have to back up and go over so many like grade school level things. Like, well, why? Like, what is a cross sectional study of a population? Why is anecdotal evidence bad? Why is data not the plural of anecdote? Why can you not go on the ground and talk to 20 people to figure out what an entire group of people thinks? What like I think these are things that I don't know. I like I'm not sure. I don't think cross-sectional analysis is taught in grade school, but that's just in Canada. Maybe it's different in US. I mean, I guess I don't know where I learned it at. I mean, I never took a stats course. I don't know. I'm not sure, dude. When data can't be used, then what do we use, Destiny? Your whole arguing point is that you use fact. Data can be used. Anecdotes cannot be used. Nobody uses anecdotes. Goddamn Twitch, if you go read a paper by any major economist, they are never, ever, 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 ever saying anywhere in that paper, well, when we see that this guy went and talked to 100 people on the ground, it's nothing. You never see that. You just don't see it. No one does it because it's a waste of time. It's not. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, dude, that last tweet I made, that was savage as fuck. If you talk to 100 people, isn't that a study, not an anecdote? No, it's not. Major economists are always right. Major economists would never tell a lie. Serious LLO1, fucking kill yourself. You're banned, dude. Get the fuck out of here with that fake news fucking shit, you uneducated, illiterate fuckboy piece of shit. Fuck off, dude. Go listen to your fucking heroes at Breitbart to give you the real information, dude. Because people that spend their whole lives studying issues know fuck all and are always trying to tell you intentional lies. The entire world is a conspiracy theory, dude. Everybody just wants to trick you, dog. You got it all figured out, man. You're so fucking smart. Good luck, Harkton. Do you spend your 401k? Are the funds sitting in hard cash in a vault? How does the vast wealth of Bill Gates harm you? He stole not one penny from anyone. How are you harmed? Is this guy talking about... These people in my Twitter comments are making the argument that people that store massive amounts of money in offshore accounts don't hurt the economy at all. If you want money to come home, lower tax rates to some sane level. Offshore accounts are expensive and a hassle. They'll return... Never mind. I'm sorry. Oh, I just woke up a little bit ago, okay? Ah. I can't do it, dude. Wait, so somebody says, am I wrong? So somebody says that basically welfare is a form of economic stimulus. It's not the best, it's not a long-term thing, right? But it is. Welfare is a form of economic stimulus. And some guy says taking water from one end of the pool and dropping it into the other does not add water to the pool. Didn't he just define GDP growth? Do you think he didn't realize it? Am I wrong? Is that not the definition of GDP growth? If you have two guys and they both spend $5 at each other's stores, isn't that the definition of growing the economy? Even if you're not necessarily adding more money to the system? Ah. You are discussing the moments, but there needs to be consequences for illegal immigration. I'm not in favor of any policy that looks at things from like a revenge point of view. I don't think it gets us anywhere. Like I don't think it's real. Like the idea of like Like, well, these people tried so hard. Like, people do that shit with student loans too. Like, well, this guy paid off all the student loans, and you're saying these people don't have to? That's not fair. Like, so what? We need like revenge? That sounds like hazing. I don't know. Why bother legally immigrating? I don't know. So you don't get deported by the police if they pull you over or something? Fuck. Damn. Now you're saying you should get deported if you're illegal? No, I don't think you should get. I don't think the mass deportation is a realistic solution to the problem. This is a 10 out of 10 me. Dude, I had the worst dream. I was driving somewhere in Vegas. I don't remember what for. I think Harkton was with me. I was driving somewhere and I got into an accident with a dude. He was driving some weird kind of car. I don't even know what the fuck it was. Like, this was like the car that I was driving. Like a normal kind of car or whatever. And then his car was like something like this. Like, it was like this really low to the ground thing. And I ended up running into it. And so I got in my car and I apologized or whatever. And he was like, okay, well, I need you to write down your information. And I was like, okay. So he gave me a piece of paper to write down my information on. And then he said, well, thanks a lot, dude. Good luck. It's a really awesome car. And then called a friend to go away. And I realized that he had tricked me into signing, I guess, like the deed or something. So now I was on the hook for all the payments of the car that I just ruined. It was horrible. I don't even know. I don't even know how. Damn, it's fucked. It was fucked up. What? Why do people say this stupid shit? Also, the Quran is the literal word of God revealed to the Prophet Muhammad, whereas even the most devout Christian would never argue that the Bible was God's words transcribed into text. That's exactly what the word of God, that's what the Bible is. That's the whole point of divine inspiration. Why do these fucking people, divine inspiration is the concept of a supernatural force, typically a deity, causing a person or people to experience a creative desire. It has been commonly reported in many aspects of religion. Both religions claim biblical inspiration for the parts of the Bible to which they adhere. Why do people without any religious background come in and either try to shit on Islam or apologize for Christianity? If you don't have any background in studying the religion, why would you even come and try and do this? Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck. What are we playing today? I think we're playing League, right? God, I hate it when I think there's a hot girl commenting on my shit, and it's just some fucking retard with a K-shitter avatar. God, I fucking mute these people and ban them so quick and block them. Holy fuck. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I love you guys so much. Oh, there's 300 comments here. This is gonna take me forever. Fuck. Did you hear about the airplane crash? No. Do we need more channels in Discord? Hold on. What's going on in here? What channels do we want, guys? Oh my god, look at all these fucking cuck channels. What the fuck? Masturbator, what the fuck are you doing in here? Who told you were allowed back in this Discord? Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, so it's gonna be like that. No one in here is gonna talk to me? That's how it's going?
Look, the stream was like perfectly synced up with Discord.
God.
I wasn't ready.
Sign, you're such a cool dude. I see you chat all the time, and then I hear you talk, and I remember you're a disgusting fucking Britbonger. God damn it.
Like,
Hey, how are you, buddy?
how many times do we need to go over this?
Wait, what about me, Destiny? You see me, right?
Okay, fuck all of you. Okay, we did it. Alright, good job, boys. What is this point? Destiny doesn't understand the hatred from Islam families towards members that come out as a different religion or even in Western countries. Dude, when I was in high school, my first serious girlfriend, the chick I would marry, she found a job because we were looking for work because I was gonna end up moving out really early because my parents had left when I was 16. My dad had left to go join my mom when I was 16, and she found a sick fucking job, dude, singing. She found a job singing, which is awesome because she was a vocalist. She found a job singing at a church that would have paid like $20 an hour or something. It was ridiculous. For high school kids back in my day, okay, $20 an hour, that's a lot of fucking money, $15, $20 an hour. And her parents wouldn't let her do it because her parents, I think, were Baptists, and she wanted to sing at a Protestant church. And they told her, and they gave her this long explanation about how it wasn't, I don't know. I was there for it too. It was really fucking awkward because this was back when I was starting to enter my ultra edgy atheist point of view. And that definitely furthered my hatred for religion. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like these people, I don't know, dude. I hate it when I keep saying these people. But like when people are like, do you know how much hatred there is for Islam families when people come out as other religions? Like, dude, if you were in a Catholic family or a Baptist family or a fundamentalist family and you came out as another fucking religion, I can't even imagine, dude. Your parents would fucking disown you. Like, holy shit. Your parents would fucking disown you, dude. I'm pretty sure that's probably true of like all religions. How many religions are okay with their children coming out as different religions? Like, what the fuck?
Go ahead, take your time then.
Where'd you even come from, kid? You're fucking garbage.
You're terrible. Trust me. You're not even on my level.
And it was Dr. Disrespect. Dude, I apologize for that.
It's
Oh
okay.
my God.
It's okay.
Dude, I love this guy so much. I think this guy's my favorite streamer on Twitch.
No, I did not. I thought you were a punk kid. Nah, that's respect, Doctor. Good shit, dude.
I'll forgive you.
Dude, I love this guy so much. Oh my god. Did you see that 6-minute message at Daybreak after he got banned? Yeah, that shit was fucking hilarious. With the interstellar music. Trump calls NATO obsolete. He's already done this before. I don't know why you guys are linking this shit. I really don't give a fuck. He's already done it, dude. It's old fucking news. Did you see the all games done quick shuttle memes? No. Why are these good memes? Oh, I guess I have. Oh, shuttle memes. Yeah. Sorry, I thought it was gonna be an actual shuttle. Hell yeah, dude. This is a sick fucking burn. That guy fucking got him. He fucking got him, dude. Is this guy for real, dude? Hold on. Okay, here is the new rule for my stream. I'm gonna do 1 invite per day for people on Twitter. I'm gonna do 1 invite per day of people to come on, and then if they don't, then that's my 1 invite per day. Okay, so we don't get too caught up in this. it sucks that when it seems like, oh, I don't know how to phrase this without sounding super racist. I'm trying to think. Like, it sucks that like as a black person, it seems like for some time culturally, like you made it when like when you're dating a white person. It sounds really bad, but a lot of black people look down on that shit hardcore. Like if a black guy gets famous and then gets like a white wife, people are like, what the fuck, man? You fucking traitor motherfucker, right? Like that's like that was like the goal of like, isn't it the same for Asian men? Oh, maybe I'm not sure. I don't know fuck all about Asian culture, but I know that for black people, I know that's like a shady thing sometimes. We have like a brother that's doing really fucking well and is mad successful and shit, and then he marries a white chick, and you're like, damn, dude, the fuck. Show black girls some love, but everybody thinks black chicks are crazy. So I'm just kidding. They're not all crazy. That's not true. But it's just like the Serena Williams thing. Yeah, white women or black women do it too sometimes. Yeah, when a black woman gets marries a white dude or whatever. I thought only black women do that to black men when they get a white girl. Nah, because it this is like really complicated race relation dynamic shit. But it's basically like you got a bunch of people that are growing, getting successful. They've experienced racism and all this blah 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 shit. And you have a black guy and he's finally doing his being successful. Like, oh cool, that's awesome for you, dude. And then the black guy goes and marries a white chick, and it's like, oh damn. And then it happens like again and again and again and again, and it's like, oh. So I guess the goal of like a black dude, once he gets successful, is to get the fuck out of the black community, right? You move to a white neighborhood, you get yourself a nice white wife, and then you start acting white. You know what I mean, dude? And then you start causing trouble at Cheesecake when you know Drake loves to eat there. This place for families, dude. They don't need to know all of your... Got him, dude. Would you ever have children with a black woman? I think that when people are asked that question, it's a common question. People are, would you ever date a black girl? And people are usually like, I don't think I would ever date a black girl. Usually what you mean to say is, I have never met a black girl that I would want to date. I think is like the better way to phrase that. I've met some really cool black chicks. Damn, I knew a Sudanese chick, I think was the black people that we had at the casino, who was super fucking cool at the casino. Like I would have dated her if I had the opportunity to. I almost had a threesome with her and my wife, but she ended up leaving the fucking job. But she was super cool. Kuliani, I don't remember her fucking name. It was one of those weird fucking Sudanese flower names or some bullshit. But she was a super 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 cool chick. Yeah, I've met a few really cool black chicks. I met a couple in Miami that were really awesome. They could speak Spanish fluently and English. God damn. Yeah, I don't know. I think most people are probably cool. If you can find, I mean, most people have the opportunity to be cool. That's what I mean. Americans are strange. The proper way is to be colorblind. Nobody's colorblind. I don't think I believe that. Destiny really makes you think. Wait, what is this? I don't understand. What am I looking at? Oh, I'm sorry. PS4 and Switch. The particle effects? Gotcha. I understand. And the shading too. Damn. All the lighting from the portal as well on the floor versus the lighting on the bottom that's completely flat. Really makes you think. I wonder if the quality of the streams is the same too. Or the pictures, I'm not sure. If the textures are lower res here on the Switch versus the PS4, because these are higher, but it could just be the image is higher res, I'm not sure. I know they're both same size, but really makes you think, doesn't it? Who runs the server? I should yell it to fix spawns as I can't build on it. I don't think you're supposed to be able to build on the spawn, otherwise people would fill it with lava or something retarded like that.
Finally, here's one. How to date a white woman, a practical guide for Asian men.
This guy's eyebrows are so fucking strong. Holy shit.
That's one page too. Excuse me. Do you like Asian men? No. Thank you.
Wait, what's the issue with this? Wait, racism? I saw this. I've already seen this video. I watched this on Fox News. I thought that it was only a few people that were memeing. Wait, why are people so mad? I don't understand. Wait, what does this have to do with racism? Oh, thanks for the awesome content. You're a top tier memer. Thanks, Shockersify.
How to date a black woman. A practical guide to Asian men.
The issue is he's not funny. I don't know. I think he's kind of funny. Am I a bad person? Account name is Angry Asian Man. People don't understand comedy. I feel like this is a lot of... Hey, look. We found more groupthink. Okay. Hold on. Actually, I'm really curious. Let's do an analysis in this audience. Steve Harvey cannot believe anyone would like Asian men.
Finally, here's
Okay, I want you guys to, I had a message to the streamer. I want you guys to tell me, what do you think the joke is here? We'll listen to this for 30 seconds. I'm really curious. What do you think the joke is here?
Finally, here's one. How to date a white woman, a practical guide for Asian men. That's one page too. Excuse me. Do you like Asian men? No. Thank you.
Wait, what do you think is the joke here? I wonder if I'm the one with autism. I'm pretty sure I know what the joke is here. I don't think you guys understand what the joke is. Destiny, the joke is that the book is awkward as fuck, that there's a practical guide for dating white women. Aren't they just showing shitty dating books? Okay. The joke... Okay, I'll explain it, I guess. This is really hard to follow. That white women don't find Asian men attractive. No. Okay, thank you, Daft Punks. Good job, Daft Punks. If I could certify you as non-autistic, you would have gotten the certification. The joke is that it doesn't take a book to find out if a white woman likes an Asian guy. Exactly. So if you made a book, Dating for Gamers, How to Date a Woman If You're a Gamer, right? That's a book that's 2 pages long. Page 2, walk up to a woman. Hey, do you want to date a gamer? No. Thank you. That's all you need, right? That's the joke. There's no racism in any part of this fucking video. I've already watched this before. Like, I don't understand. People really fucking hate Steve Harvey. I think Steve Harvey is funny as fuck, dude. I don't know. I thought it was funny on Family Feud. People hate Steve Harvey because there's this video that goes around Reddit every 5 minutes where he's got some fucking retarded ass backward religious views. He's damn, dude. I mean, people that are religious are fucking retarded. I don't know. I don't know why people keep finding this surprising. But yeah, he's got some ass backwards religious views. He thinks atheists have no moral barometer, whatever the fuck that means. So people like hate every single thing that Steve Harvey does as a result. I don't know. I think Steve Harvey is pretty funny, dude. But yeah, people get mad as fuck at all that shit. You think every black man is funny as fuck? I don't think every black dude is funny. Even Sky Williams, you meant to being funny, even though you hate his guts. I don't hate his guts. I just think he's an idiot, but he's funny. I mean, I'm more in the right, I think, than you are in saying that Sky Williams is funny. I mean, he has a very successful channel. I mean, he's got almost 1 million YouTube subs. I think a lot of people agree with me. But I mean, he also says all that retarded religion stuff while he's divorced like 3 times. Yeah, sure, but I mean, the fuck, dude? I don't know. Religious people are fucking retarded. It doesn't mean you hate every single possible thing they do. People do this shit. People do this shit where they, where like if somebody says some fucked up stupid shit, all of a sudden every single thing they do has got to be demonized and vilified to the end of the earth. I don't know, dude. I mean, if that's how you like to roll, it's all good. I respect your hustle, okay? Do you think that, Lauren, do you think she ghost wrote? Do you think her book was ghost written? Fuck, dude. I prepared so hard for the economic side of that. I'm really irritated that I think there was a point in that debate where she said that I misquoted Boris, and I should have jumped on that statement really hard because I spent so much time preparing for the economic side of the debate, and she wouldn't give me anything on that end. Oh man, that was pretty irritating. It's like Reddit hating on Kanye or loving Kanye, depending on who you talk to. Whoa, boobs. Oh, Link.
Here, and this is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild running on the new Nintendo Switch. Now, I saw this and indeed captured this at the London event, and joining me to talk...
How's it going? Yep, that's exactly right.
Yeah, I can see instantly that you actually put your clothes on.
Yeah, we'll see a little bit of that later, I think, but... So this was actually my second time playing the demo. So I initially played it, and then they said, oh, you can capture it. So I went in for a second round. So I was already familiar with what I had to do here.
Good stuff. Yeah, so it's a very, I mean, what is it? We get like 20 minutes or something with it, and you can either follow the kind of narrative path that it lays out, or you can just sort of muck about and do whatever you want. Is that correct?
Yep, that's pretty much right.
I suppose we should get the kind of basics out of the way first. 720p, pretty much locked 30 frames per second when you're playing in handheld form.
That's right.
And 900p when you're playing docked with the HD TV.
Exactly right.
900p 60 FPS or 900p 30 FPS? Oh no. Really?
And I guess we're going to be taking a look at some of the frame rate metrics a bit later on, but overall I think we can safely say that even as things stand, performance isn't really an issue on this one.
It was a substantial improvement from the Wii U build that we had played earlier, even though that was perhaps an older build, so that version may have also improved. But here we're pretty much looking at a locked 30 frames per second most of the time, which I think is pretty important here.
Yeah, I mean, it really does represent a huge improvement over the E3 build on the Wii U that we saw, which
Damn, this guy really... Never mind.
was, 20 to 30 FPS, sometimes even lower, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that there's a strong optimization push on the Wii U version, because there's a lot of people out there balking at the price of the Switch, but they still want a great Zelda experience.
Exactly. And, well, first of all, right here in the video, actually, I was doing a little bit of edge counting.
People
but
seem
you
to
can
hate
also kind of
atheists because of our lack of moral code, while theists seem to start most wars over a fairy tale of religion.
Appreciate some of the image quality details going on here. It does look relatively clean for 900p, but I'm a little disappointed with the
Well, it looks relatively clean because they could probably get away with 900p a little bit more using the cell shaded memery, because they don't have as much of an excuse to have razor sharp quality of graphics. So the art style helps them get away with a lower resolution, but they don't use that lower resolution to achieve a higher frame rate. They're just totally cocked on hardware. Damn.
texture filtering there. It's pretty poor. But now, actually, I have to point out that we're about to switch over to a little bit of frame rate analysis just for a moment to show one of the only points in the entire demo where there was actually slowdown. So it typically seems to happen when there's depth of field on screen. So as I jump down here, you can see it kind of drops for a second, but then it jumps right back up.
Yeah, also alpha effects seem to cause the issue there.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I actually ran all of my 20 minutes of footage through our frame rate analysis tool, and it seemed to only drop once when there was like a massive screen-filling fiery explosion in one of my kamikaze runs against the enemies. So yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty much definitely the exception rather than the rule, whereas on the Wii U E3 build we saw it was kind of looking pretty rough throughout.
Yeah, it was pretty much dipping during every single combat sequence and often just exploring around. There was hitches and skips, whereas here it seems to be limited mostly to alpha effects and post-processing effects, though there is one moment later that we'll see where there's a little bit of a dip just running around, which may be a streaming issue. But really, we're looking at a very stable frame rate all around here. But, oh, yeah, check out the nice volumetric light shafts here in the temple. They actually remain visible even when the sun is off screen. Really, though, there's just a lot of strong art direction here, I think.
Yeah, I think in terms of artistic direction, obviously Nintendo can be the masters at this sort of thing, and it looks absolutely beautiful. What I will say, though, is that the screens that we were playing on at the event were really badly set up, and the aliasing just looked horrible on some of many of the games, including this one. And, again, I think that, well, there's no massive technological leap here. I think there is just the case that it's a simple Wii U port here, and we're getting just better performance simply by virtue of the more modern hardware.
Sure, it's definitely not a leap for a console, but I think it's the handheld mode that really impresses here, since we're getting visuals that greatly exceed what we've seen in the past, even on other more powerful mobile devices.
Do you guys remember this song? Never mind. Brexit memes. Uh-oh. Nintendo are projecting what the plan for Brexit is. The pound will drop to the level of the dollar or thereabouts. I doubt that the pound would fall that much, firstly. Secondly, I doubt Nintendo is projecting this. Thirdly, hasn't there been parody before like that in a really autistic way? Didn't like games used to cost the same amount of euros as dollars, even though euros were always worth more? Wasn't that true at one point in time, or am I making that up? Am I gonna watch Flash vs. J-Dog Broodword? No, what the fuck, dude? I haven't watched Broodword in fucking a long fucking time. Do you have a Jusky voice? What the fuck does that mean? I woke up a little bit ago, okay? European rights activist. WhiteGenocideProject.com. Nice meme.
Hi everybody, Stefan Moloney from Freedomain Radio. I hope you're doing well.
Oh no.
The good old hopey changey thing. Never really seems to change too much, does it? Usually goes just a little something like this. Describe your dream. Provide no freaking clue how that dream is to be actually achieved. Fail spectacularly, then blame others. Rinse and repeat, at least until you run out of other people's money. Like most of you, I had to listen to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech when I was in government schools, repeatedly, incessantly, every single year it seemed. Now, fortunately, I was already reading real philosophy, so I immediately pegged it for the dangerous sophistry that it was, and that it remains. I know. It's considered one of the crowning achievements of American oratory. But now, so many decades later, aiming at a dream seems to have landed us all in a nightmare. And perhaps we should take just a little bit of time to figure out what the hell went so spectacularly wrong.
I feel if you ever debate this guy, he'll do what Lauren did. I actually thought about this a decent amount yesterday. I think I put this guy like on the Athene shelf where I wouldn't want to talk to him. I don't think I actually would, dude. I'm not sure.
Ooh, I know. Here's the first clue. Dr. King's speech is called I Have a Dream, not I Have a Plan. Because I don't care about people's dreams. Come on, be honest. You don't care about people's dreams either. I do care about facts and...
Okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't think I would actually do it. I don't think I would actually talk to this guy. I don't think I could do it. This guy's fucking crazy. Okay. Listen, we're just gonna hang out in Minecraft for like 20 minutes while I wait for this guy to add... Oh, no, he did it. Oh, no, he actually just PM'd me and said 20 minutes. And then I'll talk to this dude, and then we're gonna play the wonderful game of League of Legends. You're a squid, you're a kid, you're a squid, you're a kid, you're a squid, you're a kid. Dustin, you fucking took the enchanting table, you piece of shit. Now I'll have to make my own. Listen, dude, you can do it. You're a big boy. I believe in you, okay? I believe in you, because you're a squid. You're a kid. You're a squid. You're a kid. You're a squid. You're a kid.
So far, so.
Oh my god, you're a squid!
What?
Your name is Squid. You're a squid.
Why do you come in here and start like shit posting?
Yeah, dog, did you not see me in chat?
You're
say,
a
"Are you
squid.
talking
Change your name to
me?"
Kid,
What-
dude, and we can sing the
What's
song.
your subscription do I have to get to where you just don't come in and ruin conversations?
Damn, Agadum. Better check your fucking attitude over there, boy. I thought you had to work today.
What? No.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm just kidding. How are we doing in Minecraft world today? Are you guys building beautiful houses?
I am. But I have to have it next to a Syrian shithouse, dude. It really lowers my property value.
Damn, really?
Yeah, dude. Actually, it's not long because it's pretty bad, dude. He has a portal just chilling on top of it.
Oh, look at all you guys on the server. Wow. Working hard. Good job, guys.
Destiny, were you interested in a Gwent painted key?
No, but I appreciate it, dude.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I need to pawn it off on somebody because I'm not gonna have the time to play it. So I figured I'd advertise it, and if anybody wants it, just message me.
Why can't you play it, dog?
Because I have work and shit to do.
Then why did you even get the key? Why'd you take it from somebody more deserving that would have actually played?
I didn't know. I didn't know I'd be busy this coming week.
Mm-hmm. Really makes you think, doesn't it?
Oh, well, you know, I didn't exactly time when I was gonna get it. When I put in my application in, what was it, September, October? Yeah, I could have really seen what was gonna happen in January.
Oh.
We didn't even know that Trump was gonna win. How am I supposed to know if I was gonna get a Gwent meeting?
That's a good point, dude. Turns out Destiny has what it takes to work in the FBI. What is the... Wait, what was the joke? I don't understand. Damn. So how are you guys doing today?
Another day alive.
Why are you so fucking quiet? You guys are so awkward.
Because we're doing stuff, that's why.
Chat bullied me, dude.
What did you do to get bullied?
I don't know, dude.
Really?
I said, dude, that's what I got to do, bullied, dude. Dude.
Okay, never mind. I think you need to be bullied a little more.
New sub, new favorite streamer, BTW happy birthday, keep up the good work.
So who's the next debate target?
Probably your fucking mom, Agadim.
I don't think she would agree to that. I mean, I can ask her.
I won a debate against her last night. We were arguing about whether or not she should let me stick it up her ass.
Who won that debate?
I'm sorry. Wait, what?
Who won?
I said I won the debate, dude.
Oh.
Someone stole all this dude's iron? Are you guys serious? Why the fuck are you guys stealing shit? I thought we were supposed to
dude. It's fucking... I'm fucking upset.
work together in harmony, guys. What the fuck?
Who the hell steals iron? That's
Tough
like
life.
not
And
even
that's
worth
all there is to
stealing.
steal.
I mean, Assyrian has diamond.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, guys, go steal fucking Assyrian shit. Don't steal mine.
Yeah, dude.
Look, it's bad enough I have to deal with creepers trying to blow me up. I don't need a serious fray.
Damn.
I almost blew up Assyrian's house. He doesn't have torches on it, and a creeper dropped on my head and exploded right in front of it.
That's legal griefing, actually, now that I think about it.
Just
Like,
eat
how
a
are you
horde
going to
of
catch the
creepers.
person who does that? There is no, like, it looks completely legitimate.
Except for someone had to be near.
Oh yeah, you'll die over and over, but it won't look like you're doing it.
Does somebody have a EXP grinder set up that I can just like leech off of? I'll be happy to trade for it.
Someone was claiming they had one last night, but I don't believe them.
Wait, I thought this was already up and working. Why don't we believe them?
I don't know that they've already found a skeleton spawner and set that shit up.
Yeah, finding a skeleton. Well, finding the spawner is the hardest part. Once you found it, grinder's not that
Yeah.
hard.
See, I didn't make any grinder jokes. Are you proud of me?
Am I supposed to be proud of you for being a decent human being?
Damn, dude.
Is that the level we've come to?
Well, based on 2011 Destiny style, yes.
Uh-oh.
Everybody tag Bodgay and tell him to fuck off.
Damn, Daniel.
An excuse to tell Bodgay to fuck off or to sign me up.
Bodgay the snitch? Who did Bodgay snitch on?
I don't know.
He snitched on people in TeamSpeak. That's where Bodgay the snitch comes from.
What did he snitch for?
Are you asking people to snitch now?
Yeah, dude, snitches get bitches, man.
You can't snitch on a snitch.
It's not snitching if you're stating a fact. I know Diamond spawns at what, 13, but what level does Lapis spawn at?
I think it's any level. I'm not sure, but it usually spawns around that level a lot.
I think it
That's where
spawns
I
at the
see it
same
the
level
most
iron
commonly.
does.
Can iron spawn at any level, or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, it can spawn at any
I
level.
think so.
I think it's any
It's like coal.
Can't coal spawn at any level, or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, yeah, you can.
What are you trying to say?
Whoa, Kane, did she really? How's life, Agatum?
It's going. I get paid today, so. Or I should say I am getting paid as we speak.
Damn. You know what I miss the most from being a normie wage memer that got paid bi-weekly?
Holiday PTO.
No. Because when you stream video games,
Normal
every day is a
PTO.
holiday.
An elephant is pregnant for 18 months.
Wait, what was I gonna say? Oh,
I have no
the
fucking
months,
idea, dude.
the months where you get paid 3 times, dude. Those are the sickest months. Right? Do you not care? Do you not have bills? Does this mean nothing to you?
I budget to the point where it doesn't matter.
Fuck you. What do you mean? You can't budget. Bills are typically monthly, and there are some months where you get paid 3 times. It's a fucking giant meme, dude. It's a bonus paycheck.
Yeah, but if you budget based on salary, it doesn't matter.
Who the fuck would ever do that?
A normal human
Wait,
being
so you
is
budgeted
paid by salary.
So wait, are you paid like on the 15th and 1st or something, or?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm talking about people that get bi-weekly paychecks like every other like Friday or something.
Yeah, every other two.
Yeah,
Okay. so-
fuck you.
How long has it been since you've seen Civilization Destiny? Forever?
What, like in Minecraft or in real
It's
life?
a
Yeah,
mouse,
didn't you run
not
miles away
pineapple,
from
you
everybody?
subhuman Amerifags.
Yeah, I ran them far away. Fuck you guys.
Doesn't matter. You're still gonna find a fucking tunnel. I guarantee it.
Probably. I'll dig from one end to the other. And I'll find 3 diamonds.
You guys want a tip? I don't know how bad you guys are at the game. I can give you a diamond tip if you need one.
Tip.
Do you? So firstly, you're always mining at depth 10, right? Don't do any of that cuck.
I usually do 11.
Nah, don't do that cuck shit, dude.
I don't want to dig into lava.
You just have to dig one. Make sure you're digging at the one at face level, and you'll always have warning before you get there. Don't be a cuck. Dig at 10. So look, you're already digging suboptimal, okay? So dig at 10 if you want, okay? Also, if you find diamonds, you know never to mine that shit, right?
Yeah, you dig around that shit, and so you don't drop it in lava.
No, what the fuck? You find diamonds, you can't mine them until you have a fortune pickaxe. So find diamonds, mark them on your map, only mine enough so you've got a diamond pickaxe, and then wait until you have a level 30 fortune 3 enchantment on a pickaxe, then come back and mine them so you get more, right?
By then, someone's robbed him, though.
We'll put a sign.
I've literally gone through other people's mine shafts and robbed them of fucking diamonds and shit that they overlook.
Fucking
So
put a sign down and fucking mark that shit then. God damn, you guys are fucking horrible.
A sign's gonna stop people?
Yeah, man.
they don't have any plugins right now though, so I'll just show the sign and then. I mean, I would never do that.
Didn't you just say you did it? Like literally just now.
No, I didn't
Well,
hear shit.
no, because nobody's marked their shit with signs.
You have to put a stake, a claim on the ground. And if somebody else tries to drink your milkshake, you can report it to the admins and we'll fucking ban them, dude. Stakes will be respected. Property rights are everything in this server.
So it's no PvP, but unless I decide to enact a, what is it, my castle doctrine?
Yes,
whatever.
that is a PvP-able offense. I will make that rule right now. If you have a house and somebody enters your house against your will and you see them in there, that is a legitimate PvP-able moment, okay?
Can I enact a siege my castle doctrine, or siege your castle doctrine then?
No.
What if I do passive-aggressive shit, like set up a TNT catapult that like launches TNT?
I don't think you understand what
just
passive-aggressive
outside your-
means.
That's pretty passive-aggressive.
That sounds pretty
That's pretty
aggressive. I don't think that's passive-aggressive.
He just launched TNT at you?
It's not hitting his property.
What does that have to do with anything?
Did you?
It's not an aggression against him or his property because it's not hitting his property.
But he's hitting you, so why? What does that have to do with
No, nobody's hitting me. I'm just.
There is a picture.
Oh, if he just makes a TNT cannon and just like stares at you with it without doing shit.
No, I'm firing shit. It's just landing outside his property.
There is a picture that I wanted to be true so badly, but I'm almost positive there's no way it can be true. Do you see the one where the husband loses the house in like a divorce, and then he buys all the property around it and like excavates it so that it's just this dirt, disgusting.
Like a fucking moat.
Pretty much, yeah. I've always wondered if that was true or not. I feel like it's gotta be fake, but I've never wanted anything to.
There's
be
some
true.
crazy ass people, dude.
Yeah, but crazy ass with that much money and willing to waste that much money getting it okayed by the city and everything. Like, I don't know.
Every day when you're
Maybe.
walking down the street,
Maybe you just.
everybody
I mean, it's
that
just
you meet
land,
has
right?
an
It can only
original
increase in
point of
value.
view, and I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, where you can learn to work and
Especially if
play
you
and
dig a
get
giant
along
moat
with
pit.
each other.
DW. Hey, did you guys ever watch Arthur growing up?
Yes.
Yeah, dude, that's how I know how to spell aardvark.
Aardvark, right?
Yeah.
Me too, dude. God damn. Wait, Mannequin was German? I thought Mannequin was Dutch.
Yeah, I am Dutch. It's a meme. You always say I'm not Norwegian.
No, you're
Other
from
people say
Norway
I'm
and you're Dutch.
Wait,
That's what
what's
they
the
call people
difference?
from Norway. What are you guys talking about? Stop fucking
Okay.
trolling me, dude.
I'm from Norway.
Fucking got him, dude.
Yeah, you fucking got me down. Need some leather. Blue Pancho, get in here. I need your help.
Look at these foreign guys forming their own fucking houses and shit, their own enclaves. God damn.
Their own communist dreamland.
Is gentrification considered passive-aggressive?
Is what?
Gentrification.
Oh.
It's actually very aggressive.
Oh
Forget
shit!
passive.
Blue Pancho doesn't even have tier 2 subscription. What a fucking pleb.
Okay,
Hang
listen.
on.
New rule on the server. If you want to destroy somebody's house, you can do it, but you can only do it through eminent domain. So if somebody has a house that you want to destroy, you have to build really awesome buildings next to their house, and you have to build it too, like one on each side, and then you have to give them like a 2-day warning that they have to leave. Otherwise, you're allowed to destroy their house, okay?
Oh, that's what I plan on doing with November's. He's like 500 blocks away, and he lives in a little shit shack. But I
Alright.
plan on just building a wall and encroaching on him.
There you go, dude.
Actually, you
I'm gonna say that it's because he doesn't pay his taxes, and then eventually I'll just seize the land.
Ah, it doesn't have to do anything with taxes, but sorry, go ahead.
you should just actually build an entire castle around this house.
There you
and
go.
then he can't get back in.
Yeah, there you go.
And then technically you're still not destroying his house. That's what I would do at least.
Give a subscription. Who do you want to do?
Uh-oh.
Blue Pancho.
Can we set up a Minecraft homeowners association?
Oh god.
Somebody goes around and makes sure your shit is up to par. That would be fucking. Otherwise, you get evicted. God
Mem.
damn.
It sounds like Cake's job.
Any structures higher than 60 blocks, and your property gets taken.
And there's a lot of people with floating houses.
Hmm.
Is this server bugged? Does anybody else roll Silk Touch on fucking everything? God damn. It's disgusting.
I haven't enchanted yet.
Oh. My bad.
If you have Silk Touch, you can just mine the diamonds and wait for fortune.
I've already got fortune. I roll Silk Touch on so many fucking things. I don't know why.
I'm getting a lot of unbreaking.
Daily reminder that diorite is useless, looks awful, and should be burned.
Dude, you put them. You know that you can stack those things and make smooth diorite, right?
Yes. Smooth diorite looks no better.
It looks really good, actually. Well, I'm gonna send over
Diorite.
the HOA person, and they're gonna talk to you about that, okay? Because diorite is gonna be a requirement at the gates of every good piece of property, all right?
I'm moving out. Fuck it.
Okay, this guy messaged me on Skype. He said he's ready. Oh shit, are you guys ready? Are you guys 1, 2, 3, 4? Are you guys excited? We can start our memes off fresh. Damn, you see me roll that protection 4 like a fucking god? You see me roll that protection 4 like I didn't even fucking give a fuck? Oof. Feels good. This fire protection boots don't give you any protection from lava, right? I'm pretty sure that's true. You can walk on lava with them on? Wait, really? I thought it was some weird shit. Or maybe I'm thinking of blast protection or something. Where something looked really good, but it actually didn't help you with fucking, like, anything. Huh. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Why do I have, like, no coal? No lava protection? But what? But it won't set you on fire. Oh, like that sounds right. Oh shit. I have no chest organization right now, okay? I understand it looks bad. 40 blocks of iron, god damn. But it's supposed to look bad, okay? Because I don't give a fuck. Is this guy gonna fucking get on Skype? He said he was ready. Wait, I have no way to get food here. Oh shit, I just realized that. I brought seeds with me though, didn't I? I only brought 4 seeds. Oh shit. No way, I thought I brought 64. I thought I had a whole stack. Oh shit, here we go, boys. Uh-oh, are you excited?
Of course. Always.
Oh, and you're a Brit bonger. Wait, what is this reference to destroying me on American dentistry?
Do you not remember? Yeah, it's been a while. I've been a chatter for a while. We had a conversation previously. I was talking about Americans getting their wisdom teeth out and saying how it was, I don't like to use it, but retarded. The fact that what percentage of Americans get their wisdom teeth out before they ever become a problem, and the fact that only something like 5% of wisdom teeth ever cause trouble. And it was just a way for the American Dentistry Association to make more money out of you hard-earning Americans.
Oh, well, damn, dude. I kind of remember this. This was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a while. And then we had a discussion about, what was it? How population had got older over time. And you said it was only because people had stopped dying younger. And I said that was insane that you thought that.
Oh,
and
no, that's absolutely true.
Me.
Oh, I
It's
probably
absolutely
ban you.
not.
No, that's absolutely true. There's
It's
literally
not.
a Wikipedia article dedicated to people like you. Go and read it. It's called Life Expectancy versus Lifespan.
Yeah, and then if you carry on reading, it'll actually say that although it contributes to, it's not the primary reason for it. The primary reason for it is advances in medicine and.
Sure, but like our lifespans have increased, but not
Yeah.
anywhere near as dramatically as our life expectancies, right?
Oh no, I completely agree.
Yeah, people never died of old age when they were like 35 or 40, right? People like Aristotle and shit that live into their 70s. Maybe we disagreed, or maybe we miscommunicated, but there are people that will make... Did I ban you? Were we listening to a Sam Harris argument when we did this?
Yeah, yes, we did.
I remember, yes,
you
because
remember.
people like, yeah, he did it. He made the mistake. Some people will phrase it, and they make it sound like... maybe, maybe in 50 years, it'll be normal to be running marathons when you're 150, right? and the argument that he was making is when people back in the day, like, well, people died, the life expectancy was 35 years old. Like when you hit 35, you just, started to get sick and die. But that's not at all what happened. It was factoring in infant mortality and all sorts of other types of diseases and sick. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, probably a bit of Chris Wise.
Okay, so what, okay, so...
You wanted to educate me?
Yeah, what? So you were tweeting because you took issue with my heavy criticisms of anecdotal reporting? What?
It's not anecdotal reporting I had a problem with. The fact that one statement you made and then carried on to reinforce about it meaning nothing reporting on the ground, whereas it means, 50% of everything. It's one side to everything that proves any statistical data is reporting on the ground.
Okay, what do you mean by reporting on the ground?
So Lauren went to the Calais jungles. She interviewed about 100 people, probably not random, let's be honest. She probably handpicked who she wanted to pick. But she said she spoke to one Syrian out of 100 people. What max capacity, it was about 7,000 people in Calais jungle. And you were saying how it doesn't matter that she interviewed 100 people because it wasn't a subset of not a representative subset of the people there. Whereas I would completely disagree. 100 people out of 7,000 might not be a fair representation, but it's a big enough number to get a pretty good representation of the people there, plus all the supposed anecdotal evidence from other people that were there. It all adds up. They're not interviewing the same 100 people over and over again.
Okay, when somebody says cross-sectional study, does that mean anything to you?
Yeah. It means it's a fair representation of the people. So if there's 1,000 people and 1,000 people, you could ask 100 other people, and those 100 people would represent what those 1,000 people's views were, or blah, blah, blah.
Okay, exactly. So let's say that we set up a little play world, okay? And let's say that we have a population of 100,000 people, okay, in this little play world, okay? So let's say that of those 100,000 people, let's say 33% are Asian, 33% are black, and 33% are white, okay? If I were to go on the ground, and I were to do on-the-ground reporting of 100 people, and all of those people were Asian, or if 95 were Asian, 2 were black, and 2 were white, this wouldn't be very good reporting. In fact, it would actually be worthless, right? Unless you hardcore...
With those numbers, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so then what do we disagree with?
Well, with those numbers, at a peak of a 7,000...
But you just admitted that Lauren probably wasn't doing a lot of, hardcore data analysis to make sure that she was getting an accurate cross-section of the people.
You're absolutely right. But how many studies do you quote, or do other people quote, that have got exactly the same criteria that Lauren does?
I don't usually quote anything like that. No, that where they go well, this guy interviewed 25 people. Look at how right he is. I don't think I try not to ever quote anything like that. No, of course not.
Not just you, but a lot of people do it.
I'm not talking about a lot of people, Doug.
All right, you personally, the majority of people that use mainstream media sources will just quote a mainstream media source, and their study will be, a 2% study that they've handpicked to fit their agenda.
When you say 2% study, 2% doesn't mean anything, right? 2%, that could be a lot of people. And if it's done well, it could be better than a 30% or 20%. People don't even realistically poll this large of a percentage of people ever. You're never getting a study that's polling, more than a very
This
small
is what
percent.
I was saying on Twitter. It's quantitative versus qualitative. Just because she didn't do, over 100 people doesn't mean it's not a fair representation, or it's not, enough of a polling to understand some of the issues.
It's not so much whether it's fair or not, more that it's worthless was the argument that I was making.
Yeah, that was the argument you're making, and
it's
to say it's worthless is just not right.
But it's absolutely right.
Well, that's absolutely not. That's how psychology itself works.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's qualitative data. You
Let's
ask
say
people.
that I want to find out. Let's say that I want to find out if Omaha is going to vote for Trump or Hillary Clinton. Okay. If I go to Regency, which is the rich neighborhood around here, and I knock on 100 doors, okay, and I poll all those people, I'm going to get an answer that is very different than if I go way out west into Nebraska, into a rural area, and knock on 100 doors and find, or even more west into Omaha, or if I go north into Omaha and I pull all the blacks, or if I go south into Omaha and I pull all the Mexicans.
Can I just stop you? I completely agree with what you're saying. But the straw man argument you're making here is a numbers argument.
No, I'm not. I'm making
the questions she's asking are qualitative, not quantitative. Doesn't matter the amount of people she asked. That's why I was saying it doesn't. She only asked 100 people out of 7,000. It's the type of thing she was asking them, the type of interview she was doing.
Okay, but the problem is she uses qualitative statements and then extrapolates that to make a quantitative analysis. So your argument, for instance, is that she's asking somebody how they feel about a particular thing, which is an okay type of reporting, right? And then you could go on to say that, well, this person felt this thing, blah, 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 which is totally fine. That's a good qualitative argument or a qualitative presentation, right? But then to go a step further and say, well, you can see that a large number of people feel this way because of the people that I interviewed. Well, now you're taking a qualitative measurement and you're trying to extrapolate it into some quantitative argument that you didn't do the proper data analysis to make.
But you're absolutely right. But it's a fair assessment to make.
No, it's
when
not.
It is when
It's
that's
not.
the only data you've been presented.
It's still not. No, that's not how that works. If I were to go into, okay, let's say that I find out how many people in Omaha want to merge school districts together, and I go to the poorest school district in Omaha, and I pulled 100 people, and I say, look, 98% of people in Omaha want to merge school districts, and I'm like, dude, your data analysis is really bad. You pulled everybody in North Omaha. That's not fair. And I'm like, well, it's the only data I've got, dog.
So what does that tell you? That further investigation, at least that further investigation needs to be done. That more needs to be done, more questions need to be asked, more people need to be asked. It's a start to where you can advance on. It's not worthless at all.
It is, because you would never cite that anyway.
Itself is built from the minimum.
No. It's worthless because of the way you present it, okay? If that stat was presented as these were, I don't even know how these were 100 people sampled from this neighborhood in North Omaha, that is a good piece of data. Now you can use that because you can contextualize that and analyze that appropriately. You cannot call that a poll of Omaha, right? Lauren doesn't say, well, I went to this neighborhood and I found these people in this way, and then I talked to them to figure out how they felt. She extrapolates that to entire cities or entire regions and says, you can easily see that Luxem or whatever the fuck these places are totally fucked, and I know because I went on the ground and did reporting there. Bitch, you went on the ground and talked to a few people in one spot or in a couple spots. That's not representative. How are you getting these people? Do they represent all of the different groups?
Because one person or two people or 100 people have had something and that affects them, that doesn't count.
No, it doesn't.
That is just not true, though, is it? If something affects 100 people, it still affected 100 people.
But it doesn't. But it's irrelevant to a large majority of people. To the majority of people.
No. It's a starting point. If 100 people are affected by something,
but it's not.
That's where you start.
If I go to TwitchCon and I go to the VIP lounge and I do a poll on how many people can make a living playing video games, 70-80% of people might respond, yeah, you could very easily quit your job and make a living playing video games. This is worthless data. I can't extrapolate this.
Then you can compare it to it as a nation as a whole or a population as a whole. Again, it's a starting point.
What is it a starting point of?
Well, the fact that she's on the ground asking questions is more than the majority of what mainstream media report on. They report on the same old arguments that have gone on time
polls
again.
And statistically relevant data? These are bad things? You need to go on the ground and talk to a couple people to get a better idea of what's going on than widespread data analysis?
What you think that Calais, what she was talking about at the time was the Calais jungle camps. You think there was widespread data analysis that was done with empirical evidence time and time again, with scientific studies that were only released in the community and assessed time and time again? Or do you think it was a couple of journalists that went in, asked a couple of questions and got out as quick as they could because it's a shithole?
There may or may not be, but even if you're doing all you can, you still have to be cognizant of the limitations of your analysis. So if Lauren was saying something, but
it's not worthless, though, is it? That's the whole point. What she was saying isn't worthless.
Okay,
it's just not enough to prove that the whole.
Yes, what she was saying wasn't worthless completely, but in the context that she was presenting it, it was worthless. So, for example, if I were to bring those the 100 poor people in North Omaha that were surveyed about school, whether or not we should do one school district, technically that data isn't worthless. It is a good data on what those people in the neighborhood thought. But if I were to bring that to what do the people of Omaha think, that is worthless data. It doesn't tell me anything. It's only a small subset of people, right?
It does in that context, yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to say.
But when she's making the argument that immigrants are whatever cause an increase in crime or whatever, then that is statistically relevant.
But no, but it's not.
Weren't there previously and they are there now. Then
because I can go and I can find any neighborhood that has a lot of immigrants. I could probably find neighborhoods that have almost no crime. I could probably find neighborhoods that have a fuck ton of crime. I could probably find neighborhoods that are ultra progressive on women's rights. I could probably find neighborhoods that think that all women should be locked in the fucking basement unless their husbands let them out. Right? You can pick and choose.
Yeah, and you're more statistically likely to find those extremes in certain communities and certain cultural areas.
But again, even to extrapolate to different cultural areas, you would have to make sure that the data that you're collecting is done in a responsible way so that you're actually getting good data that represents a large amount of people and not just the few people that you're talking to.
But I said I agree with that. but it was a good starting point. It's not worthless.
Okay, but
it's something to
Lauren
build
wasn't
on.
presenting it as a starting point. She was presenting it as de facto evidence that these whole areas were fucked. If somebody, listen, I'm a reasonable person. I think you think I'm a reasonable person.
I agree. Yeah.
So if somebody would have come up to me and say, I went to the African whatever fucking bullshit and I, you know, and I went to this tribal bullshit or this ghetto in fucking Europe and I surveyed, you know, like 50 people and I found this information and, you know, the people in this neighborhood thought some, you know, pretty crazy fucked up shit. Then what could I possibly say to that? Then I'd be like, okay, yeah, wow, those people thought some pretty fucked up shit, okay? I could never say that that's worthless or that's bad. But when somebody says, I went to this region and I went on the ground and I talked to 50 different people, as you can tell, all immigration in this country is fucked. Then of course I'm gonna say, the fuck are you talking about? Your data is worthless. It does not, it doesn't make that assertion. It doesn't support
She wasn't making it from that one point. That's what I'm saying.
She was, though.
That was one of her points she was making. So she uses the Calais, she uses the different cities in Germany, she uses the Luton example in England, she uses loads of different arguments. If you look on Twitter, the French video that she retweeted
but the problem is
today
that,
or
like,
yesterday.
I've got in my inbox right now, I've got like 7 different emails from people that live in these regions that are all saying like, oh, she's lying, like I live here, like this region is perfect.
And I'm the one, and I'm a guy who's and it's true.
Okay,
I live in
well,
the UK,
that's great.
and I've absolutely seen over the past 15 years a cultural change in immigration in this
That's
country.
awesome, dude. I'm glad you have, but I've gotten emails from people that have lived in areas of Germany and the United Kingdom that insist that this kind of shit is fucking retarded and that these changes don't happen. So who do I believe?
Well, because if you keep asking those people, I'll bet you a pound to a pinch of shit that they don't live in the areas that they're affected.
Okay, and they would say that if I were, and those same people that email me say, why, go to my YouTube comment section. Why do these people comment on areas they never lived? I've lived here my whole life. You can find tons of people that say shit like this. Like,
it was a bad
that will say things to you like, oh, this guy has probably never lived, this guy probably lives in some white area and only visits this area like once every like decade and thinks he has any idea what's going on, right? So how do we rectify this? How do we bring together all of your points of view and get an accurate picture of what's going on? This is where good statistics
Collection of
and
lots
data,
of different data entries, yeah.
Yeah, lots of
so
data
they all
analysis.
build up, right?
No,
So
no,
from-
no.
They don't,
Not
so
all
just
of the-
one study of everything would
No,
be best,
I'm
yeah?
saying that you don't go and grab a bunch of crazy, biased, anecdotal things and try to put them together into some hodgepodge of bullshit to get an idea of
Everything's
what's going
biased.
on. No,
Everything.
I'm saying that you have to start from the start. You have to get an accurate collection of data using similar, like, for instance, let's say that I'm trying to find out the radicalization of a religious group of people in some country, whether it's Muslims or Christians or whatever, right? First of all, you can't take different studies because the questions have to be worded exactly the same, okay? Because if they're worded even a little bit, right? The way that the data is presented has to be exactly the same, whether it's multiple choice, whether it's fucking essay or whatever, however you're collecting the data, right? The way that you collect the data has to be done in similar measures, right? You have to control for all of these variables. When you're doing anything involving sociology or widespread studies of people, you cannot just say like, well, this guy surveyed 100 Muslims and 90 were extreme. This guy surveyed, 1,000 and only 24% were extreme. No, you have to be on the same page with everything to make sure that these studies are giving you good data that you can use to actually understand what's going on. You can't just take a bunch of different anecdotes and assume that they all use the same scientific rigor to come to their answers and conclusions and then throw them together and think that you're getting an accurate picture of things. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I completely do understand that. But when you have so many studies giving the same sort of answers, whether they're the same answers or not, you're telling me that that's not a data point to start from. You don't think that these people have a valid argument.
But the people are so biased in the way that they approach things. Why would I want to go into, like, depending on which sources I decide to take, I can come up with any answer I want. Do you see the problem with that? Like, you're literally shopping for data at that point. Why not find an organization like Gallup or somebody who's responsible for doing large amounts of polling data, right? And have these people go into an area, use their, data analysis from government-provided stats to find out what would be a good cross-sectional study to accurately summarize what all of these people think, and then do that data collection and then get an opinion that way, rather than rather than I looked at every study that Breitbart and the rebel media did, and I know that all of these fucking people are fucked in the head. Well, these are all people.
I agree. Quoting from Breitbart is a non-starter. I agree. It's like we're arguing the same point apart from like specifics. I agree that perfect study would be the best way to do it. However, when you don't get that because there's such a bias in everything, because everyone's got a view, everyone sponsors a view, everyone wants a specific outcome, what you've got to do is, extrapolate from the numbers you have got. And that's what she does.
It's almost better to use no data, because when you start extrapolating from bad data, people don't know if that data is bad and they will run with those results. For instance, let's say that there is a city and I don't know what the crime rate is between black people and white people, okay? I have no idea. Let's say that I go to a neighborhood and I don't know anything about it, and I start knocking, and I knock on 5 doors, and I find out that of those 5 doors, 4 of them are homes to black people, and I find out that 4 of them are 4 different families all have had 1 arrest in the immediate family, right? Now, I don't know if it's a bad or good neighborhood. I don't know anything about it, and we don't have any other data collection. Is it responsible for me to say, based on the only polling available, 80% of black families have crime in them? Is that responsible? Is that a good thing?
It's responsible to say that this is what the outcome was. Obviously, something needs more investigations.
Okay, that's okay, but that's not how that headline will get passed around. It'll be posted as 80% of black people crime, 80% of families prone to crime, 80% of families. That's what'll get passed around in the media over and over and over again, because people are reporting on bad data that was collected irresponsibly that may or may not represent reality. Like,
no, but I completely agree with what you're saying. But apart from the fact that you're saying no data is better than some data, I don't see how that's possible in any way.
Because bad data leads you to bad conclusions and is worthless. It doesn't get you anywhere. It's not that any data is better than no data. That's like saying that's like if you were starving to death and you would say that anything you put in my mouth is better than nothing. So you eat rocks. It doesn't make sense. Rocks don't help you, right? And they can hurt you, right? I don't know how big of a rock you can eat.
But you wouldn't know until you've tried.
Okay, I haven't tried personally before, but based on my very limited understanding of biology, I'm pretty sure that we would have a hard time digesting rocks, okay?
No. What I'm saying is you wouldn't know that until some sort of analysis has been done. So whether someone's tried it or analysed the rocks, whatever.
Okay, but the problem is when you put data out there, typically what you're doing is you're putting the data out there for people to draw conclusions from. If you want people to do more studying, then you go to an organization like Gallup or somebody that's responsible for polling or data analysis, and you would say, hey, here are my preliminary findings. Can you go and do some? You would never report these findings to the media.
That's not how that works at all. When someone does a scientific study, they don't just go to one organization to study it. They
but we're not talking about scientific studies. We're not talking about scientific studies. We're talking about bullshit. We're talking about bad data.
On the ground, asking people questions, recording data to say on scientific study.
No, it's incredibly limited in scope, and it doesn't give you a good representation of the entire area. Dude, I'm not even arguing like opinion with you. This is just statistic fact. Ask anybody. Go find somebody that's gone to school to do stats or psych or sociology or anything. They will tell you exactly what I'm telling you. I promise you that anybody with any level of education in this field, I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm telling you that data collection is something that has to be very, very, very carefully done in order to make sure you're getting an accurate assessment. People in the United States who make their living collecting data, who try their hardest to collect data correctly, still got it wrong in the presidential election. And they still had it fucked up for Hillary Clinton being right. And these are people whose job it is to collect data, right? That's how difficult it is to collect data correctly. It's very, very hard to do. So when you tell me, well, if one little
right. So should no one have reported anything then? Because it wasn't done accurately enough. No one should have said anything.
No, they did it, but they did it. They did it to the best of their models, and the models will be adjusted accordingly. Maybe Democrats won't be sampled as much. They'll adjust it accordingly because this is how science works. If you make a mistake, you move on.
Right?
Okay, but what I'm telling you is that people whose jobs it is to collect and whose livelihoods thrive on getting accurate answers aren't even able to do it all the time perfectly. I'm not going to listen to some college dropout who go to a jungle and survey 15 people and then think that that opinion means anything. Like,
but that's a completely different point to what we're arguing. It doesn't mean it's meaningless, does it?
But it kind of does. It does.
So
it's not worth anything.
It's only
to me.
meaningless if it's someone who dropped out of college. I don't understand your point.
No, it's meaningless when somebody isn't applying a rigorous standard to the type of people that they are surveying, that isn't doing a rigorous type of data collection. Whatever data collection they do is going to be worthless, and extrapolations made from it are going to be not only possibly incorrect, but potentially damaging and definitely irresponsible.
Might be irresponsible, it doesn't mean it's worthless. It's a basis. It's a basis for something.
Then anything is a basis then. If you agree with that, then I could literally make up a stat and it could be a basis. Do you agree with that?
No.
Why? It's a basis.
You can't just
it's a
make
start.
something up.
Why not?
That's why she's actually asked people.
Who
People that have
cares?
gone
But
through things,
but you could
what's
get any
happened to
opinion.
them.
But you can get any opinion out of any group of people ever. I could find Nazi Jewish sympathizers if I were to ask the right people in the fucking 40s. I'm sure you could find some Nazis that were uncomfortable with killing Jewish people. But that doesn't mean that everybody that I could extrapolate would be like, well, this is a good basis. The majority of Nazis must disagree because 4 out of 5 of these Nazis that I surveyed were these are worthless, statistically worthless points of data. Like, I guess it's nice for a YouTube video, but that's it.
I don't know what to say. We'd have to agree to disagree, because you're saying going out and asking someone else. I might not be.
Here's my goal for you.
I might not finish my degree, but I am a first year, 9 months into my degree on economics, philosophy, and psychology, and it's certainly the qualitative versus quantitative data is appreciated.
Are you in school right now, or are you working?
Yeah,
you're in school right
both.
now. You do both. What are you going to school for?
Yeah. I just said economics, philosophy, and psychology.
Okay. Find a grad student who you do economics and psych?
Yeah. Yeah. Look at my Twitter profile.
Okay, I'm not sure. Fuck. I don't know, dude. I don't understand. Are you first year, second year?
First year, yeah.
First year?
Like I said, I'm only 9 months in. I've only done 5 essays. Maybe I'm completely wrong and it's all going to change second, third, fourth, whatever.
Okay, yeah, because when you start getting into your economics degree, things like data collection are like so fucking crucial. Like, everything depends on the data you collect, and you can draw horrible conclusions from incorrect. Like, I would say, like, if you could find like a junior or senior studying in any of your fields and bring them on without talking to them first, and we could all have a conversation. Like, we could go in that direction. I don't have access to educated students because I don't go to fucking school anymore. But like, I guarantee you, or if you ask around, and you never have to tweet at me again or say, but if you ask around, like if you ask a professor in sociology or economics, or if you ask any grad student or higher, and you say something like, hey, if you were to go around and survey, like 100 people, but you weren't rigorous in your data collection, do you think that anything meaningful can be extrapolated from these results? I think every single person will say, no, these results are almost entirely meaningless, and the value of these is incredibly limited, probably to only the 100 people that you surveyed, and that's all. You cannot draw or extrapolate anything from this incredibly poorly collected data, right? Like,
no, because the type of questions, how they're asked and whatnot, still an information set. It's
but
still data that can be extrapolated on.
Are you familiar
Maybe
with...
not the way that Lauren's pushing it, but it's still data that can be extrapolated. I don't understand why that's
at this point
that's worthless.
Okay, you're doing psych. Do you know what a case study is for psychology?
Yeah, of course.
Sure. So a case study, oh, dude, I'm talking a little bit out of my comfort zone, but I'm pretty sure that case studies were things where you would study an individual and you would take information that you would know, and then you would kind of, and you would write a lot of qualitative data down about an individual, and you would try to figure things out based on an individual, but you would have to be really careful extrapolating anything from a case study to general society. I can give you one example of this.
Basically.
In psychology, are you familiar with the term dissociative personality disorder?
Yeah.
Okay, dissociative personality disorder, that entire disorder was based on a single case study of a woman who later came out and said that she made everything up. And I don't even think it's in the DSM anymore. In the DSM-5, I don't think that psychologists even believe it's a real thing anymore. For multiple personalities, right? Dissociative personality disorder. I don't think it's even believed anymore. And all of that information was based on just a single case study, right?
Well, multiple personality syndrome is definitely in DSM.
Is it?
Yeah. We'd have to Google it, obviously. It was called like split personality, things like that. That was all closed off, but it's
multiple personality.
Dissociative.
Well, dissociative was multiple personality. I could be wrong. I don't know if some of the psych meme background is here, but I thought that they tossed almost everything. I thought that they tossed almost everything because the lead case study the girl, they made a movie about her called like Sybil or some shit, who had like 20 or 30 personality. She like ended up coming out that she'd made like everything up, so they had to rethink a lot of what they understood about this.
But I think maybe it's the wording you're using then. Maybe I'm being too critical. It's again because you've used the word almost. They've almost thrown out everything, and it's almost worthless. Maybe that's just hyperbole. But when you do it on Twitter in front of thousands of people, saying stuff like that, it's just just as hyperbolic as Lauren using her subset to prove that immigrants are bad people or whatever.
Okay, I think my statement is more scientifically responsible than her statements are. I think that my statement of you shouldn't draw any conclusions whatsoever from this data. You cannot extrapolate any kind of idea from this data, and this data should be taken like at face value, literally. Like this is 50 people surveyed in this region.
All
This is
data
what these,
should.
No. This is, well, sure, but this is 50 people surveyed in this region. This is what these 50 people think. And it might be indicative of maybe this hyper-specific area they came from, what the thought is there. What? But yeah, but you cannot extrapolate that even to an entire neighborhood or even to definitely not to an entire city. Like,
I don't know what to say. Yeah, I of course agree that you couldn't extract it over a certain city, but I think you could extract it over a similar subset of people depending on what information was gathered. I know we're having this argument. We don't even know what specific information was got.
but she doesn't either, so it doesn't. The burden isn't on me. If somebody says I surveyed 100 people and this is what I got, this is good data, and I'm like, dude, what do you mean? What surveyed 100 people? Are like, well, you don't even know where it came from. It could be right. That's not how that works.
What? No, you haven't seen the data she's recovered either. You just said,
but
no,
she
it's
didn't
not
say.
real.
She never claimed that she used any sort of scientific rigor in pulling it, and I think she admitted as much. I think so. Yeah, I'm not going to assume that she went through any sort of rigor in collecting her data if she didn't present it that way. Of course not.
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Do you assume that if somebody goes up to you, if some guy went up to you and was like, hey, like, I surveyed 100 people and this is what I found, would you assume that he did, like, all of the necessary rigor to make sure that his data collection was accurate, that the questions were asked exactly correctly, that he was doing an accurate cross-section study?
If a journalist came up to me and said it, I'd assume that they'd done the same amount of scientific...
Okay, I'm only a video game streamer, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but do you think that somebody that works for, like, an online YouTube media thing counts as a journalist? These are people
Yeah, she's a journalist. She's someone who reports on the news, yeah.
So you think that all journalists between all YouTube and everything and like real media, these all have the same standards of journalistic integrity?
No, of course not. No. But
okay,
I
then
think
why would you take what they say at
all
face
media
value?
provides a bias on something.
Okay,
no matter
but
how
those biases
what they show, they'll spin a bar on it. They can bias on it.
Okay, so do you think that
show it two different ways?
Do you think that the spin from CNN is going to be the same type of spin as Breitbart, just in the opposite direction?
Yeah. Wait, sorry, CNN. I don't know what CNN is. I know Breitbart's alt-right, new right,
Okay,
whatever.
do you think that like the spin, or do you think that the spin that you would get from the BBC or the Independent or the Guardian? Oh, no, here. Do you think that the spin that you'll get from like the Guardian or the Independent is going to be the same type of spin as you would get from the Daily Mail or Sun, except in the other direction?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
What, you don't?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. 100%. I've never heard anything more wrong in my life, but I don't think there's much. I don't think we can go.
So repeat your question then. Sorry, maybe I've.
Do you think that tabloid garbage with no journalistic integrity that have intentionally reported incorrect facts like the Sun or the Daily Mail are of the same journalistic integrity as your magazines like the Guardian or the Independent?
Yeah, I think they have integrity.
Okay, so yeah,
I think they've got just as much integrity as the BBC.
Do you think that Sun and the Daily
presumed
Mail
to have? Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever source hunted behind, say, a BBC article? It comes back to the same old shit as the Daily Mail does. It's just it's presumed to be better because it's a publicly funded company or because it's a worldwide company. It's the same shit.
You were in favor of Brexit, right?
Favor of Brexit? Absolutely not. No, it's insane.
Oh damn, you're just all over the place.
What? No,
I thought you would be.
This is the only. I think this is one of the only issues we disagree on. I'm generally left-leaning, apart from when it comes to Islamic immigration, specifically Islamic immigration.
Gotcha.
I believe in cultural respect, and I don't think that Islam pays cultural respect.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah.
I feel like, I guess, just to give a little bit of background, I don't think I've ever read anything in The Guardian or The Independent or on the BBC that was just 100% absolute bullshit. And if they did, I'm trying to think of if they did a fuck up where they did, I'm sure that they do retractions on these.
Well, yeah, they do retractions. So do Breitbart, because they're court ordered, I'd imagine.
Well, I don't know.
But the
I
BBC
don't
did
know.
April Fool's stuff, you know? That's 100% false.
Okay,
What's
dog.
that, spaghetti
But
trees
I've
and
read
shit,
stuff
you
on
know?
the
It's-
Daily Mail. I've read stuff on the Daily Mail that when I go to Google it, the only things that come up containing this information is the Daily Mail and then like blog spam sites. Like it
Blogs,
doesn't
yeah.
exist in reputable media. These are
can-
absolutely 100%
Give me an hour, I'll
fabricated.
find you 5 to 10 sources where the BBC have used blogs as their source for reporting.
Okay, yeah, find me like one or two. Yeah, just find me like a few.
Yeah.
Sure.
No worries.
Okay, all right, I'm curious. And then Twitter, DM it at me and I'll go over it or whatever. And
Okay, nice to talk to you, buddy.
all right, it was fun. Rip on, dude.
And you, bye.
Damn, I thought that I learned. I thought I learned in psych that so there was a woman that a lot of this research was based on. For it used to be called. Okay, so a lot of people call it schizophrenia, which schizophrenia is not anything having to do with this. Multiple personality disorder, which the official term is dissociative identity disorder. I thought that a lot of what they knew about this was thrown out because their lead case study for it, that woman was fabricating everything. I thought we learned that, but maybe I'm not remembering it correctly. Or maybe a lot of it has been thrown out, but it's still recognized as a thing. I'm not sure. I would have to do more reading on it. It's still in the DSM-5, but it's very controversial, and a lot of people want it out. Basically, the DSM is garbage, and don't use it as if it were law, what psychologists think. I remember a whole senior project in time where the DSM was totally inadequate. Yeah, I keep reading things about the politicizing of the DSM. I think I was going to bring it up yesterday, but somebody laughed at me, and so I thought I had the term wrong. But there is a sexual paraphernalia, right? Things that are considered odd or not... What? There's someone down here? Are you serious? How? How the fuck did this guy find my shit? Oh, it's Aaron. Oh, God. Fucking got him, dudes. Fucking got him. Did Lauren send that recording? Nope. How old is my son? He's 5 years old. I always get emails after I do any debate with people that live in areas that I'm talking about. And sometimes they'll be like, you know, hey, the guy is actually really true. And other times they'll be like, dude, I live here. This guy's totally fucking wrong. You see a lot of it in the YouTube comments as well, where there are people like, I live here and I'm so tired of people saying that my country is like so shit. Damn, he uploaded another video so fast. What the fuck? What are we up to? 358 comments. Islam imperialism is more so encouraged than in any other religion. What do people say this? What was the whole British Empire? What about American imperialism? I don't know, dude. By the way, oh, these kinds of comments. I get people that email me stuff like this. I live in Europe, and this girl thinks in extremes. Immigration is not really a problem here. I've seen people rage on Facebook about immigrants, but that's the extent of the issues we experience in our daily lives here. I do, to be fair, I also get other people that email the other end too, like, oh, well, I lived in this ghetto and it was horrible, so. Why do people discuss European problems with immigration without being or living here? I live in Germany all my life, and I did not feel a change or had anything negative happen to me ever, and I lived in many different cities too, including Berlin, Frankfurt, Cologne, where it's supposedly the worst when it comes to immigration problems. This is what I got every time I went to Europe, because I started to talk to Dennis and TLO and a couple of other people about it, just because I was curious or whatever. I understand that my personal stories mean nothing. I understand that. I'm cognizant of that. But they more or less said a lot of the same. Have you watched the BBC documentary on Luton? No, I haven't. Cat's commented. I should have got her to answer the 3 million Muslims in America question. I kept letting her get away from that. Somebody emailed me and pointed that out too, that I never made her answer that question. She kind of skirted around it. Well, the culture, blah, blah, blah. Islam is more homogenous than Christianity. I feel like after that point, there's no point talking about immigration anymore because the comment demonstrates a serious ignorance about Islam. It's an ignorance about religion in general. I've done this explanation a million times using pain on stream about how religion manifests in our daily lives. It's pretty easy for me to see, like, for me personally, this is going to sound really arrogant. There are a couple things in my life that I can usually tell really fast about somebody, right? Like, I can usually tell pretty quick when somebody's lying about having ever been poor. It's usually pretty easy to tell. I can also tell very quickly when somebody's lying about having any understanding of religion. When people say things like homogenous religion, it's usually pretty easy for me to ignore almost everything that person says about religion because I know that they don't know what they're talking about. And I'm pretty sure that any person that studies religion will agree with that point. If somebody studies religion, feel free to hop on if you think I'm wrong. I've spent 12 years studying Christian religion. I went to Christian schools, so that's my background in that. As a German, it really hurts listening to an American average dude and a fucking spastic, retarded Canadian bitch talking about Germany. The crime rate here is not increased by 32%. How did she even come up with that number? Can you help me understand what Lauren and Paul mean when they talk about culture in Europe and what Muslim immigrants are doing to destroy this culture? Well, I guess Lauren thinks that like Muslims are going to come and like make Sharia law the law of the land or something. I don't know. Since we're talking about yesterday's debate, when you brought up Israel bombing hospitals, it is technically true, but Israel is one of the best countries at mitigating civilian casualties. This is nothing that I would ever argue, okay? Because I don't know anywhere near enough about this. I only go by like I go by my feels here, okay? I don't know. Oh, this is .org explores the pros and cons of controversial issues. Yeah, I'm not sure I don't know how true this is. It might be biased, but these numbers look a lot like every number I've ever seen. Like total number of Palestinians killed by Israeli security forces 6,835. Number of Israelis killed 347. Right, 1,049 to 150. Like I see numbers like this posted all the time, and it really makes me think. JewishVirtualLibrary.org. Maybe all of these sources are biased. I'm not sure. Arabs, Palestinians killed. Operation Cast Lead. I don't even know what this is. 1,434 to 14. Israel's killed by Palestinian terrorism. Oh, this is a lot of memers. Versus Palestinians killed by Palestinians. 7139. Oh, I guess a lot of these was like, but 2002, 457 people. 213. Oh, I don't know. Maybe this worse. I'm not sure. Every time I see shit, it makes it look like it's a pretty one-sided fight. But I could be wrong. I totally admit I could be wrong. I'm not gonna lie, dude. The Israeli shit is fucking crazy, dude. They have missile intercept systems. I don't know if you guys know this shit is real or not, but like they literally... If Palestine fires missiles at these guys, oh shit, I didn't even realize. I think you see it back here? Oh, there it is. I think, is that the... Oh, fuck. There was a really good video that I'd seen of this once. Of somebody that was right up to the wall, I think, filming up. It was a sick as fuck video. I'm never gonna be able to find it, though. But basically, when enemy missiles are fired towards Israel, they have missile intercept systems that are capable of tracking the enemy missiles and intercepting them with their own missiles. It's insane. It's fucking crazy. Like, it's like science fiction tier shit. Dude, there are really good videos of the actual intercepts happening. Well, I'll look for a few more after this one. Oh, fuck. Was that a couple? It's insane, but it must be expensive as motherfucking fuck. Yeah, probably. Oh, I think these are little explosions happening. It's hard to see.
State of development are the target and guide the interest.
Watch a video on it.
Israel's Ministry of Defense selected Raphael to develop the Iron Dome, a cost-effective and innovative solution against the threat of short-range rockets, artillery and mortar shells, and threats of all kinds. Iron Dome is in an advanced state of development and will be operational within 2 years in the Israel Defense Forces.
Oh, this video must be old as fuck.
Dome system marks a technological breakthrough in CRAM interception. The system is composed of a detection and tracking radar, battle management and control unit, and a missile firing unit. The radar detects and identifies the rocket launch and monitors its trajectory. Target data is transmitted to the battle management and weapon unit for processing, and the threat's trajectory is quickly analyzed and the impact point estimated. If the site of the rocket's fall is defined as a protected area, a command is given to launch an interceptor against the threat. The interceptor receives trajectory updates from the BMC via uplink communication. When the interceptor approaches the target, it uses its radar seeker located in the interceptor head to acquire the target and guide the interceptor to within passing distance in order to detonate the target's warhead. After detecting a high-speed threat, the system launches the interceptor within seconds at precisely the right time to enable target interception while ensuring that all target debris fall outside the protected area. Iron Dome also has the capability to intercept short-range targets, including Grad rockets and 155mm artillery shells. Iron Dome offers a technological breakthrough in short-range rocket interception. The interceptor is inexpensive, effective in all weather conditions, and can be easily integrated with existing radar and detection systems. It has a unique warhead designed to ensure high-probability target detonation. Iron Dome offers highly successful target interception at short range, yet at low cost. The innovative interceptor has a unique warhead, all-weather inception capability, and can handle concentrated salvos effectively. Iron Dome predicts the target's estimated impact point and determines whether an interception is required. It provides a high cost-benefit ratio. The system operates in any weather conditions: cloud, rain, dust storms, or fog. Iron Dome can handle multiple...
Oh, is this the...
Yeah, okay, go to your left, up the hill. Oh,
I don't know.
Can you hold this?
Fuck, these videos suck. I feel like I've seen better videos of this shit before.
Yeah, okay.
I know that a lot of people are saying that, look, we have the Aegis system in the United States and we've got really cool shit, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure we do. But I mean, when you see it in Israel, like, this is like field tested, like, is used on a daily basis, or maybe not daily, but it's used like very, very commonly. Like, damn, look at those missiles go, dude. So I imagine when they're detonating here, they're detonating near the other rockets and causing them to explode. From Gaza during a wedding. Whoops. None of these systems really stand a chance with the progress on supersonic missiles. Why not?
Upon launch from the delivering aircraft, the CBU-105 guides to the target area by means of a smart, wind-corrected tail kit. When the CBU-105 reaches
Palestine
the
is the
target,
Shagahad.
a signal from the weapon electronics initiates a linear-shaped charge, splitting open the dispenser panels. The 10 Blue 108 submunitions are mounted to the CBU-105 spine, and deployment is accomplished by a gas bag ejection system. The 5 Blue 108 submunitions contained in the forward bay are ejected first, followed by the aft bay. The drogue parachute and main parachute bring the Blue 108 to a vertical position.
Because they all use radar to track incoming rockets and then respond if radar isn't fast enough? Okay. So I could be totally wrong, but I don't think I am. Radar uses radar waves, which travel at the speed of light, right? Or very close to it. Like 0.99 or 98, depending on the medium. Isn't that going to be really fast compared to anything that's Mach 2, 3, 4, Mach 20, whatever? It doesn't matter. Isn't that still going to be absurdly quick? Well, I don't understand. Radar is slow as fuck? How? I thought... Signal processing is slow? Or radio waves, not radar waves, sorry. Radar is sound? Radar barely breaks 250 miles per hour? Wait, really? Radar is compression waves in air. It's sound, not light. Oh no, I don't know anything about how radar works. I just assumed it bounced radar waves off of things, and when they came back, then it would know where it's at, but that it would all travel at close to the speed of light. Sonar goes by sound. Sonar goes by like you and then you measure the reverberation. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but like when the sound wave bounces back at you, that's what sonar is, right? But I thought radar used actual, like, approaching speed of light radio waves to measure where something is at. You fire a radio wave, and then when it comes back, you know. Destiny, no, I misspoke. Correction, it's not. Well, text disorder said that that radar only moves 250 miles an hour. Good example of radar in action. Is this going to be a troll video? Okay, good job. Imagine trying to land a jumbo jet the size of a large building on a short strip of tarmac in the middle of the city in the depth of the night under thick fog. If you can't see where you're going, how could you hope to land there? What is radar? We can see objects in the world around us because of light, usually from the sun. Sun reflects from our eyes. If you walk into the night, you could shine a torch in front of you to see where you're going. The light beam travels out from the torch, reflects objects in front of you, bounces back to your eyes. Your brain instantly computes what that means. Radar works the same way. The word radar stands for radio detecting and ranging. I didn't know that. Radio detecting and ranging, and that gives us a pretty big clue as to what it does and how it works. Imagine an airplane flying at night through thick fog. The pilots can't see where they're going, so they use radar to help them. How radar works. Whether it's mounted on a plane, a ship, or anything else, a radar set needs the same basic set of components. Something to generate radio waves, something to send them out into space, and something to receive them, and then some means of displaying the information so the radar operator can quickly understand it. The radio waves used by radar are produced by a piece of equipment called a magnetron. Magneto. Radio waves are similar to light waves. They travel at the same speed, but their waves are much longer and have much lower frequencies. Light waves have wavelengths of around 500 nanometers, 500 billionths of a meter, which is about 102 times thinner than human hair. Whereas the radio waves used by radar typically range from about a few centimeters to a meter, the length of a finger to the length of your arm, or roughly 1 million times longer than light waves. Both light and radio waves are part of the EM spectrum, which means they're made up of fluctuating patterns of electrical and magnetic energy zapping through the air. The waves a magnetron produces are actually microwaves. Oh, wait, so it's not radio waves. Fuck you, shitters. Wait, no, wait. Is it? Oh, hold on. Let's keep reading. The waves a magnetron produce... Well, yeah, because the radio is right in the name, right? Uh-oh. The waves a magnetron produces are actually microwaves, similar to the ones generated by a microwave oven. The difference is that the... Wait, hold on. But radio... I don't know. Dude, I don't know anything about EM shit. Hold on. Fucking, we gotta read all... Now I have to know all this shit. The difference is the magnetron in a radar has to send waves... Oh, wait. Both... wait. Okay. Both light and radio waves, blah, blah, blah. The waves a magnetron produces are actually microwaves, similar to the ones generated by a microwave oven. The difference is that the magnetron in a radar has to send waves many miles instead of just a few inches, so it is much larger and more powerful. Once the radio waves... So a microwave is probably a type of radio wave, huh? Fuck, I don't know what radio wave means. Does it encompass like a certain part of the EM spectrum or a type of electric... Usually wavelengths in the electromagnetic longer than infrared light. So that means that on the EM spectrum, everything higher than EM light is a radio wave, and there are probably multiple types of radio waves, huh? Wait, do you think like things like fucking like gamma rays and shit? Are these like... The radio spectrum is divided into a number of radio bands on the basis of frequency. Okay. Where can I find like names for all these memers just so that I know? From 3 hertz to 3,000 gigahertz. Okay, maybe not. Okay, microwave. Radio waves, microwaves, infrared, red, green, blue, UV, X-rays, gamma rays. Oh, whoa, gamma rays at the other end? A microwave is a form of electronic radiation with wavelengths ranging from 1 meter to 1 millimeter with frequencies between 300 megahertz and 300 gigahertz. This broad definition includes both UHF and EHF millimeter waves. And is that like what the TSA uses? And various sources use different boundaries. In all cases, microwaves include the entire SHF band, 3 to 30 gigahertz at minimum, with RF engineering often restricting the range between 1 and 100 gigahertz. Frequencies of okay. So these are a type of... Microwaves are a type of radio wave. Difference between microwave and radio wave technology. The term microwave also has a more technical meaning in electromagnetic circuitry. Theory, apparatus, and techniques may be described qualitatively as microwave when the frequencies used are high enough that wavelengths of signals are roughly the same. As a consequence, practical microwave circuits tend to move away from the discrete resistors, capacitors, and inductors used with lower frequency radio waves. Oh, maybe not then. Oh shit, we don't know anything, boys. Simple picture. The electromagnetic spectrum. Whoa! Wavelength in meters. Radio waves are these memers. Microwaves are these memers. Infrared. Visible light. Wow, we can see so little. Ultraviolet. People. Soft X-rays, hard X-rays, gamma rays. Super short. The difference is the wavelength. So why are they called radars and not madars or midars? Well, that... Because that sounds silly. Maybe they used to use radio waves and now they use microwaves? LiDAR. Light detecting and ranging is a remote sensing method that uses light in the form of a pulsed laser to measure ranges to the Earth. Wow. Okay, what were we reading? Oh, anyway. Similar ones generated by a microwave oven. Once the radio waves have been generated... Why does it say once the radio waves have been generated if it's talking about microwaves? Is this just bad writing, or are these interchangeable terms? An antenna working as a transmitter hurls them into the air in front of it. The antenna is usually curved so it focuses the wave into a precise narrow beam, but radar antennas also typically rotate so they can detect movements over a large area. The radio waves travel outward of the antenna at the speed of light and keep going until they hit something. Then some of them bounce back towards the antenna, and a beam of reflected radio is also traveling at the speed of light. The speed of the wave is crucially important. If an enemy jet plane is approaching at over 2,000 miles per hour, the radar beam needs to travel much faster than this to reach the plane, return to the transmitter, and trigger the alarm. That's no problem because radio waves and light travel fast enough to go 7 times around the world in a second. Oh, so fuck you. 2,000 miles per hour. Oh god. What is this, like Mach 3? 4? What is the speed of light? Dude, or speed of sound. Fuck, I don't know any of these. It's like 340 meters per second in freedom units. Miles per hour. Okay, yeah. 767 miles per hour. What is like Mach 3? $2,300 miles per hour. Look at that, dude. I'm pretty much in the military at this point. The antenna doubles up as a radar receiver as well as a transmitter. In fact, it alternates between the two jobs. Typically, the transmitter radios for a few thousandths of a second and listens for reflections. It's called a duplexer, and it makes the antenna swap back and forth between a transmitter and a receiver. Wow. Answer to your question about radio versus micro. The term radio wave historically just means waves for wireless communications. E.g., such as radio broadcasting and radar. Microwave just meant any non-visible wave with a wavelength smaller than radio waves, hence the prefix micro. This distinction does not hold in modern technology anymore, though. For instance, the microwaves in your microwave oven are the same as those in your wireless router, if set to 2.5 gigahertz. In modern terminology, the terms radio wave and microwave are not meant to be mutually exclusive. In fact, in most applications I deal with where I would use the terms are just used interchangeably. I suppose if you want to emphasize that the waves are being used for communication, you might use the term radio wave more often. Regardless, it is understood that terms like radio and microwave are ambiguous enough that, if precision matters at all, they should be followed by a qualifier like in the frequency range of 300 to 1,000 megahertz. If radar bounces off of metal, why don't they just make planes out of plastic? What the fuck? I could be totally wrong, but isn't the shape and the material used in like our what are they called? Is it B-52 in some of our bombers, and then like the SR-71? Isn't the point of these planes? It's not. I don't think it's the B-52. What was the name of like the little itty bitty like glider bombers? Is it just the B-2? Is it these things? Aren't these things made of materials and shaped in ways that reflect or that fail to reflect radar, or at least radar absorbing paint or something? Not B-52. Yeah, that's the big motherfucker. These things are fucking huge, aren't they? Aren't these bigger than like 757s or not? Maybe they're not. Or 747s? They might not be. I'm not sure. Damn. The B-2 is not actually small. It's huge? Oh, is it? I don't know. Every time I see a picture of a B-2, it looks like a little memer to me. Although I guess it's got a lot of shit, so maybe not. What? Why? What is this relevant to? The B-2 is still really, really big. Oh, I always thought that the B-2 is like a little glider memer. I guess just whenever I see it in videos, I never see it next to any other. Look, Real Engineering has a video on it.
The B-2 stealth bomber.
Oh, this guy makes awesome video. Okay, I'm gonna get some M&Ms and less water. We're gonna watch this video, and then we're gonna play League of Legends, okay? I'll be right back. 1 second. Running 3 minutes of ads. Commercial break failed. Commercial breaks are only allowed once every 8 minutes. I haven't ran any commercials. Why are you acting like this, Twitch? I don't believe this. I have to see. I would need to see a real source to believe this actually happened. Oh my god, no fucking way, dude. According to the web, oh, they're all sourcing the same paper? Is this a local paper? Why is the name kept private? If they were arrested, shouldn't it be public record? Oh, it's right here. Oh, I think that's the name I googled earlier. Oh, or maybe Republican Chris. The 57-year-old woman encountered in the hallway of an unnamed town facility. Snopes has the police report? Jesus, how do they get all this shit in like 2 seconds? What the fuck? Oh my god, they do. Are you serious? Oh no, the affidavit. This is a new world politically, and you need to educate your fellow politicians, Chris replied. I love this new world. I no longer have to be politically correct. She replied, if you're proud of that, I can't help you. He then said to her, you're nothing but a lazy, blood-sucking union employee. She then replied, fuck you, and walked away. She related that she then went to her office and was working on a computer when Von Kersling came into the office. She told him she was busy and not want to talk to him. He replied that he was there to see her coworker, and she sat down. That her coworker walked in the office, and she told her that Von Kersling was there to see her coworker, and she left the office. Didn't want to see... that in order to leave the office, she had to walk past Von Kieserling. And as she did, he reached between her legs from behind and pinched her in the groin area. She turned to him, pointed at him, and said, you're lucky I didn't deck you, but if you ever fucking touch me again, I will. She then said that he looked back with a really evil look in his eyes and said, it would be your word against mine, and nobody will believe you. What a fucking fuckboy piece of shit. Oh, man, I hope this guy fucking loses every fucking... Detective Jeremiah Bussell made telephone contact with Von Kieserling at 18:35 on 12/09/2016 and advised him to have no contact with the victim and to stay with the facility until he contacted. Oh, so this happened like a month ago. When is the date on the... Was this like Oh, he was arrested here, but the report and everything was made like a month ago, maybe? Yeah, the incident occurred December 8th. Damn. Jesus. Oh, sure, Snuffalo. Yeah, I don't necessarily doubt that. Do you think there are any other animals with cooler eyes than ours? I feel like we could see a lot of shit. Are there animals that could see infrared? Though there are numerous animals that sense infrared light, relatively few of them sense it with their eyes. Snakes evolved infrared vision twice. They have sensors along their upper and lower jaws. It seems like human eye. The cool thing about human eyes is that we have a lot of versatility. We can see things near and far, not as far as like eagles, but we can also see a lot of different colors as well. And we can see things in daytime and nighttime. All of those features require like a lot of different cool shit for your eye to be able to work, right? Like you like the different muscles and shit. I think in like in your eye that are involved in like focusing to see things close and
Would
far.
Destiny
like, that's a
ask for
thing.
consent before grabbing the moist Kevin? Snopes says no.
You've got, what is it, cones, I think, are for night vision, and rods, I think, are for colors. Like, the type of vision that you need to see colors is different than, like, the type of vision you need to see things at night. That's why your meme opens up to let in more light, and then it's also why you lose color vision at night so that you can see it in the dark. Human eyes are really cool, I think. I might have the rods and cones backwards, I don't remember. Cones, rods, and cones. Rods might be for color, and cones might be for night vision. Cones equal color, rods equal luminosity. Cones are for color. Okay, well I can remember that. Cones are for color. And then rods are for light. I thought humans were one of the worst for night vision out of all the mammals. I think humans have kind of bad night vision. Like, we're not supposed to be out at night, but we can see at the night. Like, a lot of animals are just totally cucked. Like, when you say, like, they can't really do that, they can't do it at all. We can kind of do it. Our night vision is okay. It's not anywhere near as good as, I think, like, cats, I think, have good night vision. Owls, I think, have really good night vision. But owls are super cucked, dude. You know why owls move their head so much? It's because they can't move their fucking eyes. How cucked is that, dude? Look, if you want to, like, look at something over there, like, yeah, you can do that shifty eye bullshit. But if you're an owl and you want to look at different stuff, you literally have to do this for fucking everything because you can't move your eyes because you're cucked. You're cucked, dude. You're totally cucked. Owls are nocturnal? I think they are, but I'm not sure. I don't know what this is. Look, he hears something and he really just wants to move his eye up, but he can't. He's cucked. He's got to move his whole fucking head. Like a fucking retard. How fucked is this guy? How evolutionarily inferior does this guy feel right now? We actually have really shitty night vision. Why do you think dogs are such bros for us developing as the dominant species? Do dogs really see that well at night? The big advantage that dogs have is their sense of smell. The dog's sense of smell is like, I want to say 4 orders of magnitude higher than humans. Isn't it like 10,000 times better than dog's sense of smell is actually insane. Oh my god, it's so good. It's like absurd. What do dogs have that we don't? For one thing, they possess up to 300 million olfactory receptors in their nose, compared to about 6 million in us. Okay, so 50 times more. I exaggerated that a little bit, my bad. And the part of a dog's brain that is devoted to analyzing smells is, proportionally speaking, 40 times greater than ours. Okay, so you can take 40 times 6 million. It's kind of like cast latency times the speed of the RAM in order to figure out effective processing power. Our smell is shit / rudimentary. Yeah, our smelling is very basic. At least compared to dogs, it's very, very, very basic. I think our biggest evolutionary advantages are, 1, we walk on 2 legs, which is supposed to be very energy efficient, I think, compared to walking on 4 legs. We walk on 2 legs. The ability to sweat is probably the most important thing we have. And then our ability to manipulate tools, thumbs, right? And then our brains, because we can think about a lot of shit. We can really think. It really makes you think when you see a fire and you wonder how to start it, and then you want to make a wheel. It really makes you think, doesn't it? Insects and fishes have way better night vision. Yeah, but we have a lot of versatility in our vision. I think that's what I was trying to get across. That even though we don't specialize with our eyes, I don't think we specialize in anything better than any other creature. But we have a lot of versatility. We can see at night. We can also see lots of colors. We can see far. We can see close, and our eyes can move like very easily. We can track objects. Why sweat? So one of the big problems that you have with everything that ever exists is the ability to get rid of heat. You ever know that? Or you notice that when you generate energy, you always generate heat as a byproduct. If you look at your car, you've got something called your radiator, right? You've got air that moves through the car to do all of its means to get rid of heat from the engine, right? If you look at your computer, you've got a heat sink, right? You put the heat sink on, the heat goes to the thing, you've got fans that blow everything off, right? Like all of this shit, like expelling heat is so important in everything that generates energy. If you look at a human being, the process of sweating all throughout our body gives us the ability to expel heat better than any other animal, period. It's not even fucking close. Nobody can expel heat as well as humans can. It's insane how good we are. Humans are in the top 2, I think, long distance runners of any other animal on the planet, but largely because of our ability to expel heat from our bodies. Turning shit into sweat and then having sweat carry off heat from our bodies because of how it interacts with everything, evaporative cooling, like all of that is gives humans like this huge edge on other things in terms of expelling heat from our bodies. No other animal can do it like we can. Some animals will sweat like just on their nose or just like on their feet, on their paws and nose. I think cats and dogs do, but fuck dolphins. It has more to do with our ability to regulate our breathing at a different rate than our legs move. Oh, I've never heard that before. How did we get to this subject? Listen, dude, humans are cool things, okay? We can adapt better than most animals in different environments. Is that a real meme? Yeah, I think maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I think we use our intelligence more to adapt because we can't really exist in... I don't think a human being can exist in a freezing environment without... or even close to freezing. Can humans live in like 40-degree weather without clothing? I don't know if we can. Clothing or shelter. Whereas like bears and shit, you know, have thick fucking fur and will grow thicker fur in the winter. I don't think humans can do that. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure. Blacks are well adapted. I mean, on that topic, the ability for your skin to develop to produce what is it called? Melanin? It's not melatonin. Is it melanin? The stuff that makes your skin darken so that you don't get sunburned as much. That's pretty cool. A dark brown to black pigment occurring in the hair, skin, and iris of the eye in people and animals. It is responsible for the tanning of skin exposed to sunlight. Don't horses sweat all over their body? I don't think they do. Would you guys stop spamming my fucking Twitch chat?
Nathan Weeb.
Melatonin is the hormone your body produces when you're getting sleepy to make you sleepy, I guess. Oh, I skipped some dude's donation earlier. Hold on, what did he say? It was a bad point for any statistical analysis. Lauren's evidence fits for those 100 people only. No new idea can be formulated from her work. Nothing of value is created, only chaos. Sure. That's a meme. Black people sunburn just as easily? I don't think that's true. Isn't it very, very, very hard for a black person to sunburn? Am I wrong on that? I'm trying to remember. I had a black friend growing up. Did he ever use suntan lotion when we went swimming? I don't remember if he did or not. I could never tell because black people use lotion for fucking everything. That was one thing I learned growing up that I never... Because I always had a black friend that would spend every weekend with me when I was at my grandma's. I remember this kid. We played so many fucking games together. But he always had lotion and shit. And I always thought that was so weird because as a white guy, we don't like use lotion. But black people use lotion all the fucking time. Otherwise, they get ashy. I learned that shit real young. I had no idea. But it was always so weird when I saw him with like lotion and shit. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Do you have a problem? Do you have like eczema or some shit? And he was always like, no, dude, black people have to use lotion. Otherwise we flake apart, I think is what he used to say. I caught you lying. You didn't have a black friend because black people can't swim. I learned that stereotype growing up, but in the when I was until I was maybe 12 or 11 or 12, my grandma lived in this townhouse apartment complex. Oh shit. Actually, we can find this. Hold on, we can find this place. Oh fuck, can I find this place? Oh wait, I can find this place. Hold on. because it's near this restaurant. Google Maps. Dude, this place is so good. Oh my god, I might leave you guys and go eat here right now. Wait, no, I need to get over here. I fucked up. No, I fucked up. I used to go to my grandparents every weekend when I was a kid. Because they let me watch violent movies and play violent video games. Okay. Hold on, we're traveling, dude. Oh, I remember watching that same black friend. He got hit by a car. This was so bizarre to see as a kid. I couldn't make sense of it because of how strange it was to see another human get hit by an object moving that fast and then like fly through the air and like smash into the curb. Was such a mind fuck to me. It was so weird to see. I think it was this curb. I'm pretty sure it was because they were crossing this intersection right past this street. There's the trail of blood. No, I'm just kidding. But it was like right over here is where he ended up hitting. He didn't die. He's alive. He's fine. He didn't die. I'm sorry if I made it sound like he died. He didn't die. He was just pretty fucked for a while. Get me back here, god damn it. No, do the Google dudes not go back there? How do I go into map mode? Oh god, there's a fucking spider crawling me. Fuck. Fucking cock. Sometimes I want to let them crawl a little bit so that I can see it and kill it for sure. But sometimes when they crawl on you, they just start biting you for no fucking reason. It's literal fucking autism. Like it's like bored and it's crawling on some surface and it decides to dig its
On
fucking
topic
teeth in.
of Google Maps Play.
How do I... No, fuck off. Oh, GeoGuessr? No. How do I get, How do I zoom out to get to the fucking map mode? I know there's a way to do it. Is it this? Nope. Is it... Oh my fucking god. Hit escape? No! Oh my god, dude. Fuck you. I tried scrolling out. It didn't work anymore. Okay, anyway, this is all irrelevant. Basically, at this apartment complex, I don't know why. I don't know if this is like the black person residence of fucking Bellevue or what, but there were a lot of black people that lived here and I think most of my friends at this place growing up, there was one white kid, and then there were a bunch of black people. But there was a pool out back, and we always swam. We swam all the time. So I never understood where this thing came from of black people couldn't swim. Like I didn't learn that stereotype until I was in like my teens because all the black people that were at this place could swim. So I never understood that. I wanted to look at the swimming pool, but I guess there's a yellow man. You can pick him up. I don't see a yellow man. Oh, we were going to watch this video.
Up from 50 years ago.
Oh.
I looked up Luden after Lauren debate. Do you think this video is her source of information?
Oh no.
Extremism I'd been hearing about. I wasn't sure what they were marching for, but tensions were running high.
Your sister, brother! Your mother! Where is the shame? How dare they touch a woman?
It turns out the demo was in response to the arrest of local woman Mona Thorney, whose husband set off a bomb in Stockholm in 2010. I cannot believe this. I've never seen anything on this scale before. And it breaks my heart to think that this is happening.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna get my M&Ms. Fuck, we're back. Okay, what's up, guys? Oh, we were gonna watch this video, and then we're gonna play League of Legends, okay? How does it feel to be a Hillary shill? I still hate Hillary Clinton.
The B-2 stealth bomber is probably one of the most iconic planes to have ever been built. Its sleek flying wing design makes it practically invisible to radar and incredibly fuel efficient, allowing it to penetrate even the most sophisticated of enemy defenses. But how did this incredible aircraft come into existence, and what technological advancements made it possible? The rise of stealth aircraft can be tracked back to World War I, when the Germans attempted to use transparent canvas to make their planes difficult to spot. That plan backfired, as the glossy canvas made the aircraft even more visible in sunlight.
Fucking retards.
The demand for stealth aircraft, as we think of them today, rose with the advancement of practical radar technology in the 1930s. The technology formed the backbone of Britain's early warning system during the Battle of Britain, saving uncountable lives from German bombing runs. Let's see how the technology works. Radar works by sending short pulses of electromagnetic energy in the form of radio waves outwards. The antenna then switches to receiver mode
Radio
and
waves
waits to
or
detect
microwaves?
the reflections of these radio waves off distant objects. The radar now receives a blip on the screen called a radar cross-section, and its size changes with the magnitude of radio waves returning to the antenna. The radar cross-section is a measure of how detectable an object is with radar. The size of the object is just one factor, which can be mitigated with clever engineering. The B-2 has a 52-meter wingspan, yet it has been reported to have the same radar cross-section as a large bird, So how does the B2 manage to achieve this incredible feat? The core concept behind the B2 is reflection. It was designed to reflect the radio waves away from the source, so that they never get the chance to be detected. What is amazing is that every surface of the B2 has been designed with this in mind. The aircraft was designed with the aid of computational models and a supercomputer, which resulted in an incredibly complex curved shape. This technology was not available during the development of the F-117 Nighthawk, resulting in its much simpler faceted flat panels. The B2's radar cross-section is further reduced by its streamlined flying wing design, with its highly reflective engines embedded within the aircraft, where radar cannot see it. Even the engine's air intakes and exhaust vents are located on top of the plane to ensure they cannot be detected by ground-based devices. But the flying wing has some unique flying characteristics that took many years for Northrop to perfect. One of the most notable is the lack of a tail rudder to control yaw. The B2 instead uses split rudders on the tips of the left and right wing. They act as air brakes to slow either side of the wing and cause a yawing motion. But when in use, the split rudders can increase the radar cross-section of the plane, so the B2 can also use differential thrusting of its left and right engines to allow it to be controlled when stealth is a priority. Beyond its shape, the B2 is also made with advanced composite materials, which are capable of absorbing and dissipating incoming radio energy. The exact composition of the B2 is classified, but we know that the skin is made from a carbon fiber reinforced plastic, while the leading edge of the B2 is lightly painted with a material which contains small particles of iron, which absorb electromagnetic energy and converts it to heat. With these technologies combined, the B2 barely even registers on radar screens. What is even more terrifying to think about is the fact that the Nazis had created a very similar plane all the way back in 1944. The Horten 229 incorporated many of the same principles as the B2, long before the stealth technology that made the B2 possible was fully understood. Today, we can only imagine the impact this plane would have had if it was ready before the war's end. Thanks for watching, and welcome to all my new subscribers. I told myself I would not set up a Patreon account until I hit 10,000 subscribers, and I blew through that goal with my previous video, so the link for that is below, along with my Instagram, Facebook and Twitter accounts. I'm really excited for my next video, so make sure...
Is this him? Is this him? Oh, it is. Holy shit. What are his rewards? Snapchat access. Exclusive subreddit. Where the fuck is Tony at? Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Then where's my invite?
You're the inviter.
Really, dude? You're gonna make me do it? I don't know how to do this shit. Okay, I can do it actually. Hey, I invited you.
Good job, buddy.
Hey, did you get the invite? Hey, you gotta pick your class, your roles.
Invite received. Roll picked.
Good job, dude.
You gonna queue up?
It's already queued, bro.
Nice job.
What do I do, Lord? Destroy the child. Corrupt them all. This is their plan, people. These are demons. And buck the system and the group collective. Do that, and you'll earn your way to the next level. This is the Info War. I came knocking on your door 1,000,000 times, and you laughed at me. And more blood on the other side. Basically, space aliens. I'm an explorer. I'm a human, and I'm coming. And I'm not gonna go along with it. A Guter Dumarong battle.
How are you watching that shit with a straight face?
Maybe I was the one that made it. And I've seen it so many times in editing that it's just not funny to me anymore. Did you ever think of that, Devon?
Mind blown, buddy. No. Steve Vaughn.
Oh, calm down there, buddy.
Oh, I thought we were on that level now.
I'm just kidding. Call me whatever you want, okay?
All right, shitter.
Are you certain?
Are you certain?
Never look back.
We do what we must. To the briny deep.
Is that fear I smell?
A true hunter never rests.
Are you excited, dude?
Yeah, I'm excited.
To the League of Draven.
Are you branching out today, or are we 3BF all day?
What's wrong with 3BF?
Well, I'm just asking. Didn't know. Oh, we're taking Ignite. The spot lane has to be high energy today.
Listen,
Steven.
dude, I am nothing if not high energy. Do you understand?
Showed on the Rift.
Damn.
Yeah, I saw you. I saw you streaming with Memein.
Listen, I'm sorry, dude. I was gonna play with you that day, but she was way hotter at the time.
I
So.
know. That's all right. I'm trying to slide in. I get it.
Damn, dude. Can we calm down? Well, what's up, Breckful? I see you peeking in there. Breckful's watching the stream because he's getting that league bug again. He really wants to play again, dude. Don't do it. Don't fall back into the trap.
It's a dark place.
She's actually pretty good. I was actually kind of surprised. I didn't really know. Because there's a lot of girls that do, like, support only up to, like, Diamond 5, and that's, like, the highest they've ever gotten. Which seems like she actually knows how to play the game. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I watched her after we played against her the other day, and
yeah.
I was kind of surprised.
And, like, makes calls and tries to move her team, or, like, takes a leadership role, not just like, oh, I play maybe as a girl, and I just felt like that. But actually, like, yeah, she plays pretty well. Also, she had, like, 5,000 plus viewers. That was probably the main reason. If you had 5,000 viewers, I would play with you every single day, dude.
Thanks, buddy.
Pokemon is annoying? I didn't think she was annoying.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, what is this?
Yo, dog, we need some new emotes.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You guys have plenty of emotes, okay? Be thankful for what you have. Most of our viewers hated you for that last game. Why? Dude, we got ranked in one game. I carried my lane hardcore in all 3 other games. I, like, dominated all 3 lanes. We're talking, like, fucking 220 CS at, like, 23 minutes, like, in 3 games prior to that, okay? There was one shitty game. Chill out, all right? Calm the fuck down.
Did you feed?
A little bit. Listen, that game was fucked, okay?
A little bit. I'm gonna look at your match history and see 14 deaths, aren't I?
Maybe. I don't remember. I'll look it up. I think I was 4 and 12. Oh yeah, 4 and 12.
Ooh.
That's good. We can do some blitzcrank stuff.
Oh shit! Wait! Go here.
Where?
You're gonna take the cuck path? Don't take the cuck path.
Let's go on the path less traveled.
Oh snap, new Project Veritas video at the Comet Pizza Place. Has you seen this?
No. Oh, it feels good. Shaco is setting up his boxes. Fiora is AFK. Oh!
I don't like it. We don't like it.
I like it. Oh, that would have been so sick. But you suck.
Scary memes.
That's okay. You should be... You have time. You got plenty of time. You got so much time.
Do I have time?
Yeah, you got time.
Alright, I got time. You don't have to leash this dude.
He said leash blue and then 2 autos on Grump. What?
Whoa.
This guy, some greedy... He better camp the fuck out of our lane.
Is he paying us?
I know you're not typing up something rude right now, right? Well.
No, just my AD carry told me to walk into a 5-man stack.
Well, I thought you should have just thrown the blind hook, dude.
This guy's got the whole game played out already. Look at this, Gromp's not even here.
Alright.
Good luck, buddy.
Got them all. So good.
Little Mr. Cow.
Damn! That hook was from the next dimension!
I got a Caitlyn. I'm gonna back off. Yo, you're eating a lot of creep damage.
But look at all that Alistar damage, boy! That they're just gonna heal back. Yeah, that wasn't worth it. That was bad.
Yeah, hurry up and kill that creep! Any fucking day.
Right here, right here. It's here.
Fuck it, just go out.
Fuck, dude! I can't believe that shot! How much life did this guy have? It must have been in the single digits. We need a warden. Actually, I need to just leave. Fuck.
Let me kill this game first.
I gotta leave, yeah. Or do I have to leave? Yeah, I gotta leave.
Ward down. No, fuck it, I'm gonna go mid.
Fuck exhaust, dude. That spell needs to be removed from the game. Do you think so? Yeah, me too.
Remove that. Right along with Jaina.
Dang. You're not listed as playing League of Legends. Maybe I don't want to be listed under playing League of Legends, okay? I'm still Plat too, dude. Can you help me out? God damn.
I'm trying. I got to D4 earlier and then demoted.
You got the Diamond 4? Am I even able to play with you if you're Diamond 4? If I'm still
All the way
Plat?
to D2, I believe. But I got demoted. Rip.
I'm sorry, dude.
Sorry.
It's because you weren't playing with me, dude.
You got all these CS? Yeah, Hecarim's top. There's a cow still here.
Did he flash? I know he uses his exhaust. Yeah,
I don't
no,
think the
did
cow
he?
flash, did he?
He had to have, right?
Why?
Because I'm scary as fuck, dude. I'm fucking Draven. What do you mean, why? Why did he flash when Draven is sitting here telling you about to fucking die? Of course he
Dude,
flashed.
just let me have this cannon, alright?
Alright, you can have this one cannon.
I'm happy now.
Fuck that turret.
Wow, buddy, you're still up in CS.
That's because I'm a fucking god.
There's a clown here.
Yo, go get that melee minion. Okay, dude.
I'm gonna hook him to you so he can pull
God.
you into the tower.
He's gonna flash pull me and then it's all over, dude. That's what's gonna happen. Are you ready?
You said he flashed earlier!
I know, but I bet it's up again. Shh. He's got a fucking mastery, dude. Come on. You even play this game? You don't have flash ruins? To optimize your playmaking ability?
Why don't you have a BF to buy or something?
Listen, look, she wants to die,
Look,
and you're not doing
she
anything.
wants-
Oblige her.
Alright. Clown's here.
I'm going after this.
Yo, I'll zone this Caitlyn, alright?
Oh my god.
I got the exhaust.
Oh my god, you're a god. Oh my god, we're getting out Dick Road. We're getting more Dick Ride. We had another person show up. I can't even believe it. I can't even believe it. Wait, what are we being for?
We're not being.
Well, she's pinging us back. Oh, Syria is mid. We were fine.
Syria's in mid. Yo, I got a hook coming up. You ready?
I'm ready, dude. Oh, you fucking got her. How? All right, we got a flash. Nice try.
She's not dead. Why is she not dead?
Because you're shit, dude. Why didn't you block him harder? She's still here. What the fuck? How long? Give me a countdown. Countdown.
4. There might be some flashy plays coming.
What? All right, can we just leave? I think we're good.
How much money you got?
2K.
Well, that's at least a BF and a half. What's this? Ooh.
No way.
Oh, he won't. He won't.
Really?
The balls on that cow.
I guess I can get this, yes. Oh, ready? Ready?
I'm going.
Yeah, boy! Yeah, boy! Yeah, boy! Yeah, boy! If you want to send that dude into tilt orbit, you want to send that dude into tilt orbit, we should have just typed in thanks to the Alistar. This bitch thinks she's gonna come and see us. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Throw those cues, motherfucker.
Yo, this cannon's mine.
Think so?
Oh yeah. Okay, I might have fucked it up.
Can you come? Well, we gotta push
No,
this, dude.
go back.
No, no,
How
no,
much
no.
money do you have?
I've got.
You are not sitting on 3K.
No,
Let's go.
Not yet. I don't have 3K. Here, listen. I just need like one more wave after this, maybe. We'll see. I just need one more kill. Give me one more kill. Right there. Get the cow. Just grab him, dude. Look at our level advantage. And we got Infernal Drake.
I'll grab the chick if I can get her.
Just get the Alistar. We can kill him.
Nope.
Oh my god, are you saying? Look at his life. He's already half health.
I want it.
Where's our ward at, dude? Hecarim is gonna fuck us.
30 seconds, bud. What's your cooldown?
I have 2.
Wait, I think I can see on stream that's got 2. Alright, I'm
It must be glitched, I guess.
I might pick out. Now that I here.
There he is. Get
I
the
don't
cow.
know what I want.
Just get the cow.
No!
Oh no!
You're supposed to walk back into that.
You couldn't just hit the cow, dude.
8 seconds.
Look, we still have the level advantage. I want to do this while we're level 6, like no joke, before the cow gets level 6. There you go, dude. That's all I wanted. See? Wait, hold on. We got a wave, dude. just get the wave, all right?
I'll buy some items.
We can buy. We don't even know how much gold yet. Just chill. Listen, we're almost ready to go, B, okay? Look at this Kaylin. She wants to die. What's your hook cooldown?
I'm just gonna tell you I don't have enough mana.
You clearly do. I can see you do. Look, she wants to die, dude. And I've got both of my summoners, so I can keep these safe. Dog, get her, dude. She's begging for it. Ooh. Oh, shit. Okay, let's get out. Every time we wanted to go back, I was really close to my next BF sword. So I just wanted to stay for my next one. Oh, no! Are you kidding me?
Oh, what a memer. What a memer. You're gonna kill that cow, right? The clown! The clown!
I can't run out of boots. Okay, I need to buy, I really do. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Kate's still got pretty high CS. You're rocking into the fucking memes, dog.
Alright. I was gonna walk right by and get the cake. Coming.
Yo, go hook anybody! We can kill anybody.
I'm gonna hook Kate!
Oh, no, listen. I'm being very serious. You can hook anybody and we'll kill them, okay? Don't just wait for Kate. Like, these are free kills.
You have free VS?
Yes. Well, you can farm anybody in this lane, okay? You're way ahead of me. Oh, fuck, I don't know my ult.
I'm still good. Got him! Ow. Ow.
No!
Yo, I got this!
Ah, my ult wouldn't throw! Come on, you got him. Just kill him. You suck. Oh, no, you don't. You're good. Syria fucking is fed as fuck now, though. God damn it.
Suggest some MR. I got you, dog. I'm gonna lock it.
Ah.
Yeah, our Fiora is up 55 CS. It'll be alright. Boop, 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 boop.
Grab him! That's a free kill! You're just
You would have said I'm too far back!
No, I'm here, dude. I'm right next to you. Just please, listen. Supports do this for some reason. I don't know why, okay? Don't do this. If you can grab Alistar, just grab Alistar. It's so worth. We can kill him, I promise. Fuck. I'm dead.
Run! Let's see how big Fiora is. Okay.
We're going for this ocean drake.
That's correct.
That's smite.
Yeah, there's a red ward right here. I'm gonna get it. There's a Caitlyn coming too.
Yeah, I see.
Better back off, clown. Ah! I mid this side, so we might have a pony coming.
You want this cannon?
Sure. She's so fast.
We need to get that bush rewarded. Heckram could be coming. Well, no, I guess we've got other wards too, but...
I'm gonna get this one up here too. Oh, he's here!
We're fine, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're
Just
fine.
gonna knock him up if he comes.
Yep.
Singed his cow hairs.
Sorry.
Dog. Dog. Next going towards mid. I'm gonna go help. Purple. Wow.
Oh god, I'm so dead.
Are you? Ooh.
Yep, this one too. Nice.
Ow.
We got him, I got him.
I'm gonna slip a ward down here.
Leech this tower gold! Mmm, feels good, baby. Oh, baby, a tower.
I'm back. Don't die. Peace.
I want to flash on her and kill her so bad. But I'm such a disciplined AD carry now, I'm not going to. Oh, never mind, I'm going. Sorry, she got brooded.
I gotta lock him. Feels good.
Can I get both of these? Oh, oh, baby, a rapid fire cannon.
I'm all with this wave.
Oh my god, why is my character not walking? No, get this cuck out of my lane. Why would you ever, as Shaco, take CS from anybody when you're one of the worst scaling champs in the game? Fuck me, dude, really?
I literally just bitched at Shaco last game for this.
Yo. Yep. Back up and grab him. Give me, bring him to me. Not. This is the one time I don't want you to grab him. Oh man.
Wait. Zyra, please. Kill me. Kill me.
Who's forfeiting? We got Ace?
No way.
What are you doing, dude?
You dying? I'm probably stealing the red right now.
Oh my god, autism.
Where's the fucking squad at? Got a hook for you in just a moment.
Hecarim has the potential to super hard carry. Every jungle has the potential to super hard carry.
Oh, Fio's going deep. Whoa. What about this one? Oh shit, it's warded.
Hit it, Fiora! You fucking autistic? What the fuck? Okay. Might as well fight, fuck. Dude, I can't handle these people. I don't know. It feels like everyone on the team like gave up for some reason. I don't know why. No, I can take it, dude. I got lifesteal. I'm at full health.
Dude, it didn't even dip me. Going around. Never mind, I'm sticking with you. Oh god, let me get out. Got another hook in 10.
Speed me up, dude! You fucking... Oh my god. I saw it too. What does that mean? Only wind.
I think he's referring to the dragon type. Syndra has almost finished her lasagnas, so be aware. Nope, it's done.
I don't understand why people say stupid shit like that. It's only a wind, it's only an ocean. Why would you give your opponents any advantage in the game? Especially, and it's an opportunity to set up for a strong team fight. I don't know why you would just... Yo! 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 Yep! Yep!
Hold on, I'm gonna hook Syndra.
No! Don't ever hook Syndra when you're near me. I don't want that shit.
Come on, have balls.
Let's go up here. Let's move up here. Let's be in this area, okay?
Don't tell me, you gotta tell Shaco. Need to go ward it though. Or clear the woods. Alright. Probably kill this Gangplank.
Yes.
I don't have exhaust, careful. Let me kill this barrel.
Easy.
There's one bot. Two bot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep.
Bot, right?
Yep.
I'm taking this shit then. Nope, that's Tech Room right there.
It's okay, that's okay. We have Shaco. Oh my god, this exhaust fucks me so hard. Holy shit.
Ah, such balance.
I don't understand. Why do we lose these fights? I can do so much damage. I just need people like with me fighting. I don't know why Fiora like did this come up from behind shit. People are playing for kills. They're not playing to win. It's really, really, really irritating. It's like really common when people play it because they just want to get kills and shit. Like instead of trying to win the game, like it's just being with the team, doing the Baron, and then killing people that are trying to kill the people killing Baron. Like would be so much better than like running around hunting for fucking kills. Why does this guy have fucking exhaust? Why is Shaco, who's doing fuck all, talking shit? We're taking bot in here. Fuck our
Push,
team.
push,
I don't
push.
know.
Oh, I'm gonna ward for it. Ah, fuck. They're going Baron right now.
Yeah. Oh, he's
Fuck,
mad
I'm
because he
going
got wrecked by something. No. There's no way you can do anything. Right, you're never stealing, Brad. Unless you just started a YouTube channel and you're trying to get like highlights or something.
Maybe.
Okay, well, in that case, good luck.
I was just hoping to kill him. Bitch. Hero's almost here. Help me, Fiora. Okay. Not as strong as I thought she was.
So much skill. Ooh, fuck. Is there any single item that I can build to let me survive Fiora's burst? It's not fucking GA. It isn't a revival thing.
You mean Syndra?
Yeah.
Not other than GA. Zonya's, but...
Zonya's would let me do it, and it would give me some armor, but the AP is worthless. I could also Zonya the Hecarim ult, actually.
I'd probably just go GA if you're going...
Oh, shit, son.
Don't buy Sonya.
Listen, dude.
No,
don't
go
judge
GA,
me.
please.
Don't judge me.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I don't think Maw lets you survive a shot from Syndra, guys. Please stop. I don't think Maw lets you survive Syndra's ult. I think you die just the same.
You get a shield and MR, but I don't know if it'll be enough against a 17 kill Syndra. What?
Got him!
Shield on you.
No! Oh my god, I tried to flash over this wall and I didn't go far enough.
Oh my god, someone please fucking help me.
Where's our
What
team
is
at?
going
What is
on?
going on? I don't actually know. Wait, was she fighting the whole time or are they trolling now?
I'm not paying.
I don't know what anybody's doing, dude. I think this Shago is like full tilted. I don't know why or what happened to him. He seems really fucking mad though.
What in the fuck? Well, you got redemption.
How did that not hit?
Oh boy.
I love that I have no impact on this game. I feel like no matter what I do, we're gonna lose. I think I'm just gonna split push, okay? Good luck.
I don't know. I don't know, it's...
Fiora, why are you being pressure? God, I hate it when people just fucking...
That fucking pony's just gonna ride down there and whoop your ass if I'm not there.
No, it's okay, okay. Help the team. I'm just pushing, that's all I'm doing.
The fuck? I'm coming. I'm coming.
Fucking...
What was that?
I really can't beat him at all. I can't do anything. What am I? 14 and 9 with 200 CS, and I don't even like barely scratch him, dude. What a depressing game.
Run, Zyra. Oh my god, this sheep is so fucking broken.
Just split push every lane. And then maybe if we believe hard enough, Shaker can get picks, and Fiora can get picks.
Rip Fjord.
Shut down. Enemy rampage.
Is there a reason you always get armor pen last? Yeah, because Riot sucks dick, that's why. But I try not to get armor pen anymore unless I really need it.
Baron's up in 30, but I don't think they're going to be chasing him that long. Take something? Like, what are we in position to take? You know. Oh, man. We don't win this fight.
Alright, good luck, dude. I'm going mid. Actually, I'll go from behind, dude, because that's how I roll.
I'd go mid then. Oh shit.
Fucking ninja assassin, dude.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Send in the wall, Shaco.
Fuck. No!
Oh.
Yes!
Oh, get out of there!
Oh, I'm dead. Don't throw on him. Wow, nice job.
Just shoot for the elder while he weighs down. Kill the war.
This should be the goal. This should be the priority right now.
Take him just back.
But they can't do it, can they?
Zyra does a lot of damage.
The Shaco is fucking worthless. Zyra ult, does she have it? Or does her ult still make her plant supercharged?
I believe so.
If GP's ult gets that.
Good luck. Good luck, fam. Nice. Snakes a GP in there. Oh shit, he's still alive. Let's go get the elder.
Shut down.
Ah, fuck. We're not gonna get it in time. You can try.
Yeah, they have. Oh my god, they have vision.
I can see it. Fuck it. Back. Oh my god, you got a horse coming from your north. On my way.
Oh my god. Our game ending throws right here.
Got the fucking trap gauntlet. Oh, couldn't roll. Okay. Too fat.
Why did we all back off?
Oh no, we need to at least contest this.
We're gonna die, dude. Good luck.
No one else came, so yeah, we are.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand. We got 2 picks here, and Fiora walks back to base. Why? I don't understand.
I fucking hate you, Tony.
Oh my God, Fiora's doing it, dude. Fiora's going all the way, man.
Good luck, Fiora.
Fiora wants to win, dude.
Get it? The gates!
Alright, fuck this item. I'm done. It's not the hourglass, okay? Do you feel better?
Let's go for it. It's rough. Well, we got lasagnas. 2 lasagnas right now. Redemption.
Oh my God, I didn't even see that. Oh, I almost got her killed.
Oh boy.
How did you get over there?
Nice headbutt by Alistair. That was nice by Alistair. Well played. Well, I think I have every support aura in the game.
Scale from 1 to fucking dead. How dead do you think I am right now?
Hecarim's mid, so probably not.
Oh.
I'm dead.
Well, you guys are really doing it, aren't you?
Fiora's fucking man moding right now. I'm coming, baby.
Oh no, they're all coming to me. Why are you guys all going B?
I'm not being. Found Cinder. Yeah, Hecarim's behind. Hecarim's behind.
Got him!
Run back, Zyra! She booped me.
No!
God, the damage! I thought I was alright too. I was at like 1/4? What? 1/4, yeah. Oh no, I was a lot lower than that shit. That's stupid.
Her ult is
Cinder's
down.
gonna have her ult. It's gonna be back up soon. It's not gonna high cooldown. Oh my god.
So much skill! Okay. I thought she'd like just used it in this fight here, but maybe she didn't, my bad. I could have killed her if I didn't have the shitty Last Whisper item. If I would have had an Essence Reaver instead, she would have died. God, I hate the way they nerfed Armor Pen, that it only applies to bonus armor. It's so stupid.
Caitlyn flashed to kill you right there, I think, so you can exploit that. Red's up. I'm gonna go Ward Baron. Found 2 of the carries.
This is probably the final fight. Don't pull anybody. Don't pull anybody. I'm almost there.
I'm waiting on you. Shaco's already went in. Oh,
I think that's might be game, dude. Redemption if you got it.
already did. Tried to fucking keep him off Fiora. Shaco. It's got 1 damage on him. There we go.
Yo, report the Shaco, dude.
All I had to do is fucking wait.
Fuck me. Dude, I don't know.
Yes, something went wrong. You got a lobby open?
Do what?
I said, do you have a lobby open?
Oh no, sorry.
It said you invited me, but it kept fucking up.
I'm running 3 minutes fast, be careful.
God damn it. Nice name, mate.
Well.
I will wait for you to be better.
No cure for fools.
Are you certain?
You're banned, buddy.
The joke's
Just in case
on
someone on our team
you.
is thinking of playing him. I don't know, dude. Fuck, I hate playing AD carry, dude. I came out of that lane like 8-2. I was a monster. But against a Hecarim and a Syndra, goddamn.
If I want your opinion, I'll beat it out of you.
It's easy to meme, but it just feels like you're fucking useless if Hecarim's the same score that you are, because he's gonna be 2 levels up, maybe 3. 1 damage item and 3 tank items, and he rolled you multiple times. So, I don't know. Fucking feels bad, man. Feel bad.
Was that the first game we played today? Fuck. And we lost
See.
it?
Welcome
Oh,
to
dude,
the
we
League
raked that
of
lane so
Dreaming.
hard. Fuck.
Fucking 4.2k back.
Wait, do what? What are you saying?
I said the 4.2k back or something like that.
Yeah, Jesus.
Unreal.
It's like some Mortal Kombat shit. What the fuck?
One of these guys has been hit with a hammer. Which one?
He got life in prison for attacking someone in a hammer? Holy shit. You guys don't fuck around in Britbonger land.
Was he swinging for the fences or what?
I don't know. Damn. He must have swung pretty hard. I don't know. Fuck. Oh, he was jailed for 12 years, of which he served 6 for killing a female tenant in 2006. Gotcha. Guys, you gotta brush your fucking cars off when you drive. You can't drive around like this. People do this shit. You ever see people get in their car in the fucking morning and they'll brush off like just a fucking like a little sinkhole's worth of, or a peephole or whatever is worth of snow in their front window, and then they try to drive the car like this and they don't do the rear window or the sides or anything. Don't do that shit, guys. Come on. That's not fucking safe. Jesus Christ.
Time for some more memes.
The Summoner's Ring.
Destiny, when you debate, you just
Destiny,
exchange.
when you
Oh,
debate, you just exchange strawmans. It's autistic.
nice.
Minions have spawned.
Shouldn't the Larva Lounge be called the Minions Lounge? That's horrible. What's up, my little minions? Oh my god. Do any League streamers do that? That sounds like something a girl streamer would do. Hey, little minions. Or since we stream Minecraft, I could call it the Creeper Club. And then it would double for any of the fucking creepers in my thing that are creepy as fuck. Hey, this one, you got it right? Yep. Oh, I'm in all the way. I'm in all the way, baby.
Everybody else trying to get some CS.
Still in it.
You be alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You see the BM flash I threw in there?
Yeah. He wasted his E, so he didn't have his Q, and it was level 1, and I'm Draven, so yeah, hell yeah, dude. Oh, nice. They have Orianna. Who is their jungler? Who's gonna delete me this game when I get ahead?
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin. Actually, that's okay.
The blind.
Malphite. Malphite. There it is. There it is.
I'm gonna wait till you saw that Ori Malf combo.
Here, you got this.
Mm-hmm. You can hit it one more. Never mind, I got it. Lee Sin's up in our jangle. Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna ward this.
Don't really need to. Lee Sin's north side right now.
I like to have wards, okay?
Alright. He's looking mid still. Oh, he might be dead. Oh. That didn't work out.
Do you have Ignite or does she have Ignite? You have Ignite, right?
Yeah, but it's down. He's
That's fine. I think if you hook the Varus, I think we kill them again. I still have my flash.
He's staying out of range right now, though. I'm about just hitting this. Ooh, I thought that landed. Fuck you, bitch.
We have a level advantage. We should do something with this.
I'm down for 10 seconds.
Okay, just zone them then so they can't get the level. You got it?
They're in the turret.
Yeah, dude, hook these motherfuckers. You see that shit? You see I'm not afraid to take a turret shot? It's because I'm a fucking man, okay? Cannon, right?
Give me that cannon. And then I got a ward.
Fuck. Here, get the cannon, and then ward. Okay.
Careful.
Oh my god. Alright, I'm leaving. I missed too many CS. I'm done for now.
Lee's here.
I saw that Lee Sin thing.
Yes, Lee's here.
Oh, I thought you said did you see her?
No, he's mid now. Actually, I can stay.
Wait, why'd you stay?
Didn't have enough money for anything.
Fucking fucking. Okay.
Still have 3 pots and everything. Trim that wave down. Or freeze it with the other.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
He's probably backing for
Wait,
2.
way to get this one? Oh, no.
He's not gonna back.
When that shield goes down, I'm probably gonna run up, okay?
It looks so good. I haven't seen him any minute though.
Man, these guys are playing so safe. Oh, what?
I don't know, unless he's baiting for Lee. Turns out he was baiting for Lee. What?
Jesus fuck.
Look at that hook. You gotta watch that real quick. Wow. The way that hook landed.
You're not leaving, right? Please, just come over here, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Why would you whatever. I feel like she could have did something here, but whatever.
You gotta ignite up. Jaina has no flash. I don't remember Varus. Varus. Team, please. Where did Sejuani go? Okay.
Oh my god. She's gonna die? Oh wow.
Whatever. Yay, something good. Still have Ignite, by the way.
Oh, I've got a lot of stacks. That kill would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need your help. I need your help up here. Okay, no. I thought she was gonna protect this. Okay.
Yes.
No.
I got the scan.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, and then be over here so that they can't kill that ward. I like this ward.
You like this ward?
Okay, she's good. Okay, I don't care anymore. We're good.
Alright, Lee's probably coming down here. No doubt.
Do you have a ward for the bush?
Like the try?
Yeah.
Or this? Yeah, I can go. Probably redded though. He's top.
Okay, under tower shenaniganery. Oh my god, really?
He's got all. I'm almost 6. Come on, Sedge. Can we use that alt bot? It's almost noon though. Sedge is walking down, maybe? Lee's here.
Yeah, but
What the fuck?
we're dead, I think.
Try to win. Save your stacks. if you got the feast eyes on that Sejuani ult.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this game already.
Fucking autism, dude. 8-0, dude. Come the fuck on. Are you fucking kidding me?
An enemy has been slain.
Yo, Varus, see him? See him? Wait, no. We gotta be really careful not to defeat to Lee, okay? Because he's gonna come down here again, because I think we're... Yeah.
He was half health just a minute ago, because me and Cat pushed him back.
Yeah, sure, but it's fucking like that, and nothing matters. You can get all of his health back, and you can move infinitely through everything. We got a Katarina here, there.
Just take the turret. I want to give it to us. Just so we can get first turret gold. Lee's here.
What?
Get in there! Oh my god, now she goes in?
Yeah, that's like game. Like we're feeding. Now Arlen is feeding too.
Jaina was at 5%, and then she waited until she was shielded and ulting to go back in. I don't know.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Lee's missing.
Fuck, does that mean he's coming here?
I don't know. He's the only one not on the map right now.
Fuck it. Wish me luck, buddy. If he comes down here, I'm gonna die. I'll try to get this turret though.
Yeah, I'm gonna defend top with these fellows. Try to. Oh my god.
He's lucky I ran out of mana. I didn't have mana. Nice.
Oh, come on, cat. Nice. Oh boy. Probably heading down towards Dragon.
What are we doing? I think we have to group and fight, or we're just gonna keep dying.
I don't know. Their team's fucking amazing at a team fight, so.
I mean, we've got Sejuani, Katarina, Jace. I think our team fight is.
We just have to have Jace get a poke, like catch somebody, hook somebody. But yeah, we don't have a ton of choices.
Oh no.
We have to be the first to engage, though, for sure. I don't have flash. Pretty sure Ori still has her all. Oh man.
Are you? Is this bitch fucking serious? Never mind.
Don't even read that shit.
Yeah, I'm here, dude. Let's do it.
This guy's gonna take a day and a half to kill.
Fuck it up. Fuck him up. You ready to die? Oh, hi, look who I found.
Just fucking throw a hook. Oh my god.
An ally has been slain. An enemy is legendary.
Fucking brutal.
Nice beams.
A true hunter never rests.
I will wait for you to be better.
I do not rest.
People fear what they cannot understand.
Are you certain?
We do what we must.
Nice meme. I mean, I think we were winning that lane. I think we quote unquote won the lane until the jungler started to come down and fucked up. Sejuani didn't help us at all either. Oh, we got the first blood and everything. The game before we crushed that lane, dude. Maybe I should go back to playing Jinx for more late game influence. I don't know.
So we gotta figure out how to transition into the mid game to.
I think that the important things are. I think we need to try to. I think that dragons are really important. I like when I'm ahead bot lane when I have a jungler that really likes to do dragons, because then we push, and then we take because we push and then take dragons, like a lot of them. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. Fuck, 1 second.
Hey. Talking to your cat, right?
Hey, dude, nice meme.
Roll exhaust.
Oh, I'm 93 minutes bad. Be careful, guys.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a good... I never thought of that. The most basic rotation you can do is winning bot lane is after you take your towers to run top with your support and take that tower too.
Yeah, but your top laner has to be on board with that.
No, fuck it. We'll just go and do it. Fuck if they don't care. No, I don't care. League of Legends is not about winning the game because of your team. It's about winning the game in spite of your team, okay?
The divas are in the top lane, though. You ever played against the support Malzahar?
Yes. Level 6 he kills us if we're not careful.
They're pretty fun.
Right here, dude. Oh shit, was that you pinging?
Yep.
Really makes you think, doesn't it?
Oh, 2-2 in his diamond promos. It's gonna hurt.
Oh no. Oh god, and it's an Eve. AD, AP, tanky, Evelyn. Nice meme. Oh, Morgana, your dress is so pretty.
Thanks, bud.
He's
Somebody pop that shield!
Yeah, get him,
Pop
get him,
the
get him!
shield!
Oh, do you want me to flash? Oh,
no.
I'm flashing. Yeah, get him! That's a free kill! Let me get that first blood! It's okay. As long as he wins this lane, yeah, whatever.
Thank you.
Wait, DBC, welcome to the Minecraft Club, buddy.
Minions have spawned.
Did we flash for that?
I didn't flash. Looks like no one on our squad did. I don't think he used any summoners either, though.
No, I definitely heard a flash. I know I heard a flash in there.
Did he try to flash out?
I think Malzahar might have. I'm almost positive I heard one. First blood on Draven is fairly good. Yeah, first blood on Draven. I don't know the top matchups too well, but I'm pretty sure first blood on Draven is probably the best first blood in the game. Because since Draven gets the extra 50 gold as part of his passive, Draven can be and get a Cole immediately, and you go into lane with a Cole and Doran's Blade. It's like probably the best start in the game for a lane, I think. Like a general lane. There might be some like really specific matchups.
I don't know. I like having it on the solo laner. He got a Doran ring. He'll get level 2 first. God.
Yeah, double Doran's ring might be nice. Wait, does his spell shield protect from auto attack damage?
Ooh, nice dodge. It might count on your Q. I know it like deflects a spell and then mitigates the damage, some of it.
Careful, careful.
I haven't played that champion a lot, to be honest.
Okay.
But I don't know if it works on your Q or not.
God damn it. Kill him, dude. It's so good. Nice jump.
I'm gonna try to hold this lane until you get back.
Yep, that's really good press. That's like game ending, or lane ending. That's a ton of EXP and gold. And I got a
I wanted to take shield level 2, but I needed to make sure I got that kill. Alright, we should be good. I'm going back. It's okay.
That won't snowball like a kill in a solo lane. You never really snowball the solo lanes because I only play bot lanes and my laners never snowball, so I understand what you're saying in theory, though, but that's not how it works in practice. Your solo laners will never snowball. Your solo laners barely know how to play the game. If your solo laners were any worse at League, then they would be playing jungle, okay? That's how bad your solo laners are in this game. Yep.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
That was a 4-shot and it didn't kill you? How?
I'm watching. I didn't think it was a 4-shot.
Oh, whatever that. I thought that last shot was gonna kill you. I thought you were way lower. Holy shit.
Let me watch the replay here. No, it wasn't a 4-shot. If it was, it would have killed me.
Yeah. Am I gonna get ganked?
Evelyn? I don't know.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, if she's coming, you're dead.
No, that one sucks. I'm good. Well, now I would know that.
You would have pressed you if she was there. Are you backing?
Hell yeah, I am.
Alright. You going that 2BF Zeal build this time, right? Right. Alright, cool.
You 2BF Zeal over 2... No, the boots are way better, dude.
Dude, didn't he say in that same post that you're referencing that Zeal was
It's 2BFs,
a reasonable
boots.
third item to buy as well?
It's 2 BFs, boots, and then 1 BF, then Zeal, I think. Because the Zeal gives you 15% attack speed, boots gives you 35%, and the big movement speed. It's a big ombre, dude.
Alright, Memer. Does my W pop that? Oh, fucking sweet! That is sick. Oh, she's not level. Just gonna land a snare here for Vi. Whoop. Oh my god, it hurts. It fucking hurts so bad. I should save the shield for myself. Jesus, that's fucking damage.
Yeah, it's... The Malphite is
Why
pretty
is it
retarded.
ignite?
Did you ever see the new support tier list that was posted?
I saw the 80 carry like shit post, but I didn't see the.
You mean the new support tier list, right? Where it was like the new best AD or the new best support is probably going to be Ashe. Her arrow, Ashe arrow provides really good support for ADs or for the Zyra carry. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I thought that was a high quality. Oh shit.
Pretty good meme. You gonna be alright?
No, look up. Oh my god, so close. I hate playing against fucking Eve. I shouldn't be in lane alone ever.
I asked him really nicely not to kill me, but fucking shitters. You piece of shit. No, my red.
You let him get it?
There's both of them in there.
Yo, do you have anything?
Not yet. Well, I'm just gonna keep my. You might have Jin.
I wonder if I could have flash for. No, I think my auto cooldown. Please just.
Come on, fish.
Yeah, do Bill. Yeah, you got him. Go for Eve. Run. Yep. Ah, nice. And he got the DM.
Kitty.
How is she full health again? Oh, never mind. I wasn't hurting her much.
She throws a shield on with the ult as well. It's quite the little meme they pulled there.
Wasn't I playing Twitch a few years ago? No, I never played Twitch that much.
You bastard.
Yo, we should try to make a play before Malzahar gets level 6, and then we're not allowed to do anything. I'm gonna pink the... oh, no, never mind. Because the pinks can't see Eve, right? Anymore?
I thought they could. Yeah, I think they can. Not 100% on that. I have a list. Oh.
Okay, I'm pinking this.
He's mid.
Okay, he's still level 5?
He's gonna be 6 by the end of this wave for sure, though. Nice memes.
I like that shit.
Forky. Get back. Forky got the package, and he wants to deliver it. There we go. We need to get this turret. Fucking get the dragon, rotate out of lane.
Yeah.
Not wait until we get ass rammed down bot. Eve's bot. Come on, Fish, you got this. Oh, never mind, you don't. Mal's didn't get a sightstone. Not that it matters, we don't need a gang.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, I'm going.
My face when he thought flashing would save him.
You gonna be alright? Oh, fuck, Eve's gonna kill us both, isn't she?
No.
Slut.
Wait, come back. We're good.
Oh, I'm Warden Drake.
I promise we're good. I got heal.
Corky's really big, though. Well, I guess
yeah,
not really big. He's dead, though, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Okay. Good point.
Let's get the turret.
Let's get the dragon.
Well, we should get the turret.
Yeah, we'll get the turret. Okay.
I'm gonna back here so you can...
I got you. You're good.
Toss that exhaust on her as well. Oh man, you're gonna be rich as fuck.
Is he level 6 yet? Nope.
He's gonna be close. I'm back. Gen 6. Oh, you're gonna have to do some dancing. For sure. I don't know why he hasn't ulted yet.
Oh, wow. Fuck it, I might be dead. This guy. Alright,
I think you have to watch it. Well, I gotta watch it on stream.
I don't think there was much I could have done differently.
Oh shit, you almost had him. Oh, flash ult. Okay. Mouse flash ult.
Yeah. I can't wait for Destiny to lose this game too. It feels good, man. I would ban you, but you're probably right, so. Yo, I think he's in there.
Who?
It's too late. Right there, I think. But maybe not. I don't know.
Do some coordination here. I have TP. Ribbon doesn't.
Can you beg her to come do dragon? Like
He's top. He's top. We can do it right now.
Be a real jungler and actually care about objectives. And then we're gonna go mid and take that turret. Okay.
Can you pop? Ah, fuck! I just used my shield. I can't pop this.
Ignore him. Just go mid, take the turret.
I like it. If Quicky's here, he's gonna have a pretty good wave clear though. Oh god!
Oh my god! What? Come on!
Felt so good. Oh my god. there. You went to smart bot. Jin's pushing it in.
No, 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 no. Go to your fucking lane, you fucking fuckboy piece. I can go bot and take your CS? What do you expect me to say to that? I mean, our CS.
Rotate top too, though. Put the pressure on Riven, take that turret.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
I'll swing by mid on the way and try to help out.
Oh my god. What are you doing, dog? Why would you even flash? Oh my god, really?
What am I not seeing? Oh, face fight? Oh shit, they're about to get rolled mid if they don't pay attention.
I'm going up, okay?
Kill him Aldahar. Maybe. Fuck you, Corky! Piece of shit. Support on support crime. Mal's no wall.
Whoa. We're gonna keep going, okay?
Yep. Just kind of hang back so I can put the shield on you if she flashes. Alright, she flashed on me.
No.
That's fine.
I could have killed
I'll
you.
take it. Sorry, I don't think it would have saved me.
An ally has been slain.
Please pressure the turret, Jace. What are you doing? I'm dead. No, I thought he was up here for sure. Dude, forget blues, man. We gave you FB blues. Jace, just shoot the turret! Oh my god. Whatever, he got it eventually.
Oh shit, he's so dead. Unless that Jin... Okay, never mind. Little exclamation point from Corky.
Corky is busted. Oh, remember what I told you guys about snowballing solo laners? Notice how Corky got first, or I'm sorry, notice how Fizz got first blood? Notice how Jace is 0-3?
I get your point, but Corky laned against Fizz, not Jace.
What? No, I said both Fizz and Corky. Or I'm sorry, both Fizz and Jace, both are solo laners, sorry.
He's got flash ult again.
He's got it. Dicks. Oh, damn.
Oh, he's going in?
Nice.
I don't have anything to finish it.
Oh my god.
Fuck me, I'm so dead too. Riven, piece of shit. Please. I get Jace being in a lane. I just hate when junglers go to side lanes to take farm. Fucking drives me bananas. Bananas. Oh man, not again, not again.
Am I bad? Do you think I'm just bad luck, dude? I don't know. This is gonna be the third lane we've won like really hard in a row, huh?
I'm trying to think we're like not transitioning here. Maybe we should have not been up pushed
I mean, we
so far.
took all three turrets, right? We've gotten all three mid, top, and bot, and we got the dragon, but we need a group, I guess.
I feel like that same situation where we just went in and fought is fine as long as Vi's there and Jace is in the side lane. We can't have Vi farming the fucking side lanes. I'm gonna go,
Like
Orchid
this
Dragon.
shit right here. This shit right here is fucking retarded. No, like, we just gotta pick. That means it's time to take a turret. Why are they running away? It's because they're hunting kills. That kind of shit is the shit that loses games. I don't know why people on my team seem to do it so much. Like,
I got you.
yeah, well, I'm fine, yeah. Like, this turret should be dead right now, 100%. But for some reason, she got a kill and decided to wander off instead of taking an objective. I don't know why. Like, kills are an opportunity to get objectives, not run and hunt more kills. Like, it's fucking retarded as fuck. I'm totally
Let's go get Dragon. Let's go get Dragon. I don't know if we're gonna be able to keep a lane there with Porky. Ooh,
I mean, like, we have 5 still. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we'll go down. It's just dumb. That kill meant nothing. It should have been a mid-tower.
Yeah, if he comes down here and face checks this, we can pop him. Might be over in here though. Sweep the zone. Vi's going back to get red, so we're down a man. Careful. I shouldn't have used that yet. Shields up in 5. You gotta kill Corky.
I play so many games that are like this, where like if you group as 5 and move towards an objective, we would end the game. We would literally win the game. But I don't know how to get people to come and do it. Like, everybody wants to go clear side lanes or do whatever, like, other random shit. Nobody actually wants to, like, just go and win the game. Oh, are we all doing? Is it time?
Yeah, bind him at 3.
Vi, go! How is this guy right in front of our fucking team, dude? He's right there! We have a Fizz and a Vi and no one can get him? And like their one jungler walks up and shoots. Dude, I don't know, man. I really don't understand.
This is fucking unreal. Holy shit. He is 3 levels up on Court or Fizz. Oh,
god, Vi fucking did something! Are we gonna take a turret, or are we gonna run around like fucking retards and hunt? Alive for a minute. For a brief moment in time, the dream was alive. And then the dream died, dude. The dream died just like that, man. Did you watch the dream die right before your eyes?
I saw Draven die.
Yeah, he died too.
It's redemption going here. I think I can solo Jim if he stays. Got drag coming up in 30. Oh, shit, they're all down here.
That Eve can probably solo me, do you think?
Yes. She's got 23 stacks on her mages.
Alright, I'm going for 25, dude. Wish me luck.
Her GA's popped. That's all I remember. Oh shit, you're dead for sure.
Found him. I can't do it, dude.
No, please, not my asshole.
Killing spree. An enemy is dominating.
Got her.
Yeah, Corky's right here.
Why doesn't... I wonder why your shit doesn't reveal her. That was weird. When you binded her?
What?
Oh.
Said dunno. Oh, that was a mistake, I see. Gunblade. Didn't even pay attention to that.
I can't believe the Fizz got first blood and lost his lane so hard, and the Jace went 0-4. Like, it's unbelievable. These games are these games unbelievable to you? They seem unbelievable to me. But it doesn't even matter. We still could have won. We could have won this game.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I don't know. It's like a roller coaster of emotion.
It's not a roller coaster. It's a tumble downhill. Like, as soon as you hit 2 minutes, like.
Well, I bet we climbed the hill at first.
Yeah, it's just so stupid. It's so I don't understand. Like, it seems like, look at the... This is impossible. I have to be remembering this incorrectly because you're a biased observer, right? But like, it feels like the enemy team is so keen to like group and win the game, but it feels like my team never wants to just group and push and win the game. Like this kind of shit. I'm going forward on my stream. This kind of shit is like mind-numbingly fucking autistic. What time was it that people do all the time? Where like you get a pick and then people just want to go run off and do some other shit. Like it's so crazy, stupid.
Oh, man. All I can remember is that I can't stand junglers in the side lanes. When that Fizz got first blood, he guaranteed a 1 lane.
Yeah, I remember. But it doesn't even matter, even though he lost his lane.
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm not trying
like this
to...
shit right here that I'm watching, right here. This is at least a free tower, if not a free inhib. These are, I don't understand why it seems like my teammates always do this shit. Like, hold on, how far back did we go here? We get a kill here. The Jhin is dead. This turret is low HP. And Vi just runs off. There's not even like a buff here. To go what? To go hunt down the fucking Malzahar? And there goes fucking Fizz like a fucking retard. Why? This is look at this turret. It's just, why? This shit is so stupid. These are like game-breaking mistakes here. Like an easy turret. Jhin is dead. Oh my god, and even alone, I can get this turret like almost completely dead. And then you show up, and then Vi and fucking Fizz are just derping around. Oh, here they come back. Blah, blah, blah. But it's too fucking late at this point. Now the turret's fully alive. That turret should have died in like 2 seconds. We could have been working on the fucking inhib turret. Now I've got a turret shot on me. Now Malzahar here. Now Corki is fucking here. And nobody wants to do anything. Vi doesn't want to ult. Fucking Fizz is all the way in the fucking back, like running the fuck away. It's a 5v4. What the fuck? And then we go down here and we take the cuck dragon when we should be working towards the mid inhib. This shit is so fucking stupid. Fucking memes, dude. This Vi was also so and then Vi goes down to get fucking red buff. Oh, Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus, why? This is like fucking flash ult territory. This is where we need a Vi, flash ult on Corki or Jhin, and then we go in and we fucking end the fucking game. Like, literally, like, end the game at 25 minutes. Like... And then Eve initiates. Vi isn't even here yet. It doesn't even matter. Fuck me, dude. Vi fucking ults the Riven. With Corki and fucking Jhin sitting there shooting at her. Vi ults the fucking Riven. Who doesn't even die. What's the point, dude? Why would you even do that? Can you tell me, Devin? If you were playing Vi, why would you just ult Riven there? What was the point?
I'm just watching the replay still.
It's all good. Shit happens, dude. It's fucking memes. Alright, we can't lose anymore. I'm gonna get demoted down to plat fucking 3.
Oh, man. This is fucking brutal.
We've annihilated. Well, we just kind of won. We won the game before last. We won that lane. Like, before the jungles and shit started to get crazy involved. But, like, we've annihilated. We annihilated that game's lane. We annihilated the lane the game before the last game. Like, fuck, dude. Whoa, you have dogs?
It's a cat. He's a big fucking cat. Like 23 pounds.
23 pounds? How's that even possible?
He's not even fat either. He's fucking built. Like, he's stacked.
Is he shredded?
He's like a little puma clawing through my house with his claws still.
Jesus Christ. I think Aslan is like 12.4 pounds. Are you sure he's really 20 pounds?
I swear, we just took him to the vet not too long ago because he had a kidney stone.
Oh my god.
It's funny though, because Aslan would probably whoop his ass. He was out in the yard playing one day, and a little, I don't know, couldn't have been 12, 13-pound cat as well. Had him on his back, like crying. He's a little pussy. No pun intended.
Damn.
Feels bad. Fuck it. Tried playing Jinx. I mean, get us through the mid lane or the mid game a little easier. I don't know.
Listen, I'll try one more Draven.
I don't.
If it doesn't work, yeah, I'll do it.
I don't think it's Draven that's causing the problem.
I wonder how many games. I haven't been watching how many games both of our lanes have been losing, like that last game. Even though we had first blood. Fuck.
A true hunter never rests.
No cure for fools.
I do not rest.
Seems you left your brave pants at home. Want me to wait while you go get them?
Brave pants.
It is done.
Oh shit, I'm running 3 minutes dead. Be careful. Oh no, they're gonna miss the start of the game. We can't do anything too exciting, okay?
Alright, we're invading. I'm gonna throw the blind hook.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Don't do it, don't do it. Okay, go, 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 go! You, oh my god, wait, how long?
Wait, just chill.
Okay.
I mean, we just wait.
How long?
Yeah,
How long?
if they have awarded, the more fucked. 15 seconds.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna award this next push. Now, let's go.
Oh my god, I'm not watching it.
Oh, I should have.
Pull up! Pull one! Just pull one! God damn it, dude.
God, he's in.
He went in?
How long it is?
I'm not stopping, I'm not stopping. How long, how long, how long?
Useful. 12. I can't stop.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I died. Rip me. Oh no. It's all ogre.
Fuck off, blind man.
Oof, nice try, dude. Nice try, guy.
Release this.
You really leaving me? Oh god, Caitlyn Soraka.
Oh yeah. Memes.
Has been slain.
Have to go around. At least if they push us into the turret, we got the hook under the turret.
Wow, the turret didn't even shoot. Good game, Riot.
I'll go smack these creatures.
Does that feel good?
Yeah, I was just trying to get you some health, buddy.
Here, get this one. Oh no.
I'm gonna hold up on this hook until I get to.
You got this guy?
I won't have it in time.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, fuck me, fuckity, fuck.
Yep.
Gotta go fast.
I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Good ignite. You got both the summoner heal and the Soraka heal with that ignite. It's really bad on them. They could have saved that heal a little longer, I think.
I wasn't gonna ignite if I saw her blow heal first. Actually, let me get that cannon. It should be up.
Okay, help me push.
Alright.
An enemy has been slain.
I gotta call no sun spot here.
I can't wait to stomp another lane and lose the game again.
Some deja vu going on. Guess I can make a pit stop mid.
An enemy has been slain.
Wow, dude, these guys must be horrible. Holy shit. The enemy team has 3 kills, and they all came from the invade, I think.
I think there was a skirmish after up in the top, but yeah. I don't have ignite yet.
I'm going.
Oh god, that creep got knocked into my hook.
I'm fine. You want to get that? You can get that caster or cannon. Fuck, that was really bad. They're gonna regen all that HP back.
Let this push into us.
Yeah, I'm letting it. As much as I can.
Corky's behind him. I'm going. Ready? Just back up if you need to. Corky's behind us. We'll clean it up.
Man, that dick ride feels good, man. And then one more.
Yep. I'll have enough for it, or I'll have a cannon. Ooh. Oh, feels good, man. Seen him do it all by his lonesome. Leaves in the middle. I don't know what they're doing. Open mid. Is that the only way we can win? We get them to open mid before mid game starts?
Alright, let's go. Fuck it.
It is open, but Caitlin's there killing our Forky.
What?
How did I get an assist? Must have been from healing you with a creep.
Golly, rage quit. Jesus Christ. After that horrible invade. Oh shit. Oh my god, this Lee Sin is like...
He said he was inting. I don't know if he's trying or not, but... But we get a Draven to report to the mid lane.
Oh no, he got me. Fuck, I tried, dude.
No, no.
I wanted it so bad. I'm so greedy. Listen, I tried, okay? It's the important
I'm
part.
gonna watch this.
I got greedy. He was gonna run away, dude.
That is not going up on the YouTube.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
This guy's like a professional open midder, stacking the wave on the inhibitor.
What are we doing? Oh, stacking minions.
Woo!
Yo, pull. You need to pull someone out. Pull these in. No. Oh, dude, that was kind of a dick move, dude.
With revenge.
Okay, okay. Come on.
I got 10
Oh, no, he's gonna... I saw it right before my eyes.
Oh, God, give me.
Feels good. Punch it, Blitzcrank! Good job, dude. What a god.
Carried that game. Oh, man. Everyone on our team got an S. Feels good.
I got an S? Oh, S minus. I don't know how, but okay. Dude, we annihilated that lane. Holy shit. Even though we started out behind, and Kate started with a kill.
I like the strategy that you employed on the invade, walking into the enemy team.
Listen, dude. I'm running 3 minutes red. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Running 3 minutes red. Be careful.
You got a pretty good knowledge of like audio equipment, right? I mean, that's what you're
I have cursory knowledge of many things, good sir. What's
why I didn't spend a lot of time when I bought this mic. I just bought it. I didn't want to do another mic on a headphone combination, so I bought like a standalone. But I bought, I think, open air. I bought a Samsung Meteor mic. Are you familiar?
Okay, you just said so many words. I have no idea what the fuck you said.
Samsung Meteor mic. Are you familiar?
Okay, you bought a Samsung Meteor mic?
Yes. This was a fuck up, I think,
What is
but
it?
I just wanted to know if you're familiar.
Samsung Meteor mic.
I think that's
Oh wait, Samson.
Samson. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Samson Meteor mic. Is that what you're using right now?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, what about it?
It's just, I think it sounds bad. Does it sound bad? Do you think it sounds bad?
I can't really effectively evaluate quality on Skype because Skype does things.
Okay, maybe it's good. I don't know. I didn't take the time to properly educate myself on microphones before making that purchase.
Samson Meteor mic. Alright, let me see. I've never heard of Samson before.
Seems you left your brave pants at home. Want me to wait while you go get them?
I don't know, it might be okay. I don't know anything about it, I can't really say. Obviously I recommend blue microphones, but yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know, it might
Never
be okay.
look back.
The most important thing with a microphone is the positioning of the microphone. A $30 microphone will sound better than a $1,000 stereo mic setup if you have the microphones positioned poorly. The most important part of the microphone is that it needs to be very, very, very close to your mouth. Yeah, I don't even use mine properly because I should I should be speaking at about this distance at all times, but I wander off the microphone a lot sometimes.
Noted. Thank you.
Oh God, should we dodge?
We do what we
Why? What
must.
happened? Oh, Shaco?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, some Shacos can be useful, but some can be absolutely worthless. It's like the law of gas.
Just mad.
Chamomile, I guess.
I will wait for you to be better.
Wow, yeah, she's OP as fuck. God damn it, Hecarim. I was gonna say Hecker Rengar, but fuck.
Link Reckful streaming, it's not even online. Wow.
Let's try this. See if I can lock Heck down.
Why is this guy so loud compared to me? I don't know. Hey, wait, do you use Discord?
Yes.
Oh, wait, are you in the Destiny.gg Discord?
I was asking from a moderator the other day, but you didn't know it, so.
Wait, let's just use Discord, okay?
Yeah, please.
Okay, alright, Devin. Wait, what's your name in Discord?
I'll link you. Oh. Would you just send me an invite? Clicky.
Oh wait, can I invite you to a channel?
I think so.
Oh my god, here you go. Like this? Does that work?
Nathan thinking.
I think you have to click like make an invite or something, don't you?
No, I sent you a link in Skype. Does it work?
Oh, I'm in. You gotta drag me into your channel probably.
The invite didn't take you to my channel?
No, I'm in general hanging out with a couple of memers.
Are you CPU jerk?
I'm highlight.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Are you able to talk in this room?
Yeah, can you hear me? Oh, fuck. I'm gonna hang up Skype.
Alright, yeah, hang up Skype.
Oh, that sounds so much better. Even you sound 10 times better.
Yeah, the Skype audio codec is really, really, really bad. It's optimized for shit microphones and business meetings, not for people with decent audio setups.
I literally only had Skype downloaded to message you on. I don't use it, so I feel special, bud.
Welcome to the League of Draven.
Are you excited?
Yes. Malzahar's fucking OP. This should be fun.
All right, dude, you ready?
Yeah, buddy, I'm ready. Let's do it.
The app called Equitable is designed to split group restaurant bills based on gender and racial wage gaps. So if you're a white man brunching with a black woman and a Latina, be prepared to pay a little extra for that avocado toast. Oh, shit, dude.
Welcome to the Summoner's Rift.
Yo, yo, yo. Ready? Where are you?
I'm right here, but we don't have any fucking teammates.
Alt him or do something, dude.
He's dead.
Oh my god. Oh, see, look at that, dude. Do you see what happens when you're
Wasted
a
the
fucking
flash.
man? Do you see what
Wasted
happens?
it.
Who, me?
I had that. He was dead.
No, he wasn't. He healed. Oh. You see what happens when you're a fucking man? Even when fucking 5 people run up to you, like they're about to start shit, and you're like, I don't give a fuck. You see what happens when you man the fuck up and just go for it, dude? That's what the fuck happens.
Are you pep talking me right now?
I'm not pep talking you, dude. I'm talking you up. I'm just so you know what's up, okay? That's what's up. That's what's up, dude. Don't give a fuck if there's 2 of us there or 5 of us there. If you're ready to go big, dude, shit can happen, man.
I had to shit on that horsey a little early. Because you know he's going to shit on you later.
Shaco wasn't with us for the invade, right?
No.
Nope, come down then. Fuck him. Don't leash him. Nope, come on. Let's go to lane.
I don't think we have to anyway.
Nope.
Oh, I feel
nope.
bad.
Nope. Nope.
It's not my fault. I'm sorry, Shaco. The big mean streamer Destiny won't let me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when the invade came. Oh shit, I'm coming.
I'm good, I'm good.
Oof, okay. Keep in mind we have no summoners, so be careful. Or I don't. Fuck. You have flash, that's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So we pretty much have no summoners.
This one is Starflight, right? Yeah. What's your warding totem on?
Oh, did you see that? You thought I was gonna get hooked, didn't you?
100%. You wanna go ward this?
Yeah.
You got time.
After these 2 melees, okay?
Go.
Ready? Ready?
Go.
Whoa.
Go.
Oh, fuck. What am I warding? This?
We're playing games with my heart.
Oh no!
No, look what.
Look what you've done, you've made a fool of... Have you heard that song before?
I don't even know what the fuck you just said.
Really?
No. We play instruments, but you never really looked into singing, huh?
What? Listen, my voice is sick right now, okay? You know which song
Let's go.
are.
Let's go.
Why?
My damage is unreal.
Yeah, okay, it is.
I don't have any lockdown now. It's a 6. Oh! Whoop!
Oh, he's almost dead! Yo! Oh, you
Ooh.
really flashed?
I had to. You
No,
didn't see what he did?
I think we could have killed him. I think we would have
He was
killed him.
trying to get behind me. No. I had to do that.
Look at that, dude. Look at how fucked he is over there.
Get him?
Look at him, dude. Oh, shit.
Why don't you go over there? For real.
No, don't want it. I like the mystery.
Nope. I know. I'm in a game. Again. It felt good. Go get hooked or something so I can get a kill.
Fuck you.
Dick.
I'm going. Okay, backing up. Nice. After this wave, I can B for a BX thread.
Alright, so. Heck, stop.
Running away. Yeah, I don't like spoilers. That's why I don't ward. I'm warding the bush.
Be careful.
Oh no, we have to fight for that, okay? We're gonna fight over that. Do you understand?
I understand.
One threshold. Wait, where are you at?
Just sitting AFK. You gonna flash for it?
Does she have heal?
Yeah, heal. Probably. She used it on the invade, but it's been quite some time.
Ooh.
I don't see the pony.
Ready? Let's go, 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 go. Oh, hit it! Did you get it? Nice job.
Yep. God, I want level 6. Oh, you like that?
Oh my god, you cucked that dude so hard.
You like that?
What's the countdown on your flash?
60 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully by the time we get level 6.
Nah, nice try though, dude. Nice try on that hook. How far are you? From 6?
About 2 creeps.
Okay.
Are we gonna have to ult?
You can ult.
And ult move?
Either one.
25 on that. Ult in my flash.
Got him. You didn't think I had it, did you? You see how I called it? You see how I called it? It's because I knew I had it, baby. I knew I had it the whole time. It was never a question in my mind, dude.
I was actually gonna say I thought you had it.
Nah, you weren't. Come on, dude. Come on, let's be real. You might have thought I had
Let's
it,
be real.
but I
Did they get
knew I
another
had
BF?
it.
Let's
Yo.
I only talk BFs here. Oh. Come on. Wait.
Really?
I think I still got him. Come back here and get you
I
some.
don't think so. What? You said you got him? I look, he's
It
got
was
like
brave.
fucking
It was brave.
3/5 of his, or 2/5 of his HP left. What the fuck?
It was a little optimistic. Look at our useful Shaco scoring this dragon right now, undetected. Alright, buddy. 20 seconds on my ult. Flashes up.
An ally has been slain.
Yo, just if you just walk up and ult either one, I think either one will be a kill.
I pretty much have to ult Thresh if I do that.
No. Because if Thresh walks up to you and plays you, one, I don't think I'll have enough time to kill Caitlyn anyway, and I can kill Thresh if he walks up to you. I think either one is okay.
I'm gonna wait until this turret bounces though, or this wave bounces. Heck behind us! Heck behind us! Run!
We're dead. I would stay and fight somebody. What? No ult under turret?
Just save it.
Isn't there like a 90-second cooldown or some shit?
120. Man, that blue can travel some distance.
Is that the third hack gank on us? I'm still 24 CS up. We're doing okay.
How many HP we looking at on the turret? Half? It's not too bad, I guess. Let me go see if I got this red warded.
You're leaving me?
Memeing you. Damage down. Nice dodge, bud.
Hey, we can take this turret, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna take it. You ready for this? If Thresh leaves?
Really, dude?
Give it to me. Give me that
Oh my god! The cuckening. Feels good, man.
Yeah, we're pushing. Got a double kill top.
Okay, we're gonna wail on this turret, okay? Like hardcore.
Take a couple hits.
Really? No, we don't. Okay, now we can live. Don't be so scared. Listen, we're strong dudes. We're big guys, okay? No buts. We're big guys. We're big guys, okay? Acknowledge your bigness, alright?
I am 3-0. You're 1-1. I got it. I get you.
Okay, listen. We're gonna get that bot turret right now, okay? Look at how low we got it. If you would have been a little braver, we would have killed it.
An enemy has been slain.
Fly, birdie, fly.
An ally has been slain.
Alright, well, I'm holding mid.
Who was our mid? Anivia?
Anivia. They're tops here too, though.
Okay, yeah, you do that. I'm taking that turret, okay? Oh no, fuck. Okay. Ah, fuck. Fuck! Just kidding. Okay, never mind. We're going mid, I think. That turret is unattackable. Is unassailable.
I was just trying to channel my inner big man. Is that what I was put?
Well, you know what, dude? Based on that, you just don't seem like the big man I thought you were. I thought you were a bigger man than that.
Somebody was in the trenches fighting while somebody was running up through the woods. Who was who right there?
Listen, dude. I was intercepting an enemy carry, okay?
Alright. I'm gonna go intercept this Caitlyn.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I got 8 seconds on that slowy thing, though. 4. I'm gonna steal this from you. 100%.
No, 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 no! Don't actually do it. I hate you. Can you call Shay go to Dragon? We need to do this. There's no reason to not be doing this right now. So like these games I think are bad, but I think we've been winning lane pretty hard all game, but we only have 1 dragon and we're 17 minutes in. We need to like hyper focus on these. I think they're really good. All right, listen.
Shaco, come on.
Okay, I saw Thresh and Yasuo mid.
Push the wave. Coming.
Hakrum's coming down.
That's how we do. Free turret. Because Shaco was there. Oops, somebody's in that bush.
Big plays, big plays. Give me a ward! Ah, no!
Go! Flash? Pussy?
If I had it, I would. Fuck you. You think I wouldn't have flashed that wall for that kill, motherfucker? Pretend I'm not gonna flash a fucking wall for a kill.
Why don't you go buy another BF?
I would, but I already have 3, so it's the most I'm allowed to buy. I should have stopped to type. That was my bad. Fuck me.
Alrighty. What's next on the docket? Hisaki.
Oh, we should start playing around Baron. And then the Anivia goes be like a fucking Down syndrome ridden fucking idiot, dude. Oh my god, if I had an extra $1 for every fucking chromosome this guy had, I could go and buy myself a $1 fucking Coke. Unbelievable, dude. It's okay. I'm sure he was buying a really important item. Oh, and we're fighting anyway. Come on! Did you get him? 32 HP, where's your flash, pussy?
Oh, I think I got him though. Come on! Fuck. She had spooky ghost right there. We're warded up for this dragon, though.
Fuck dragon. Look, dude, this is free right now. Oh, I'm just kidding. Anivia has to go buy
I need
again.
the 50% out of combat move speed. Oh, fuck. I got no ult for 35, though, homie.
Anivia, what are you doing? Just do this.
Silence, he's silenced! Those tasty double buffs. I got spookies and... I'm gonna back and buy some stuff.
No, you're not! No, you're not! You're joking, right? Dude, it's not even funny. You can't troll like that because people do that shit. I don't actually know.
Oh god, you're so triggered.
Fuck you.
So we get the turret. Inhibitor.
Imagine if Shaco were with us. That would be a free inhib. I think we're gonna die for this. We'll try to get it, but I think we're gonna die for it. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay. Alright, back up.
Run!
Wait.
Oh, thanks for the save, Darius! Alright, fucking boys. Fucking Darius plucked that Hecker room out of thin air.
Oh.
What a dude. What a dude. Are you ready to lose? Somehow?
Don't even joke. The Anivia is not grouping at all. The Anivia is actually tilting me hardcore, but we haven't needed her so far because the enemy team has been so bad. But like, if we were to lose this game, it would be on the Anivia team.
The red bus up. I got all. I'm all over this shit. Oh, this is free if somebody comes in here. Oh. I couldn't get in range. Feels bad.
Oh no, wait. We'll do top.
It should be bot or top. Just pick one. Doesn't matter. Let Nivea do her thing, even though she doesn't have Baron buff. If they all in, I'm gonna probably save my ult for gas.
What? Oh, I thought. Oh, that was my bad. For some reason, I thought she'd also. Well, that Hecarim is really bad. It might not matter. I don't know. Oh man. Rip. 2 for 5 with Baron. Damn, we got fucked.
Rode me down.
I thought that Lysandra didn't have ult for some reason. I shouldn't have been so close to her.
Oh wait, Darius, I got spookies in 4. An extra spooky.
What the fuck did this Anivia do all game? Holy shit. She's like always in the most random spots.
Hex spot.
And Yasuo.
Let's go. Should be enough to push him off the turret at least.
Oh my god. Nice.
Turret, please.
Look at this, all 5 teammates here pushing. Wow, feels good, man. I don't know how any of you got here so fast, but...
She has wings. She flew. That amount of her damage. It's fucking sexy.
Does she still have ult?
Get one in there for the end.
Wait, is this the second game in a row that we won? Is it all turning around here, dude? Is it all turning around here? 2 in a row?
Couple S minuses for the crew.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. That... Am I reading that right? That Darius damage. He did almost as much damage as Thresh. What was our Darius? 2 and 5, 147 CS. Holy shit. He didn't do anything. Their team must have been ultra useless. Their Yasuo was 3 and 7, I guess. Their mid was only 2 and 4. Huh.
Oh, should we risk it? I mean, God. Can't pull out the mouse support every game. Did you challenge Lauren Southern to a game of Stronghold Crusader?
No. She initially said she wanted to play, but then she forgot about it, so whew, I lucked out.
The fucking memes in the chat.
I will wait for you to be better.
Seems you left your brave pants at home. Want me to wait while you go get them?
Never look back.
The fuck is so funny, you fucking cuck?
Your fucking chat in the waiting room shit. I don't know.
It is done.
Is that fear I smell?
Damn, you call me a cuck, man. After all I've done for you. Feels bad.
Are you certain?
You forgot to run ads.
I did?
Fucking with
Yeah,
you.
no, I didn't. Yeah, I ran those ads. Damn, dog, calm down, dude. Wait, did I forget to mark? Fuck. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Are you thinking right now? Wait, can you hear me?
I'm back.
Oh.
Oh wow. Happy birthday, dude. Be yourself.
Wow, thanks, dude. It's not my birthday, but... Fuck. I gotta blow my nose. Hold on 1 second. Just be yourself, whether it's your birthday or not, buddy. Okay.
No cure for fools.
I do not rest.
Are you certain?
I will wait for you to be better.
So what do you do? Do you work or go to school or anything, or?
Yeah, I'm a software engineer.
Software engineer? Does that mean like programmer, or?
Yes.
What languages do you program in?
At the moment, good old Java.
Java? Java?
Java?
Why aren't you making sick-ass fucking plugins for our Minecraft game then?
I don't give a shit about Minecraft.
Oh no, fuck.
No, so...
Do not deny me.
Wait, Java exclusively? Or are you like comfortable with other languages?
No, just specific piece that I'm working on right now.
Is it, what kind of like, what industry?
Healthcare.
Healthcare. Gotcha. Well. Can Twitch subs also join the Minecraft server? I think you have to be Twitch Plus Tier 1.
God damn.
Did you go to school for like comp sci or computer engineering or anything, or?
Yeah, I got a bachelor's in comp sci.
Is this like a dream? Like, have you always wanted to be like a programmer?
Not really. I wanted to do hardware, and I fucked up and started the wrong major and was too lazy to change it.
Jesus Christ! When you say start in hardware, do you mean like fabrication, engineering, mechanical, or
No, I
something
meant like computer parts, like circuit board engineering or something like that. I didn't really know at the time what I wanted to do. I had built like 3 or 4 computers, and I thought that it'd be interesting to maybe get into that field. But
what kind of a job are you getting, like related to hardware? Like all the circuitry and everything, isn't that all done like by machines and shit?
probably I didn't think about it obviously enough because I didn't even select the right major for it.
So you're just accidentally a programmer now?
Yeah, I mean, I mainly went to college to have fun for a long time.
Gotcha.
I went for 4.5 and just had fun.
Just stumbled out with a comp sci degree and got a job in software
I
engineering.
mean, it's so easy to do. It's ridiculously easy. It's not even. I don't know, it's not even like solving problems anymore. It's just putting together libraries and packages, and I don't know. Hopefully, I can do it for 35 more years or something.
Do you get to remote in and work, or do you have to go to an office, or?
It's in a mix. Like I work in an office, but we have work from home and some shit like that. I might flash for a pulse here if there's some in this bush.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Go.
I was gonna wait.
No. There it is.
Not in range.
Yo, down, Morgana. She's in here. Okay. Yo. Ready? Yo.
I'm not blitzcrank.
No. You got the flashball right here, dude. Oh my god, you're such a pussy.
Hold on.
These are free kills right here, dude. I just want you guys to all know. You just walked away from some free fucking kills.
I must not be an engineer because... Never mind.
Don't call yourself an engineer unless you have an engineering degree. Damn, those STEM dicks are coming out, dude. Gonna fuck you up.
I don't give a shit what they say my job title is. On a resume it says software engineer.
Oh, well there you go, dude. Damn, how mad is that, dude? He's probably extra tryhard and went to school for, You can get a degree in computer engineering, can't you? Instead of, like, you can get comp sci or comp engine, or... Can you get a computer engineering degree? Is that a real thing? Why didn't you hit the... Ah!
You didn't get either of those, did you?
No. Yo, I'm gone. I'm in. In it to win it. In it to win it. Okay.
There's a lot of hype.
Well, when you're in it to win it, dude, everything is hype. Are you in it to win it?
Why you let me give it level 2?
Fucking Draven, motherfucker. I don't need level. Whoa. Are we getting ganked?
Whoa. You think this is a fucking game?
We're good, dude. Careful, you're taking a lot of poke, sir. A lot of poke. Oh, look at that. My face when my support gets level 2 and stands there and watches the pretty fucking colors.
Oh, shit.
Listen.
Can you find out if she took Black Shield for me, please?
Of course she doesn't have Black Shield.
Oh, she didn't. Oh, that's gonna be a dead cake. You ready?
Yeah.
Are you gonna kill her?
Yep.
Are you gonna kill her? I don't feel like you're gonna kill her.
Got him!
How about a heal?
I already used it. No, run! Why did you come back? I already used it. I used it. I said I used it. Remember when I was like, I use it.
Alright, fine. Nice meme.
Was it a nice meme, though?
Look, I died in your arms.
You just died in my arms. Oh my god, my voice is like so fucked. Died in my arms tonight. It must have been something you said.
Let it go, alright?
Should've walked away. I don't know the rest of the words. You know what song? You know what song I'm talking about, though, right?
Yeah, I do know that.
Should've walked away. I love that song, dude. My
Woo!
Shut the fuck. I'm in it. In it. Nope. Nope. No, I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm just gonna. Dude, I totally dodged it. Dude, hit this. Please get this. Please get this one. Please get this. What are you doing? Come get the creep! I'm not going up there, dude. I can't fight. Look at my fucking.
I'm aggro mode. I'm aggro. I got nothing. All right, I guess we're waiting.
An enemy has been slain.
If you could genocide one group of people, who would it be?
Oh god, don't do this to me.
For me, it would be people that sniffle a ton, and never blow their nose. I would genocide. Why would you do that? You see a fucking, you see a trebuchet minion right there, and you just fucking blow your shit.
You hardball me like this, and then you expect me to CS properly. Hold on.
Are you gonna?
I got this cannon. I got this cannon.
There you go.
So you'd kill the snifflers?
Hell yeah. Oh my god, dude. Nathan does it, and every day I regret not aborting him. When he sits there and fucking, for like 12 hours, he sits there and fucking sniffles his shit. And I'm like, Nathan, blow your fucking nose. He's like, I don't have to, Dad. And then he fucking does that shit. Oh my god.
Wait, Grace is coming. No,
I see him, dude.
I'll figure out names. Oh, I don't have flash. Oh, it feels bad. I forgot I used it to get you a kill, and then you let me die.
I didn't let you die. I set
Oh,
you
you let me die.
sacrifices
It's
up
okay.
for the cross.
It's all right, bud.
Did God let Jesus die on the cross? No, there was a purpose there.
An enemy has been
What is this? Oh, okay. That's what this is. Look,
You're good, you're good.
Okay, when I'm out of here. See you later, bud.
But not that good. Watch out, dude. If I went to mid.
Ooh.
An ally has been
You have a red ward? I'm gonna go use it.
No.
No.
I have 1800 gold. We should be same.
I got that cannon.
God damn it. God damn it. Shut the fuck up. I don't need your commentary
So
on my CSing, dude.
Someone needs to comment on it.
Oh my god. Oh, rip on Kelly Jane. You'd be one of the first to go. Anytime it's actually like one of my big triggers, and a lot of girls in porn do it too. I don't know if it's like a coke habit or fucking what, but it's in all the blowjob videos when they're doing it. They'll do a couple of memes, and then they'll be like, and I'll be like, oh my god, like what are you doing, bitch? Are you gonna
Last
fucking?
time you gave a blowjob. How do you know what they're going through?
I don't know. I mean, I like brush my teeth. That's sticking something in my mouth, and I'm not sniffling incessantly while doing it. Like, fuck, dude. Is it really that hard? I don't sniffle incessantly. I'm not going over there, dude. I don't have any summoners. I got fucking half health. I'm not going over there. There's nothing for me.
Should have played Jaina. I could have sat in the back all game.
Maybe. Are you gonna get this? Or are you gonna? No, you're not. Oof. Are you gonna get this one right here? Nah. What about this one? There you go.
No, I'm back. I'm back.
Wait, hold on, dude. I just need 100 more gold, and then we can go B. 100 gold. Okay, 83 gold. $47 gold. You're saving for that cannon, right? What are you doing, dude? Do you have the disorder called misophonia? What does that even mean?
Run that by me?
Misophonia, also known as selective sound sensitivity syndrome, starts with a trigger. Oh, what? No, it's not that. It's just annoying because it's disgusting. Because all I can imagine is people swallowing loads of snot. It's gross as fuck. Ugh. And then you hear them do that when they're like swallowing. Oh god. Oh my god. Ugh.
I think mine might be people who litter.
Oh, that shit is disgusting, dude. People that throw cigarettes and shit out the fucking window and just leave their trash in parking lots. Oh my god. Last hit it. Don't super kill it.
That's it. Blew my load. I got nothing else. I need to go ward.
Wait, let me do that one. Let me do that one.
Criticism. Chill, man. Just don't wood on drag.
I always buy these red wards, and then my supports end up wanting the bushes I want to ward, so I hold them in my inventory all game.
She wants to defend her bush.
That's fine. Listen, there's a really, really big wave here. We're gonna, after we push this over. Wait, don't let her clear it. Get ready to go for that cape. She steps up.
Yeah, I got hit in the face.
Okay, buddy. All right, we're going to clear. Okay, ready?
All right, we're going. Oh no!
You're fine. You're fine.
I don't know if I am. A little late on my ult, but a little bait. I'm gonna kill this red ward while you do stuff down there.
Oh my god, I missed an auto attack.
It's a big wave.
Yeah. Just we can't do anything about it. No way, dude. No!
I'm alright. Okay, maybe I'm not. Ah! Why you bait me like that?
You know, dude. Oh my god, what do I have boots too? That was supposed to be 2 BF swords.
This is why we were losing.
It might be, dude. Fuck. What the fuck? It's okay.
We might have to buckle down. We might lose our first lane. I'm 0-2. That's not good. That is the opposite of good.
Go ahead, dude.
I'm gonna last hit it. I'm not gonna super kill it.
Well, it's okay now because I'm already hitting the tower. Here, get this one. Ah, fuck, dude. My bad. No. Save it now for melee. We're gonna get that optimal pull.
Oh, lay, bitch.
Alright, last hit, right? Actually, I gotta keep my axes on. Wait, come get a melee, dude.
Homie. I'm recharging still. It's okay.
Oh. I'm sorry. I won't mess with this one.
Yeah, you fucking will.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You were gonna fuck with it.
No, why would I do that?
Because you just did. Alright.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Nope.
Fake route. Go for more. I'm gonna use this one. So we're going for this red that they have in this bush for sure. Oh! Got these fancy hooves.
Oh, you should have went after. That's okay.
I just did that.
Just did what?
That's what we did. We just did.
Wait, we just did
work
what?
out.
Oh, no, that's okay. Listen, that was different.
Oh,
though.
you just took that up.
I'm fine.
Oh
my god, I'm dead.
Hey, look out.
I'm dead. No, run. I'm dead. 100%.
Come on! Don't kill me, guys, please. Oh, you hold. Alright, run the wall. A real 80 carry came to town. Oh, the dragon. Real one.
He's dead. Flash, alt. Rip. Go. We're gonna collapse on him. Oh my god, never mind. There's a Vinar jungle.
Vice here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got no ult.
Are you serious, dude?
Open mid. It's 11-6. Open mid.
Got him.
That might be bot turret. thought you were in range. Ugh, the whole team. Ugh. She by herself?
Yeah, you wanna go? Yeah.
No,
oh.
she's not here.
I'm leaving.
Oh shit, gangplank. Oh, we have a Syrian on our team.
We have a Syrian? Oh, you're right.
What? Oh boy.
Oh, the mango. Oh my god, our Graves has not been doing. I was gonna say, what's our Graves been doing? 1 and 4. Fuck.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I need to get these turrets before we fall too far behind in gold. Morg might have spookies. They're coming down. Too. You
ready?
This? We're
yes.
Fighting this. I gotta exhaust when I get there. Oh. I guess we'll take the consolation prize. It feels bad.
Yep, yep.
I was hoping he'd ult Gangplank again. Look how many fucking...
Yeah, it's fucking...
You got a little army.
Alright, we're gonna go top, okay?
Oh shit. I don't know if Mikhail's works on Malzahar's ult anymore. It doesn't say suppression on it. I'll buy a locker for now, but consider that. Oh, rip Mal. Rip.
Have I played against a Malzahar support yet? I don't know if we have today, but yeah, I haven't.
We played against one earlier.
Did we play against one earlier? Oh, we might have. Was that our first game, maybe? I don't remember.
I asked you that same question. Jace is here, so and Vi's here too. Vi went that way. I'm gonna swing down, got drag coming up.
Oh, Vi went top, Vi top.
Fuck. There's a pink in that bush.
ready?
I gotta bust through 2 spell shields.
Half my HP for that awesome skill shot? Okay. Feels good, man.
I don't even knew you were there.
How was Gray's almost dead
It's
too?
not working.
We're just giving this? Why did I fucking come down here?
You boy.
Yeah, boy. Oh no.
Gangplank. Oh shit. Oh shit. Mix it up. Trade some paint.
Gee, oh my god, Graves! Can you help me with this? Can you DC this guy? Never mind. No more buffs for this guy. I don't know why Grace didn't go in harder there. Am I wrong? I feel like we could have did something there. I'm not running in forward first ever, though. I'm always going to die if I do that.
He still only used Vi's ult. I think Morg
Yeah,
flash.
Vi's ult was down, and then Morg's ult was down. I feel like that was like just run in and beat Graves and tanky and shoot people. And then I could have ran in from behind and did a fuck ton of damage.
I really need to fucking back.
You look like you were backing off. I'm the 80 carry. I'm always going to look like I'm backing off because if I run in first, I die to everything in one shot instantly. Like, I'm never leading the charge into anything. You guys having fun over there?
Not really. I'm taking an ass beating. Jace is laying out some dick. Just Jace peeled off.
Only 1 and 3 too. Nice. Buy me some items. Fuck, if I had more mana.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nice job.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Some wards on Baron. I don't know how fast I can do it. This orange pretty good.
Fuck. Knew it. I knew I would get it. That was the whole point of my ult, was getting that fucking scuttle crap. It's so good. Do it, buddy.
Guess not. Oh, I would have flashed if I didn't think I was gonna die. Hold him there if you can. Gameplank's pushing by. Guess if I still got her ult, so temper. Alright, Grace. Oh my god, that's going down quick, boys.
GP ult, GP ult, GP ult. Syndra altar! Oh! All in a day's worth, my child. Rip.
No, Mr. Jace, please. Yeah. About how to defend that mid turret.
Look, I did it! I did it! I'm so good! I got him! And it didn't even matter! Oh, I outplayed the Nelzar so fucking hard, dude. Oh, shit. What a good game. Go get him, Alistar. Don't let us down. Get out there. Get out there. Fuck him up. Yep. Oh, you only got one with a knockout dog. Are you even trying?
We're playing a distraction. Guys, please.
Statistically speaking, we should at least go 50-50 in our games, or higher if crushing lanes, right? Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Did we win our lane that game though? I don't think
I
we
don't
did.
know. I remember getting a fucking double.
This was the first time we didn't.
I think I died one time, but I had like a 25 CS lead on him. Like, I don't know. No, we didn't crush our lane. We didn't crush our lane. But I think we did okay. And we were getting ganked, and I don't think we were getting ganks. But we still came out of... I think we came out of lane ahead. I don't know. Let me check.
I don't know, buddy. I played like poo-poo that game.
No, it's all good, dude.
Damn.
What up?
These guys are roasting each other.
No way were we behind. I've got 166 CS at 19 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'm 3-2. That's after like a few eye yanks too. I think we did okay this game, or this lane.
When you walked back into lane and that Vi was at our tier 2 and just fucking... It did a K alt. Remember that? Remember?
Nope.
You don't remember?
1, 2. This is after the Vi memes, I think. The Vi flash memes. I got what? How? Why am I 1-0? We got? Did we get first blood? We must have, right? Oh, I don't know. No, it must not have been. It might not have been first blood, but I'm trying to see if I tab to check Caitlyn's CS. Oh no, I remember this. Some things happened here.
What are we watching? Hey, remember Morgana has Black Shield?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that bait with the ult though.
Ooh, oh my god, dude, I'm dancing so much over here. Oh my god. That was some Alistar.
Auto in there, and then
that was some Alistar tomfoolery. I'm not sure what was going on with that.
Oh wait, here it comes. Oh, I'm a little late. See, you had me. You were like, "Let's do this. Where's the balls? I'm going in," and then you're in the bush again.
Okay, 6:25:56. Yeah, so I've got like a 16 CS lead. Kate got a lucky kill, but even so, I have a 16 CS lead. And that's a first blood kill, I think. Like, I don't know, I think we did okay.
Did we get first blood that game?
Yeah, sure. I think so. Close enough. We killed them before they killed us, okay?
Yeah, sure.
And then when he got that double kill when GP came down, we definitely had a big lead on Kate. But, yeah, I don't know. Okay, hold on, I'll be right back, okay?
Is it?
Be careful, I'll be right back. Boy, hey, what's up?
Spook me.
$22 LP. Feels good, man. Fuck. Wait, did you just leave or join and leave?
I have 2 invites of yours on my screen. If I click one, it just gives me an error. The other one takes me to the lobby. Good readout code.
There you go. Good?
Yep. You have a good poop?
Yeah, it felt good, man.
That's good.
Hey Mean Dinosaur, welcome to the Twitch Subber Clubber.
Wow. You welcomed yourself, dude.
Abither in 3, 2, 1 donation via Amazon Dash button. Really makes you think, doesn't it? How you doing, buddy? Are we down in games today? We are, aren't we?
2 and 3, I think.
God damn, we're so fucking bad. Feels bad, man.
LCS is a far ways off. You gonna go pro?
Yeah, dude. Right after I get to fucking Plat 1.
Oh, did I get that click in? Yes.
Looking at me there, mate. It's time to smoke a fucking pipe.
Your TSM's looking for a new
nice.
game.
You're a nice fag. And anyone can come up to you and just pull on this, and you'll be Slave Boy Fag in the streets of London, England.
Yes, sir. I'm Slave Boy Fag. Would you like to take over my country, sir? Please, would you like to grub my women and go poo in the streets? Yes, sir.
Fucking Fag Joe. Like Joe Rogan the Fag.
A true hunter never rests.
Wait.
Is that fear I smell?
Why's my shit laggy? Is your client laggy?
Nope. Why, you shit?
I do not tolerate cowardice.
You want a Lulu support?
If I want your opinion, I'll beat it out of you.
It's up to you. I know we'll win lane, so it's up to you.
I don't know what happened up there. You've been and stuff like that. Everyone
was laughing, so I'm assuming you did and you delivered yet again something hilarious. Yes. So well done.
Awesome job. My brother Tape Face. This is always the awkward part. What would you do if you won $1 million? Let me see it. He doesn't know. Well, this never works out. Good luck tonight, man. Go clean this stuff up. Do you want to see Tape Face win $1 million?
What is this Lily Pichu?
I have no idea.
Okay, never mind. Your client is too small to read anything? Oh, my bad. Yeah, this is really hard to read. Oh, I can increase this. Is that better? I'm gonna go preheat my oven. I'll be back 1 sec. Oh, I'm here. Are you here?
Welcome back, buddy.
Hey, you're back?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
This guy tries so hard to type properly, and he doesn't even set off the proper noun with a comma. Really, dude?
100% grill.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Do you think so?
Do the test.
You're retarded as fuck. Wait, what? Oh my god, why do we have a Shyvana? Oh no. You're playing mid?
Yes, sir.
Alright, good luck, dude.
Good luck to you.
Go, 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 go. Don't drop the axes. No! Oh my fucking god. No, why would you hit that?
You don't want to meet from down there.
So what?
You don't want to meet from down there.
Oh my god, I'm so good at this game, dude. You could just watch me poke and perfectly CS and just the way that I maneuver my body, it's like a work of art, dude.
First blood.
Until 15 minutes.
Hey, listen, dude. Just don't suck, okay? Wait, who just died? Oh, okay, I wasn't. Yeah, just don't suck.
I expect a Shyvana game before 28 minutes.
Oh my god, and he rewards the bush immediately? What a trooper. Or she? I don't know, whatever. Whoever it is. Whoever they are a trooper. I found my new support. Found my new support duo queue. Uh-oh. I'm just kidding. Or am I kidding? Damn, really, dude? Mid, that Graves is either going to you or he's sneaking around to us, okay?
10-4.
I dropped the ball there, guys. I dropped the ball there. It cost me half my HP. I'm so sorry, I fucked up. Oh my god, what? Oh, she had Ignite.
Doing okay in mid, buddy? 40 CS. Uh-oh. What's going on, buddy?
About to back for my first BF.
Oh, I didn't even see MF that low.
How we doing in the bot lane?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? In the cuck lane. Oh my god. My E's are so slow, dude.
My mid laner isn't good. He went back there.
Fuck me, dude. God, the fucking lane gank ults? Come on.
So Graves.
He has no ult, if it matters.
He's ambitious.
Rip. Oh, is it rip? No, don't try to fight!
No, don't try to fight. An ally has been slain.
DTF equals or greater than ignite. Hey, are you ready to help us with this?
Wait. I'm just trying to... In here.
What? No, 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 no! No, look, there's a TP! Oh, okay, they canceled. Okay, nice. 9-minute, 30-second dragon. A little late, but we're getting the next one at 15 minutes, okay? Right?
I put in the water, man. That smells a heart. Playing so passively. Woo, that Destiny CS.
Yeah, you know, that's what I do.
Even by example.
That's what I do.
Turns out it's pretty easy to CS with Draven's Q.
Man.
Ooh, blue buff. I get these a bit later, huh? Check it. Tagged it as soon as I went over there. Ah, it's me.
Wait, did she take it?
As I went over there, she autoed it.
Okay. I'm assuming it was an accident. Oh, yeah, it looked like an accident. Okay.
Cool guys, don't look at explosions.
Nice job, dude. Really, dude? Why?
What?
I don't know why Talon showed himself.
Cashed. Oh, 420 extra gold.
420, blaze it! You blazed, Tom?
I am playing Bran.
That's the wheat number, guys. That's right. Damn. Damn. What? That's the most autistic shit I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking cunt-ass cuck bitch motherfucker. Unreal, dude. Her Q bouncing off of a minion did half my fucking health. Or killing the minion, but still. Jesus Christ.
No, Miss Fortune's like double up shit?
Oh, that's fucking retarded.
Shit's painful.
Imagine how sick this would be right here if Shyvana was actually helping us push. Oh my god, wouldn't that be cool? Oh no, she's tower diving mid. Okay. How are you guys doing over there? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh, baby, an infernal.
Unstoppable. Your turret has been destroyed.
Heal.
Yeah, boy.
This Talon is non-stop fucking roaming, bud.
Damn, he's fucking 5-0, dude. But he still lost his tower.
We got a memer, MIA. Oh, I'm back. Could be heading up top. I'm not sure. Nope, still here.
Fuck.
Dude was impervious to skill shots. On the top.
No, I'm dead. Ah, my bad, dude. So bad. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up with your fucking faces. We didn't even get the fucking turret. Fuck.
What? Dang Clipper?
Dominating.
Oh my god. My face when I'm only a 5-2 80 carry with 160 CS and I thought I could 1v1 a 114 CS Brand who's 0-4. My bad, dude. What was I thinking, man?
Yeah, that dude's name is Swain. Yo, I'm coming, man.
No, fuck
I'm coming
you.
up. No, I'm coming up right now.
That, he's dead if you get him. Do you see him up there? Brand has, like, yeah. Oh, never mind. No, not Brand, but, he regenerated. Never mind.
Doesn't Leona have her ult?
Leona should have her ult. Unless she used it somewhere else. I would assume she did.
I'm just peppering him.
Shyvana's pushing bot. We should keep up the pressure here.
I might just fucking ult him. I'm just gonna get him off the turret and probably get a kill because this turret is fucking OP.
Nice meme, dude. Nice meme. Oh my god, really? I hit her with both ends? Dude, flash and get that motherfucker. Unbelievable.
No balls. Oh my god, the the lady friend in the door.
Be careful. And another one.
I'm alive. Go AFK and we get a fucking Infernal Drake?
That's how we work, dude.
Feels good.
I'm dead. Feels good, man. My bad. Oh, that was so stupid. Oh my god, Talon just wrecked that fucking amount.
Sounds about right. I'm gonna drop you one of these pretty red board. There you go. No!
Oh my god.
Roasted.
Rampage.
Oh my god. Look at that team. Damn, dude, they came to everything we asked them to do. That was insane. They came to Baron. They came mid. We didn't leave after taking one turret. Whoa. Whoa.
Fucking Talon was everywhere. I could get used to this winning games thing.
Was that 3 in a row, dude?
No, we sprinkled a loss in there.
Shh. Okay, I'm gonna go put a pizza in the oven. I'll be right back in a sec. Okay, I need like 10 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Be right back.
Yeah, you better be right back, motherfucker.
Oh, now. Language.
You don't think it's good? No, you fucking
Oh no.
faggot. Listen.
Oh no, what did I do? Why am I so mad at somebody? What happened?
Because there's no standard verse, hook, you don't think it's good? No, you fuck.
Oh no. Okay, never mind. I think that was a Death Grips argument. That guy probably triggered me. He deserved that, okay?
Were the machine...
His work spans every continent and has been featured on television and in print, Discovery, Nat Geo, Vice, and others. He recently returned from Mogadishu, the most dangerous city on earth, where he shadowed the heroic El Mahmoud women on their quest to clean up the streets and restore humanity to their war-torn country. I present to you Sam Hyde, 2070 Paradigm Shift. Sam.
Can I have this water here? Is this anybody's? I'm claiming that right there. All right. Got some notes here. Did I just drop the mic back? Oh, good. Okay. Keep that on me. Otherwise, you guys can't hear me. Give me like 25 seconds here. Give me like 10 more seconds. Oh man, this thing. Can we turn this up a little bit so I don't have to like turn my head into it? Can you like, how about now? Test. Hey, there you go. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. You're doing a good job. Oh man, okay. Can we reset the clock so I have another minute extra, please? Thank you. There we go. Okay, hey. I wanted to start sitting down anyway. Guys, pat yourselves on the back right now, okay? Let's do it. Come on. Everybody, I'm not gonna let you stop until I see everybody doing it. Let's pat ourselves on the back. There we go. You two, you're patting each other. That's cheating. You couldn't keep your hands off her, could you? Yeah. Hey, I don't blame you. She's a cutie. Hey guys, that pat on the back right there is for saving the world. I'm looking at young minds right now. You guys are all intelligent. I know that you did good in school. I didn't do that. You especially. You're very smart. Look at us. We're the machine that keeps the world going, okay? I'd like to start this talk off with a parable, a story, if you will. I was at a college, a second tier, not an Ivy League school, a second choice school. And I was in a class, and there was a student in that class, okay? And the teacher, he was spouting some horrible nonsense about how, it was something about how women's rights are not legitimate, something that everybody knew was false. But if anybody had spoken up, he would have taken extreme joy in failing them, okay? Nobody spoke up. One person raised his voice. One person started talking. The teacher couldn't believe it. The classroom couldn't believe it either. But in the end, he had logic on his side. And at the end of the day, he proved his point. That student was Albert Einstein. And that same sense of childlike play and innocence that we know from Albert Einstein, I can sense it in this room today. TEDx, Drexel University, NextX. So you got to be thinking to yourselves right now, who's this 22-year-old kid up on stage with a chip on his shoulder and his heart on his sleeve and the world in his eyes? Well, that's a tough question, asking somebody to define who they are. I much prefer to ask, what inspires that person? What inspires you? What inspires you? What inspires you? I want an answer. What inspires you? You better find something, man. Don't worry about it. Possibilities. What inspires me is teaching African refugees how to program JavaScript. What inspires me is finding out how to use maglev trains to get resources to the moon. These are the challenges that tomorrow's going to face, okay? How are we going to get clean drinking water to 2 billion Chinese people? You got an answer? Get inspired. I'm going to be picking on you. The second thing that inspires me are ideas. Ideas are amazing. Ideas are like currency. Ideas are what drives the world. Ideas are what we need to get to the next stage. And not just great inventions like the train, little things like this microphone that enables me to speak to the unwashed masses. TED Talks. TED Talks are another great idea. Where would we be right now? And we have to talk about it because great ideas don't come in all shapes and sizes. 9/11, September 11th. And we're going to use some reverence here and not be silly about this, but look at what they accomplished with no weapons and just 11 guys who didn't even speak English. And that proves that sometimes great ideas are actually horrible ideas. So, I'm Sam Hyde. I'm an important thinker. I'm a creator, innovator, artist, idea. But above all else, I'm a passionate, childlike innovator. I've been all around the globe. I've been all around the globe working on cutting-edge projects of all kinds. And I'm here to ask you one question. Where are we at? Where are we? We've got all this great technology. We've got 7 billion people in the world. And according to UN projections, it's going to go up to 50 billion people. That's a lot of mouths to feed. And I don't think they're going to be able to feed themselves. So we better start coming up with some robots to bridge that gap. The West's sick addiction to fossil fuel is going to make this planet uninhabitable for the future generations. You'll know what I'm talking about if you've seen the movie An Inconvenient Truth. It's essentially what's going on is we're too selfish and we're driving our cars too much. And that's getting nature out of the picture. Now, we looked at the data. And what we found surprised us. What we found, right there, what we found was that culture is a sewer. We've got lewd media. We've got nasty bedroom things on TV. And they're sexualizing young girls, and it's getting to the point where even I have a problem with it. And it shouldn't be that way. Folks, we're all world citizens. We're all world citizens. There we go. We're all world citizens living together with one social contract, one economic future. We're all tied together. There's no more individual anymore. It's just the hive. So we have to stick together. We have to stick together and learn how to share. We have to learn how to share. Now, studies show that we work hard. It's true. Everybody in this room is a hard worker. You're a hard worker. You're a hard worker. You're a hard worker. I know because you're here. Okay? But studies show that we don't play hard enough. We got to play harder.
Go back.
It's because it's that sense of childlike playing that's going to save us in the end. Albert Einstein. But hunger, poverty. Okay, we're on this right now. Can you control the slides? Get on the right slide. Go ahead. It's fine. There we go. Trash economy. Go back. Okay. I was in Rwanda. I was with a little startup you may have heard of, Tesla, okay? Elon Musk was there, a team of innovators, artists, creators, ideas, thinkers. We were there. And we were giving iPads to this village of Africans. And it was so freaky because, they're so intuitive. You just doop, doop, swipe it, and it works. But these guys, we gave them like 2-hour tutorials, and they couldn't figure out how to use the freaking things. The problem is us. The people in this room right now, the solution is us. The problem is greedy corporations. We do things that matter. New York Times. I'll just skip ahead here. By my calculations, we have 5 years until the world ends. Unless we can start to reverse things like pollution and war. Pollution, war, these are big problems. Fix it now! Close your eyes. Everybody in this room, close your eyes. I'm not going to do anything weird or sensual with you. Close your eyes. We're going to change some minds right now. Everybody close your eyes. Okay, close them. Seal them up. Seal them up good. You, especially you. I want those eyes closed. Get on it. Make sure your friend has their eyes closed too. Now look, this is a pivotal moment in human history. Right now, in this room, Drexel University, TEDx, NextX. This is the time to be doing this. Take this moment in, breathe deeply, okay? Neurons are firing in your brain right now. You're more alert. You're astrally projecting. You're getting a little bit high on the sound of my voice. I have a nice timbre to it. I know that I'm a good public speaker. You're drinking bulletproof coffee. And you don't even realize you're getting all jagged up in the head listening to my presentation. You're going to remember this forever. 2070, future, now. What? 2070 predictions. The next 50 years are going to be some serious stuff. Seafloor farming. 75% of the world's surface not being used by agriculture. On the seafloor, you're going to have sea beets, sea yams, sea cabbage. Have you ever had a sea salad? Have you ever had sea cheesy baked potatoes that blew your socks off? Because you're going to be. 2070 coming up. Trash economy. The abundance of trash. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to put it on an island? Are we going to make it somebody else's problem? Or are we going to take the initiative and take this problem by the horns? Trash economy. You use cubes of trash as money. Everybody becomes rich. It's a gold rush. Walk with me. Most of the major cities will be replaced with vast pleasure domes used exclusively by the Excelsiites, who are the neo-upper class, while the displaced hordes of lower-class depth grovelers will live underground in tiered cities, endlessly toiling away for nuggets of neoplasmin. Video games are going to get more realistic. Super fuel-efficient vehicles getting 80, 100 miles per gallon, it's not that crazy. You think I'm nuts right now because I'm suggesting something high-tech like that? Flip side of that coin, gas, $10 a gallon. You can't win them all, but we can make do because we're going to have solar power also. Race riots. Extreme racial tension and unrest. It's called the knockout game, and eventually white people are going to get tired of playing it. That's all I'm saying. I'll skip that one. We have 2 minutes left. Okay. Playing games with me, huh? Can we get the original 18 minutes back on here? You caught me. I'm unprepared. Now, 2070, due to the massive birth increase, we're going to have a shortage of milk. What this means is the Neo-Earth Good Government League is going to have to genetically modify all humans, male and female, to lactate once a month. Once every month, you're going to be going to a lactation processing center where they'll hook you up to all kinds of weird things. Now, due to some fluke, about 3% of the population produces milk, about 500% as much milk. So they're going to have to be farmed constantly, and it's very painful. But they're going to be rounded up by FEMA, and their milk will serve the greater good. Guys, what's the one problem right now that's not going to be around in 2070? The elderly and the disabled. Because we're just going to kill them. We're just gonna kill them. So we looked at the data. We got robots policing the streets. 2070, we got gay marriage. Surprise, surprise, bigots, okay? Sorry, in 2070, gay people are gonna be allowed to get married. Get used to it. Making me sick sometimes. SodaStream will do for soda what 3D printing did for assault rifles. And I think you're gonna be seeing a whole lot more of these great Apple products. The iMac. You're probably thinking this is some pretty deep stuff, and you're right. State-enforced homosexuality. I don't have a problem with that. It's equal. Facebook as your birth certificate. Mac iPads built into every school desk for every child. 3D printers are kids' toys, and the newest 3D printer, your kid is going to be printing up 3D Muslim Barbie dolls. 2070, gay men have actually developed reproductive organs inside of their area, and a new generation of children are born from inside gay men. What else we got here? Good luck searching for Al-Qaeda on the internet in 2070. You'd have better luck going next door and asking them in person. What else we got here? You are not going to like that one. Nobody's going to like that one. Let's do this here. Can we get one final pat on the back, everybody? Pat yourselves on the back. Please do it.
I'm going to requeue. Are you ready?
Future. That's a good thing. You're going places, kid. You're going, man, we're so screwed. 2070, Israel, straight up ripped off the map. Bye! Bye, bye! Bye! Not my choice. It's probably what's going to happen. Okay. Anybody else have any predictions? What do you think is going to happen? Now it's time for you, because you are you plural is the star, like YouTube here, like the Time magazine cover. You guys are the star. I'm just some crazy guy. I'm not cool. What predictions do you have? 2070, make a real one. Let's have something real here. You don't know that. I'm going to have your mind uploaded to my BlackBerry. You'll be here. You'll be cryogenically frozen. I know it. Anybody have any predictions? What do you think is going to happen in 2070?
I think it's going to be better than what we have right now.
I think there can't possibly be anything worse than what we have right now.
Which implies it's going to be better.
Hey, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me here.
Thanks.
What do you want me to walk through here?
Right here.
Okay.
For the final Q&A, I would like to call upon Paul Richards and Larissa Milne. Thank you. Can we have some chairs, please? We got it, sir. Okay. I got it. We got one more. Right here. And we'll have a microphone available for the volunteer. Right there. Can we get a microphone for the speakers? Thank you, Mohammed. So I'm sure we have a lot of questions. Let's begin. We have a question right here. Okay.
This is for Mr. Hyde. Obviously, your presentation made a big impact on all of us, but I'd like to know what messages that you'd like us to take away from that exactly.
I don't know, man. I guess that's up to you. That, I don't know. It's nothing. It's just a bunch of crap.
We have a question there.
Is that fear I smell?
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Richard. So, what do you think will be the future
If I want your
of
opinion,
the space
I'll
program?
beat it out of you.
In other words,
I do
what's going to
not
be the next
tolerate
step?
cowardice.
I don't know. I think, you know, I think we have to have something that, you know, politically motivates the country to actually do the exploration. You know, history shows that the countries that explore
Are you
at
certain?
the highest standard of living. You know, when you go back to
No cure for fools.
Say, hey Kyle, show the internets how fast you can do your Rubik's Cube for Reddit
Well,
upvotes.
now I'm just mad.
I'm not gonna say that. You can.
Oh shit, you can break it apart? Oh, that's perfect. How come I didn't get a scholarship to MIT? And a bunch of new computer stuff, huh? I built these hard drives. I built that phone. See? I built this. See?
Are you excited, dude?
For this game of League of Legends?
Yeah.
Sure. How do you play the same character over and over? I couldn't do that. I can't do that.
We're just different types of people. For me, in games like these, the fun for me is usually the incremental improvements. So, a game like Dark Souls, where I'll die to the same boss 50 times before beating it, playing with one life or whatever, or like games like these, like grinding the same character over and over again. Or in StarCraft, doing the same build over and over again. Doing it a little bit better each time is the really enjoyable part for me. It's just how I like to play the games.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that. I did that with Ez and Ash and a few other champs, but I can only do like 5 or 6 games. Then I have to like make a swap.
Yeah, it's just a different approach. I don't think that's like a right or wrong way to enjoy the games. But like for me, like playing multiple characters drives me crazy because then I feel like I wasted all the time that I spent playing the other character. You know? Or that's just how I feel. So I like to play one character, dude. Makes me feel good about myself. Right. Yeah, sometimes I use a different Draven skin. Oh my god, dude. It's gonna be in the 40s this week. Oh. Oh, god. I'm so excited.
Do you not like the cold weather?
No, fuck that shit, dude.
Why don't you move?
Because I was born here. This is my homeland, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, it's gonna be 50 here in Columbus if you wanna. Actually, don't come here.
Well.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Whoa.
Oh shit, I'm totally AFK. My bad. Yo, that dude is dead. I'm going. Oh my god. I hit the wrong guy. Whatever. Oh my god. Yo, go. Keep going. Ignore the team. Alright, right here. You ready? Yo, okay, we're dead, dude. We're actually fucking dead. Just kidding. Yo. Dude. Yo, fuck this guy up. Right here. Ready? As soon as I pick a card. Yeah, boy. Yo, give me that vision. You slowed him down. Give me vision. Yeah. I thought I hit the auto. It got canceled. Anyway, yeah,
Yeah,
boy.
without the boy.
You see that shit? That's what happens when you man the fuck up. You see how we ran in there? 2v3? You might want to help that fucking loser leash.
He's got it.
See what happens when you man the fuck up, dude? You see what happens? That's what happens, dog. Oh my god, look at you, dude. Proc that Thunderlords. Oh, you don't have it, do you? Oh, shit. Yeah, you're getting procced, dude. Are you getting procced? Alright, listen, we're gonna be on the 1 kill per minute train, okay?
Oh, shit. Alright. Alright, Brand, calm the fuck down, buddy.
Look at him. Look at how far back he is. When I see Brand's playing that far back, do you know what I say? I say, yeah, exactly, dude. You got it. Yo, don't let this guy scare you. Don't ever let Crossbow Man, whatever the fuck he is, don't let him scare you, okay? Legolas or whatever. Okay, if he goes up to you, I'm gonna fuck him up, and he knows it.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, boy! Oh my god. Oh no, boy!
No, it didn't go off.
Dude, I missed an auto on a creep. I should have killed him. Fuck! Oh my god, the creep's got him! Okay. I'll take it. Alright, we're still on the 1 kill a minute train. Oh no, I'm gonna lose so much experience. Am I?
Opted for the BF sword.
Well, I heard it was good, so.
An enemy has
Can you
been
stop
slain.
fucking up the wave?
Chasing that karma ass.
Heal.
An enemy has
Whoa.
been slain.
The 2v1?
Can oh, we need to prioritize dragons, okay?
It's an Inferno Drake.
Yo, where are you? Oh, I'm gone. What? Come on, dude. Never mind, I'm back. I'm way out. What's up to you? Okay, yeah, I know, just be careful.
Fancy feet. Oh. Nice, Brand. Oh, look out, buddy.
Am I dead? Yeah, boy! Okay, sorry. I'm sorry you died, but.
What in the?
Oh! Yeah, boy! 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 Yeah, boy!
Ah, boots. Boots.
Okay.
I have boots.
We're falling behind on the 1 kill per minute train, but we're doing okay
Yeah,
still.
boots.
All right.
We're gonna make up for it. I got boots.
All right, coming back, dude. My crops should grow in Minecraft.
Feels bad, man. We're in shitter elo.
Are we? What do you, why? Why do you say that?
That's just according to chat.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, we are, dude.
I'm gonna take this cannon, alright? Alright. Okay. Wow. Thanks, bud.
What are you doing? Taking damage? Just fucking with the
I'm
man.
trying to bait out a skill shot. They were camping that bush. Mind gaming.
No!
Yes, right there. Okay. I'm
Yo,
sorry.
it's okay. We need to do this. We really need to do this. It's really important.
Yeah, we need even the gang for it though.
No, we don't need a gank for it. We just need to come down for it, and we can do it easy.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Okay, this is okay. We probably could have had this like a minute earlier, but this is still pretty good. 7-minute Infernal.
That Brandy hits like a bitch. Oh my, I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah,
Eve's
boy!
here? Eve's here?
No, boy! Oh my
Oh,
god,
yeah.
fuck. I couldn't die. If I would have moved back, I think that guy would have come in. But she'll clean up, she'll clean up. No, go keep going! Run after the Nocturne! Whatever, she doesn't have flash. You got him, you got him, you got him, you got him. Okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Okay, we're one kill, 1 assist per minute. That works too, okay? We're doing okay. Look at how scared this dude is. Oh my god.
No!
You see him coming? I saw him coming, and I didn't give a fuck. Oh, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. But you can win. You can survive. No, you can survive. Oh, what? I thought I was gone, dude. Oh, dude, I saw the Nocturne coming, and I knew I had to just go fucking ham, dude. And we did it. We went fucking ham.
Good job, buddy.
Fucking ham sandwich. Fucking bologna sandwich. Fucking... These guys are turned into smashed potatoes, dude. Oh, baby, a triple. That's what we got, too.
Nocturne's gonna have all this time around. FY.
Don't worry, though. I'll have the third battle fighter sword. Yo. No, we can't. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Oh, my God. Okay, we will. Oh, no.
Mixed signals. Good luck, buddy.
No! No! Okay, I tried. I got the dude. Oh, you got out? What? He ran right by you?
Nah, flashed over the wall.
Oh, whatever. Okay.
Left you in the trenches.
Damn, I was gonna say that's some fucked shit. Woo! All right, we got all the BF swords. Okay, I think we should find ways to play around in bot lane. Well, or do we want to get top turret? So let's say we could hang out in bot lane for about 2 or 3 more minutes, get another dragon, and then go top. Or we can just go top right now. Let's just go top right now, okay?
Top's getting pooped on already.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Pooped on too.
Okay, I'm running down bot. Never mind.
Godlike.
Godlike.
Godlike? What? Other people in this game are kicking ass?
Alright, buddy, I'm gonna head towards mid. Good luck. You'll be alright.
What item can I build to survive Nocturne? Do you know?
Are you trying to survive a sphere, or?
No, like if he ults me, I want to be able to 1v1 him and win.
I think Bloodthirster will probably be sufficient, depending on If you guys are even or if he's ahead or behind, whatever. Well, you're way ahead, so. QSS is probably going to be good this game.
Like here, I think I'm getting brain it. I needed one more auto. Yeah, fuck me. Alright, I'll
You
just
definitely
go.
want to grab a QSS against this squad.
Grab a what?
QSS.
Yeah, maybe. Nice! Memes. No, my turret, really?
Kill himself. That's some spookies too.
I'm gonna do one more wave and then we're shit. And then we're doing that dragon, okay? Coming up, I'm coming up.
No, I missed my cue. Let's get this door.
Okay. Yep. Wow, Rally Hearts. Wait, you've never been a Twitch subscriber before now? Wow. Whoa, dude. Try not to get so dumb, certainly.
Why? Why me? Not turn? Fuck yourself.
An ally has been slain.
Not here slumming.
Oh, fuck. Come on, guys. Oh my god, dude. He's such a bad shot. Oh, I thought he would try to lead it or something. I fucking evaded and he just throws it in the... Oh my god, that was autistic as fuck. Fuck me, dude.
Oh shit, I forgot to buy a sight stone. I'm pretty tired.
Dank.
Rampage.
Rampage.
Anybody, I found a red buff for you.
Dude. No, you better not try to take this kill. You fucking suck shit. You don't get to back off like a little pussy-ass bitch like that. And act like you want to fucking fight, dude. Fuck, I'm coming.
Yo, come get this red buff.
Oh no, I'm dead. I'd rather get that CS bottom.
Oh,
Hey, wait, are you gonna help me? Yo, you see Nocturne here? We're gonna fuck him up, okay? Are you ready? Wait. Just get ready. Get ready. Are you ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? Here we go. Dude, he
Yo,
just...
alligator! Alligator!
Yeah, I think we can fuck him up. Actually, never mind. Peace out. Good luck.
You motherfucker!
Memes.
Oh God, what am I doing?
That ran straight to you.
What a game, dude. No, 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 I didn't mean like... Oh, I'm gonna die anyway because of the turret. No, not, I got lifestone.
TF ult. Incoming.
Ah, fuck.
Ooh.
Yo. That inhib.
Dog.
No!
You gonna leave me over here?
No. No!
No, don't kill me.
Alright, where's the inhib at?
This is...
What'd you say? Oh my god, you're coming to get the inhib? Is that what you said? Yeah, let's do it.
No.
Oh no, I'm dead. No, I'm really dead. Okay, really, really dead now. Oof. I saw it on Twitch, but it's saying I don't have a sub on Destiny. Did you just email me and then I'll get it fixed? I don't know what's going on. I have to look at it.
Destiny, what objective is coming up next?
I don't know. Is it another dragon?
Ding ding.
Oh shit.
Your turret has been destroyed.
No, where? Oh.
An enemy
I'm running over
has
there,
been
dude.
slain. Shut down.
Do you think LCS teams should be scared that the scene might become harder to maintain? After Friday, with visas likely becoming harder to acquire for foreign players.
I don't know, dude. I don't know how much that'll affect things, but we'll see. Oh, dude. Wait. Oriana to the northeast?
It was.
Yo, ready? We're killing all these people. Are you ready? Alright.
Wolf included.
Yeah, go! Why'd you turn back? Oh, I hit him!
Sorry, but I had to flash that card. Yeah, we got a crocodile!
No!
Crocodile!
Okay, get ready. Just be ready. Be ready. Okay, back.
Spooky goes!
Ha! What? You got him, right? You got him. Okay, nice.
Oh!
Got another wave coming. Oh, fuck. We probably should run for that mid inhib. Nah, fuck it. Oh. No! Damn. Dude, this game is 21 minutes long and there have been almost 60 fucking deaths. What is that, 56? Holy shit.
This guy's got.
Oh no. No! Yes, I mean. I don't know how I'm alive,
Every
but
fucking time.
that guy really doesn't like you, dude.
No, he doesn't. Or he really does. One or the other.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Almost 3 kills per minute. Holy fuck. That's insane, dude. Look, and we have 3 dragons, because we did good dragon stuff.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Damn, whoa. Uh-oh. I'm running up. I might be able to solo that, okay? If I believe in myself. Do you believe in me? Oh, especially with you there, we can easily do it.
I'm getting that. Good luck, buddy.
You're getting what?
So I'm getting that top farm. Ooh, that top yeah.
I can't solo this. I need you to rotate. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oh no, I lost all my shit. Alright, good job. We'll push in top, okay? I have no idea what the fuck our team is doing, but... Thanks, buddy. Ooh, that would have been a big CS kill. I saw that.
If I wanted that CS, I would take that CS. Here you go, big shield.
Alright, dude, are you ready for big plays?
I'm ready for Nocturne to ult me. That's what I'm ready for. Feels it in your bone.
I fucking two-shot him, dude.
Never mind, I'm just gonna walk up to the...
Damn, dude. You like how I flashed back there and let you die? Felt pretty good for me, dude.
Flash. Nice. Tough game.
Oh, fuck. Are you okay, buddy? Are you tired?
Yeah, I'm gonna play one more, and then I'm gonna head on out. Go kick rocks. Man, it feels bad. It's Diamond 4, like 50 LP over there.
What are you at now?
Diamond 5, 50 LP.
Damn. Wait, we're ahead to
Not
now,
all
right?
of you. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Oh, 3 minutes rats. Be careful, guys. I'm gonna try drive one more time. Oh no. That guy is mid? No way, dude.
Thought I recall some Ari shenanigans out of you.
Yeah, I can, but we're duo queue, buddy.
I don't care.
I care though. I love
A true hunter never rests.
I'm not ready to take that step
I will
yet.
wait for you to be better. People fear what they cannot understand.
Is that fear I smell? Poor foam. Are you certain?
My win rate with Draven is 45% this season. Dude, I feel like these people in these games are so bad. Fuck me, dude.
Oh boy. Caitlyn Jenner.
Boring. That sounds like a boring lane to me.
Fuck.
What's wrong?
I don't want to run into that.
Why are you getting our team tilted at me this early, dude? We haven't even started the game yet, and you're already getting them upset. Do you think that's a good idea?
Wind Speaker's Blessing. Or Wind Speaker's Blessing.
Whoops.
I'm calling it now. This Corky is going to carry this fucking game. Never mind, because we're going to...
Oh god. Was he on our team or the enemy team?
Our team.
Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna try driving this game, okay?
Alright, only if you're comfortable though.
Happy to sit this one out.
What? Was that Ivern? What, we're banning Ivern now? Okay.
A true hunter never rests.
It is done.
I will wait for you to be better.
Is that fear I smell? Are you certain?
Do you have to go into work tomorrow?
I'm gonna be working from home.
Damn. What time do you normally have to wake up for work?
About 8:30.
Damn. Are you in East Coast time over there, or is it still Central?
No, it's East.
Damn.
They got quite the squad. That town looks like he wants to fuck you up.
Nah. I'm gonna have a wonderful team to keep me safe, so we should be fine, right?
Totes. Oh shit, I have a dank ass skin?
Oh shit. Oh, I've been playing Soul River. Okay, never mind.
G fucking G, mate. They got cold poop on their team.
Cold poop?
Yep, it's over.
Uh-oh. Wait, is he like a somebody? Or are you just memeing? Okay. I don't know, dude. Damn, maybe there's some real hardcore memers. Are you ready, dude?
Am I getting that sick Sona invade?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Bait.
What a cockshot. Yo, we're gone. We're gone. This way, this way, this way, this way. Fuck these guys.
30 seconds until minions
Ready?
spawn.
Are you ready? Ready?
I'm following.
Why is this guy going first? Okay, go. Around. Why did you warn them? Okay, keep going. And we're going. We're going here. Right here. Okay, ready? And then right here. Yep.
Hit him, Cass!
Right here. Flash it.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, boy! Yeah, boy!
I have no idea how this shit works.
It's because you gotta fucking man the fuck up. I don't know how many times am I gonna fucking tell you, dude? You just gotta man
We
the
are
fuck
in the
up.
trash leagues.
It's not trash leagues, dog. You just gotta man the fuck up.
Yo, I'm gonna help this Scorpion out for a second.
Yeah, boy. Going to lane with my motherfucking cull.
Yes.
Missed one, dude. Are you even fucking trying? All right, boy. Poke. Get that poke in. Thresh can't hook you, okay? Because if he does, that Vayne gonna die. And he knows it, okay?
Ooh, gold.
Whoa. That's right, boy. If I ever see you Q and not auto attack afterwards, oh, I'm gonna be very disappointed, okay? Okay, boy.
We doing this?
No, I'm dead.
No wards. No wards.
Okay.
All game.
No wards all game. I'm gonna play blind.
Well, maybe.
Sounds exciting, dude. Fuck, we need to get this pushed in. Oh wait, you should be poking. What the fuck? What are you doing, bro? Yeah, boy.
Buying time? Hecarim's top, I think. Yeah. I agree.
An enemy has been slain.
Throw the-
An ally has been slain.
Maybe he wants a new beat.
Dude, no auto. Mate. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Oh my god, that guy's so good. Yo, Vayne.
Dog, I held my exhaust because I'm the boss.
StarCraft
I'm
2
definitely
when?
not going to ward.
Someday. Yo, oh no.
Oh shit. Fight! Fight!
see that shit right there, dude? Get up here and Q auto the Vayne when she goes for these minions, dog. Damn. Don't let her get that CS. Ooh, I thought I walked right into that. Yeah, look at that. Look at this. Don't let her get there. She's gonna go. Oh, no. Okay. Whoa. You're getting a little crazy there.
Alright, I guess this is CS.
Getting a little crazy there.
Oh my god.
Okay, buddy?
I'll make it.
See, that's what I like. Wait, you didn't know. Oh, no! Oh, no, I'm fine. There we go. You have Ignite up or no?
I don't even have Ignite.
What? Oh, because you held your exhaust earlier. God damn it. No Ignite, Sona. What are you going to do? How are you going to steal any kills from me without Ignite?
How much money? How much money?
1241, so we need one more wave. We can have a lot of damage on this, though. Oh! Look, Skarner's here. Can we? This is what I'm talking about. 5 minute, 41 second dragon? Yeah. Look, I even left a cannon minion in lane to come and be a team player, dude.
Real team sacrifice. Whoa. Yeah, what sick beat you want? You want the red, the blue?
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I have that shit on me.
Me too. Oh, it feels bad. Don't have the mastery unlocked.
Fucking shitter.
I'm gonna be honest, this is probably the second time I've played Sona this season.
She bought a call? Oh my god, that Vayne is about to get bullied so much. Careful, we need to shave this down though. Oh, look at that. You got the auto win. Nice job.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Oh, you see me get that creep? It's because I'm a god.
How you do it?
I don't know, dude.
An ally has been slain.
Shitter. Alright. Ooh. Pretty close. Look at how cucked this Vayne is, dude. I'm about to be twice her CS. Ooh. You have a word for that top bush, the top left? Yo, why is she CSing? Hit her! Soner.
About to get ponied on. Where's our scorpion?
I'm just gonna sit here. Nice job.
Whoop.
Got him. Killing, fighting. Oh my god. Can I get a clip of that, please? I don't think that hook should have fucking hit me at all. It doesn't feel like it should have, but maybe it should have. Skarner, what are you doing? Why are you so bad? What was the point of that? Get out of my lane. Stop. Why are you CSing my lane?
I might be able to stay, actually.
Killing, fighting. Oh. What are these hooks, dude? This is AIDS-inducing cancer. Killing, fighting. Oh my god. Okay.
Skarner's waiting. Get up here. Flash.
Enemy killing spree.
Oh shit. We're taking the turret, okay? Don't let him be if you can. Yeah, good, keep him here. Okay, we're just gonna wail on the tower.
Down.
Yeah, fuck the team. Kill us, don't let the team get any gold.
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking leeches.
Enemy double kill.
Somehow that didn't hit
Has been
me.
slain.
Is that the same town we played earlier?
I have no
I
idea.
think it is.
GZ Ivan, I don't know. We should go top. Take that turret. Wait. Or maybe not. Dragon's up soon. Oh no, Sona, don't die. I need you.
Dominated.
Sona! Straying from the plan.
Fuck.
Talon's the top laner. Are we gonna lose that dragon, do you think? Oh, assassins actually take damage when I hit them. Oh, feels good, right? Okay, can you be ready to do that dragon if they send a ton of people, like ping or whatever?
Just hit it. Just hit it. We gotta go.
Just whoa, calm down, dude. Whoa, no. Keep going. Team is being retarded.
Has destroyed a turret. Enemy double kill.
I'm gonna assume Hecarim ulted for that. We're probably losing dragon, so if we can take this turret, it would be nice. Although Talon's gonna come back with full HP. Do you have ult? You do have ult. I think I can kill him before he comes unulted. Wait, are you really leaving? Wait, are you? Oh no! It's fucking AIDS cancer, dude. I can't hear you at all if you're talking, by the way. Are you?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Wait, testing, 1, 2, testing. Hello? Oh. Wait, what? I don't know, maybe my Discord isn't working? Hey, can you guys hear me?
I don't.
Wait, can you guys hear me? What the fuck? Hello? Oh, can you hear me? Or is your mic?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. That exhaust was a little late, buddy.
I didn't think we needed to be honest.
Yeah, that was really autism.
Shut down.
Yeah, it was late. I don't have my ult or exhaust for a solid minute, so careful down here. Oh, there's a thresh.
We lost the dragon, we got the top tower, we got the bottom tower. Did he do the funky word?
Yeah, we're getting...
Yeah, we need to get out. Fuck, he's gonna TP. Or he's gonna do his ult thing.
Maybe? Maybe not.
We're
Okay.
good. I think we're good.
Yeah, good point.
Against their squad, we're probably gonna have to group a lot. Skirmishing's not ideal.
Okay.
Too much mobility. Yeah, get him.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been
Oh my
slain.
god, really?
Good to start out. Oh, we got Rise CPM behind us here.
Oh my god, why is it 13-5? Holy shit. 0-2, 1-4.
God, this fucking champion.
Cassiopeia, do something to him, please! She couldn't kill him after he jumped back with no HP?
Looks like she tossed a Q, but it didn't do enough damage, I guess.
Okay, he got him, at least. Alright.
Don't be jealous.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Talon's 10-2.
Nice. Oh. How often can he jump?
Got Talon's behind us to the left.
I think he was low. He's probably gonna be.
He was half health. I exhausted Heckman up there.
Please
so
keep
down.
ping with me, please. We gotta get everybody. Okay, nice. You don't need to go full retard, Skarner. Let's focus the objective. Oh shit. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna die. Got a W. This is a bad fight. These are bad fights. Back up. Okay, we took a turret and we got that one to like fucking 7 HP. That's okay. That was an okay push. That was a good push.
Got drag up in 15. Mountain. Talon went top, doesn't have TP, but they're really gonna have it by the time we get there.
Yeah.
It's a big wave bot though.
Yeah, I'm going down. Oh, damn, it started.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my god, why did my character stop moving? Cass!
This guy's so away, perfectly scot-free. Hey, what the fuck? Oh.
No, not that way.
Too late, bro. Just run.
What the fuck was that, Ken?
Oh, died with his ult? Ooh. Oof. Ooh. Is Garner still at all? Oh no. What happened? Some memes happened this fight, and I'm not even sure what they are. Oh, nice.
Dang, 25 gold.
What? Fucking autism. Okay. What did he do? He just clicks me and does like 80% of my HP? That's fucking retarded.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh.
Oh god. What? Oh.
Blue man still down here? No. Okay.
I'm coming up. Fuck, I don't know what I'm doing down here.
No voice, Connor. I'm gonna die because of
Oh my god, dude, this Thresh is so lucky. I've never seen a luckier fucking Thresh in my life, dude. Oh my god, I should have just kept running like a fucking retard. Fuck me. What do you think he's like seeing into the Matrix and actually throwing these god tier? I can't even tell anymore, dude.
Gonna be another pretty decent game for QSS. Get that far.
Oh no. Nice.
Oh, you gotta be.
Oh. Okay, 2 for 1.
Where are we going? The guy that can hop over walls? That's who we're gonna chase?
Or the pony. I mean, you can't really chase anyone, huh?
They're going
Oh
Baron,
shit,
bud.
yeah, fuck. I'm going. Well, I should have went to Baron instead of going bot lane. That was a big fuck up.
Might go well for it.
Nice.
Ult too. Yeah, they're not contested. Drags up. Hey, Talon's come to you. Come on.
Get the fuck out. Nice. And we just got a dragon. Dude, fucking objectives all over the map. Nice job.
Got a GA as well. It's pretty big.
Look at our objective control, dude. 3 dragons this game. That's really good. And that's partially because we pushed for that one really early dragon, right? That's really good for us. Do what?
So we might be able to work toward top. Oh, and Vayne?
I think we should just do this. If Vayne's up there, I think we should just focus on the objectives. We got a wave here too. I think it's better.
That's because he's going out.
I can't hit that turret. Fuck! Sit back here. Oh my god. Oh my god, what an important fucking ult. Okay, no, don't chase, don't chase.
Oh. Got hit by the thresh wall. Rip.
Oh, Bodhi.
Oh! But I'm ignited. I'm good. Oh my god, did we win? Dude, this team. Look, this team, when we called to fucking go mid as 5, notice how all 5 fucking came and sieged and did it? This was so good. This was every single game we've ever lost, even if we've been behind. This was every single game we've ever lost where everybody actually just comes mid and does the fucking objectives. That's what this game was, dude. Oh shit, feels so good. Ah.
Oh, that does feel good.
Honor everybody on this team, dude. Holy shit, I'm not even joking. Oh.
Yeah, it's fine.
It was so easy, right? Even though we were like behind, right? Everybody just went mid. All 5 of us were there waiting for a fucking pick. Really makes you think, doesn't it? How many of those games that we lost that could have been won if everybody would just fucking show up and do the objectives?
We were 25. Well, we had 25 deaths. 20, 21 kills.
It was
I
20.
believe?
I think it was
So
25 to 21 at the end. I think still in their favor.
Yeah, that might be the first game that we've won where we were in a deficit as far as kills go. Not bad. That was pretty good.
All right, bedtime for you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm really fucking tired.
All right, well, listen, I love you. I appreciate the games. All right.
It's good games.
Stay safe, buddy.
Got a little sloppy there at the end, but yeah.
No way, dude. I think we did okay. Fuck you. Kill yourself.
See you, man.
All right, have fun. Peace out. All right. Whew. I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. Be chill. Be safe. And most importantly, be yourself. Um... 100 or less? I don't remember if I streamed, if I hosted a guy or girl last time. Who is Jenna? I feel like I know this person. She was one of the, I think one of Hafu's friends, right? I think I hosted a girl last time, right? She cucked sneaky. Look at that old wall. Alright, I'm hosting this guy. Okay. Alright, I love you guys. It's been fun. Am I going to be on later? Nope, I'm going to bed soon. Stay safe, guys, okay? Be safe. Be yourself. Have fun. Rip on, guys.